Chapter 81. The next morning, Lin Yuhan woke up to the vibration of her terminal. Si Muyun was still nowhere to be seen. After washing up, she threw on her coat and went to the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lin Yuhan was assigned to the other companies. The officer standing at the front of the group announced loudly, "Today we're learning combat techniques." Since the founding of Interstellar City, Menglan's combat techniques have been Menglan's most famous trademark. They can be used not only in daily life, but also in piloting mechs. Now we're learning combat techniques, so we can win the championship at this year's technology conference. Before going to bed, the officer began demonstrating the first move, then led them through it twice before moving on to the next. This continued for a week, and Lin Yuan still hadn't seen Si Muyun. However, since he wasn't in the dormitory, Lin Yuan felt at ease. When she went to see Yang Jun, he said she could only stay in Menglan for a maximum of 2 weeks, after which she would have to return to build the mechs for the technology conference. Although he hadn't seen Si Muyun, he still wanted to pretend to inquire about his whereabouts, so he decided to go to Si Muyun's old dormitory to ask. "Hello, do you know where Si Muyun went?" Lin Yuan asked, peeking out after knocking on the door. Si Muyun's former roommates exchanged glances. "Didn't he forget about us because he was dating you?" Lin Yuhan's smile faltered. Seeing something was wrong, the other roommates immediately covered the mouth of the person who had just spoken, giving him a meaningful look. "Are you trying to get yourself killed by saying such a thing?" Whether that person was dead or not was unknown, but Lin Yuhan was definitely a little mortified. He had lived with Si Muyun for less than a week, and people were already saying they were dating. Was everyone in this world wearing colored glasses? Lin Yuhan gave a forced smile, saying insincerely, "Classmate, don't you know your former roommate has been missing for a week?" "Missing? A grown man disappearing? Then why do you think I came looking for you? Do you think my legs move by themselves?" After saying that, Lin Yuan mentally spat a few times. He's not even at school, yet he's dating. Cold-mouthed and sharp-tongued, all he has is a pretty face. I wonder who would even want him. "Pa!" Si Muyun's former roommate understood the reason and hurriedly apologized to Lin Yuan. "I'm sorry." Lin Yuan waved her hand magnanimously, saying nonchalantly, "It's okay. Since he's not here, I go back first." Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, wondering what Lin Yuan was up to. She came looking for Si Muyun, but seemed happy to see him missing. They looked at each other a few times, and silently looked away. There's definitely something going on between Si Muyun and this exchange student. Lin Yuan strolled leisurely back to his dorm. Before he even got close, he saw the door open from afar. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly entered the dorm, and met Si Muyun's gaze, as he sat on the bed. He paused, then said, "Why did you come back?" Si Muyun, Realizing his mistake, Lin Yuan quickly corrected himself. "No, I meant why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" "Si Muyun, did we exchange some kind of contact method so we can stay in touch?" "We can use the campus radio," Lin Yuan said calmly. Si Muyun gave a cold laugh. Whether from anger or something else, it didn't sit well with Lin Yuan. "You think you can just broadcast my whereabouts on the campus radio?" "Lin Yuan, do you think you're so smart?" Si Muyun pressed on. "Lin Yuan, then how about we add each other on the phone?" Si Muyun sneered. "Are we close enough to add each other on the phone?" The moment he finished speaking, he was spun around, pinned to the ground by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan leisurely pulled a terminal from his pocket, swiped to enter her contact information, and said as she did so, "You talk too much." Si Muyun, Noticing Si Muyun struggling to get up, Lin Yuan straddled his waist, preventing him from rising. Lin Yuan slowly entered her contact number, then leisurely savored Si Muyun's interesting expression before handing the terminal back to him. "They say a day's roommate makes 100 days friend, but after living with you for a week, you seem more miserable than Sun Wukong trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain?" Lin Yuan teased, getting up and acting like a rogue, touching Si Muyun's waist and praising, "Not bad for your waist." Si Muyun, Freed from his restraints, Si Muyun easily got up from the floor. He straightened his disheveled military uniform, and said coldly, "Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan sat down on her bed, looking at him leisurely. "Si Muyun, are you really that bothered?" Si Muyun, confused, asked, "Bothered by what? Are you that sensitive when I touch your waist?" Lin Yuan crossed her legs, fiddling with her terminal. "Did I say anything when you touched my back last time? Why are you so sensitive when I touch your waist?" Si Muyun closed his eyes at Lin Yuan's words. Seeing Si Muyun's disheveled appearance, like a virtuous woman who had lost her chastity, Lin Yuan laughed. "We're even now. What are you being so embarrassed about?" "Lin Yuan." Si Muyun glanced at him, and left the dormitory. He had only taken 2 steps when Lin Yuhan's cheerful voice came from inside. Take care. Si Muyun paused, thought for a moment, then continued leaving. After Si Muyun left, Lin Yuhan packed his things and returned to the Star Academy. He originally had another week to stay in the dormitory, but Yang Jun was pressing him hard, and the mecha he needed to participate in the technology conference hadn't been built yet. Back at the Star Academy, Lin Yuan couldn't help but yawn. Gu Xiai and Su Yan looked at him in surprise. Were you this sleepy even in Menglan? Of course not, Lin Yuan said between yawns. It was so much more fun there than the Star Academy. I even learned martial arts there. Su Yan, nothing else besides martial arts? Yes, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. I had a very interesting roommate. Interesting? Gu Xiai and Su Yan asked simultaneously, puzzled. Lin Yuan nodded. His mouth is even more venomous than Su Yan's. How could he not be interesting? Su Yan, heh. His mouth was even more venomous than his. Was she praising him or insulting him? Gu Xiai asked. Don't you hate people with sharp tongues the most? How come you're living with him? Lin Yuan sighed. It's all fate. Gu Xiai, Su Yan, What fate? The 3 of them quickly arrived at Yang Jun's office. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the office, Yang Jun glared at her. So you know how to come back. Lin Yuan flashed a bright smile, completely unfazed by Yang Jun's potential scolding. Teacher, didn't you call me back? Yang Jun paused, then retorted, You're such a smooth talker. He then changed the subject, asking, How are the design drafts coming along? Can they be built within a month? Teacher, isn't building 4 mechs too many? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan frowned, pulling a stack of drawings from his bag and spreading them on the table. These are the drawings I did at Menglan. There's no problem. These should be the mechs used at this technology conference. He then separated the stack of papers, handing them to Yang Jun, Gu Xiai, and Su Yan. Upon seeing the blueprints, Yang Jun's eyes widened in surprise. What's this? It's a fusion of the 4 elements from ancient Earth mythology, Lin Yuan explained. The blueprint you're holding is the design for the Azure Dragon, Gu Xi's is the Black Tortoise, Su Yan's is the White Tiger, and I also have the Vermilion Bird here. Yang Jun looked at the last 2 blueprints he hadn't explained and asked, What about the other 2? Hearing this, Lin Yuan took out the 2 blueprints, spread them out in front of everyone, and said, Last year, I was invited to the Science and Technology Department to participate in the research on the 35th generation of superintelligent AI in Interstellar City. These black and white mechs are the 35th generation superintelligent mechs. Superintelligent mechs? Gu Xiai and Su Yan exchanged shocked glances. Lin Yuan continued, Besides designing these blueprints, I got an inspiration from the book The Development of Mechs in Star City. He pointed to the fitting parts of the 4 symbols mechs. The fitting type mech was first proposed by Commander Chu Yi, but at that time, the technology for building mechs was not yet perfect. With Commander Chu Yi's death in battle, this idea ultimately could not be realized. You mean, you not only want to build the 4 symbol series mechs, but also to create a unified, seamless mech system? Yang Jun immediately understood his meaning, and at the same time, he felt a long-lost, irrepressible brilliance emanating from a genius. Lin Yuan nodded. I noticed that the mech construction methods and designs on the surface of interstellar cities are essentially limited to 2 types. However, as a technology conference that manages and researches the technological development direction of interstellar cities, we should devise new construction methods for mechs, break with convention, innovate their appearance, and elevate life in interstellar cities to a higher level. This time, my mech design uses a dual-powered nuclear-powered system, equipped with directional bombs, refined fixed-point coordinates, and the nuclear power unit is equipped with an energy-saving device to reduce energy consumption during mech operation. After explaining the core components of the mech, Lin Yuan continued to discuss the other parts. By the time he had clearly introduced the 4 symbol series mechs and the 35th generation superintelligent mech, it was already late. But the 3 people sitting opposite him still looked at him with undiminished interest. Lin Yuan took a sip of water and said, If there are no problems, let's start construction tomorrow. Aren't you going back to Menglan? Su Yan asked. Build the mechs before you go back. Yang Jun gave him an appreciative look. Have you chosen anyone to pilot these mechs? Lin Yuan nodded. Me, Gu Xiai, and Su Yan. We'd probably have to find people at the school for the remaining mechs. Yang Jun pointed to the black mech of the 35th generation superintelligent mech and said, From what you just said, this black mech seems to require a mental strength level above SS to pilot, but currently, besides you, no one else at our school has the ability to pilot it. If you choose to pilot the white mech, Then who should pilot this black mech? Lin Yuan had also thought of this question. In an instant, a figure flashed through his mind. His eyes lowered as he looked at the lifelike mech, and a strange emotion welled up in his heart. He firmly told himself that it seemed no one was more suitable for this mech than Si Miyun. But it was only for a moment. This thought hid in an unseen corner of his mind, never to be found again. Lin Yuan looked up at Yang Jun. Teacher, someone will always be suited to pilot it. That day will come. He looked down again at the mecha design drawings, his fingers lightly tracing the rough paper, feeling the real power within, and a fire ignited in his heart. Not just the black mecha. It included all the other mechas. They would all find someone who was compatible with them and capable of piloting them. Chapter 82. After a good night's rest, Lin Yuan got up early the next morning and leisurely sent a message to Si Miyun, her roommate for a week. I'm not going back tonight. She then added cheekily, I found someone even more handsome than you. A while later, Si Miyun's message arrived, but the blank screen only displayed 3 cold words. So what? Seeing these 3 words, Lin Yuan angrily shut down her terminal. Heartless bastard. Arriving at the school's inconspicuous warehouse, Lin Yuan took out the blueprints, put on her work clothes, and began working. Gu Xi and Su Yin arrived a little late. When they arrived, Lin Yuan glanced at them and said, hurry up. With less than a month until the technology conference, if they couldn't complete the mecha's construction in the remaining time, they might lose their qualification to participate. Lin Yuan looked down at the blueprints, circled the necessary materials, and then asked Gu Xi and Su Yin to gather them. She then squatted on the ground and sculpted several models out of clay. Once the two had gathered all the materials, Lin Yuan had finished sculpting the models. The 4 colors of the 4-symbol series mech stood side by side, a truly delightful sight. Not to mention the 2 super intelligent mechs as well. Looking at the 6 mech models, they were captivated. Gu Xi and Su Yin touched them a couple of times, and Lin Yuan warned, don't you dare break my sons. Su Yin retorted, anyone who knows would think you're building mechs, anyone who doesn't would think you're giving birth. Lin Yuan, Su Yin, do you want to die? Show me how you give birth. He then threw the blueprints he was holding away. Gu Xi chuckled as he advised, all right, the most important thing right now is building the mecha. You can think about having kids later. Gu Xi. Lin Yuan glared at him. Gu Xi smiled and replied, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Lin Yuan, Worried that Lin Yuan might back out, Gu Xi's smile faded slightly. Let's build the mecha. Old Yang is waiting for us. Lin Yuan agreed, snatched the design blueprints back from Su Yin, and began working on the outline of the first mecha. Aside from their morning banter, the 3 of them remained silent, focusing intently on their work. They worked for several weeks, finally breathing a sigh of relief when the required mecha was completed. Lin Yuan conducted a subsequent simulation on the mecha simulator. After confirming everything was correct, she pressed the save button. Having finished, he casually wiped the sweat from his brow, turned to Gu Xi and Su Yin, and said, mission accomplished. He then tore off the dust cover from the mechs, revealing 5 brand new mechs standing side by side. Gu Xi and Su Yin also looked up, a surge of excitement rising in their hearts as they gazed at the mechs. This was an unprecedented and groundbreaking mech construction project in the history of Interstellar City, and this undertaking, from conception to design to construction, had only taken a few months. Lin Yuan swiped the hovering keyboard, clicked on the driver program, and soon the eyes of the 5 mechs lit up. He glanced at the black and white mech standing at the front, then at the 3 4-element mechs behind it, and said cheerfully, when will the teacher arrive? Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the doorway. I could hear your voice from afar even before I got close. The voice abruptly stopped before it was finished, clearly indicating that something shocking had happened. Lin Yuan turned to look at the source of the voice, and saw Yang Jun's wide eyes, staring unblinkingly at the 5 mechs in front of him. Suddenly, another voice came from behind Yang Jun. Little Yang, why did you suddenly stop? As soon as the voice finished, an elderly man with gray hair appeared before everyone. Almost instantly, the old man also saw the 5 mechs, his pupils contracted sharply, then replaced by surprise, fervor, and a light that others couldn't understand. Perhaps realizing his lapse in composure, the old man quickly composed himself, revealing a kind smile. Are these the mechs that will participate in this year's Science and Technology Conference? The moment Lin Yuan saw the old man, he immediately recognized him as Lu Wenfu, the Dean of the Star Academy. He put away his hover keyboard and greeted Dean Lu. Greetings, Dean. Gu Xi and Su Yin also greeted him in turn. Hearing the greetings, Yang Jun quickly snapped out of his daze, and happily introduced, Dean, these three are the students I told you about. The one standing in front of the mecha is Lin Yuhan, the one standing next to her, with a gentle appearance is Gu Xi, and the tall one is Su Yin. Lu Wenfu echoed Yang Jun, his smile widening, not bad at all, truly promising young talents. As he finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over Gu Xi and Lin Yuhan, repeatedly pondering their names. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a strange light appeared in his eyes as he said, speaking of which, I met Lin's parents. I also met Gu's parents. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan and Gu Xi both showed expressions of surprise. You met our parents? Lu Wenfu nodded, saying kindly, in the years they studied at Xingyuan Academy, I wasn't yet the dean, I was just an ordinary teacher. So many years have passed, I wonder how they are doing now. He then sighed sadly. Lin Yuhan's expression darkened immediately. My parents passed away when I was very young. Gu Xi glanced at Lin Yuhan, his expression mirroring her sorrow. My parents passed away a few years ago. They were researchers, but they were exposed to too much radiation during their work. From the moment I have memories, they couldn't speak, and later, they even lost their sight. Your parents. Lu Wenfu looked at Gu Xi, his expression moved. They were diagnosed with organ failure when they were young, but because of their work, they couldn't get treatment. But I never imagined they would die like this. He turned his face away, seemingly unwilling to face the death of his beloved student. Yang Jun, standing to the side, glanced at the three of them and quickly said, the mecha is finished today, you should be happy, don't think about such sad things. That's true. Lu Wenfu sighed, I heard that the designer of this mecha used the 4 elements of Earth, which is very innovative. I wonder who came up with this idea. It was me, Lin Yuhan said. I just happened to see content about the 4 elements in an e-book at the school library. Hearing this, Lu Wenfu looked at Lin Yuhan and praised her, just as excellent as your parents. You flatter me, Lin Yuhan said modestly. Lu Wenfu glanced around and noticed that although there were 5 mechs, only 3 people were present. He asked curiously, have all these mechs been chosen? Lin Yuhan nodded. Besides the black and cyan mechs, the remaining 3 will be piloted by me, Gu Xi, and Su Yin respectively. If only the 3 of you are piloting them, are there suitable candidates for the remaining 2 mechs? Yes, besides the 3 of us, there's another girl in this year's cohort who is exceptionally outstanding in every aspect. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be piloting the cyan mech and the remaining black mech. Lin Yuhan paused, I already have a suitable candidate. Lu Wenfu raised an eyebrow. Who is it? I have to ask him if he agrees. Lin Yuhan didn't mention Si Muyun's name. If the dean knew he had given a mech to a competitor, he'd probably scold him. Who could have attracted Xiaohan to give away a mecha? Since learning Lin Yuhan and Gu Xi's identities, Lu Wenfu had become much closer to them, though his words inevitably carried the air of an elder setting up a marriage for a younger relative during Chinese New Year. Lin Yuhan was almost stunned. Dean, just a friend. He then mentally thought, who would like someone with such a sharp tongue? He certainly wouldn't. The 3 who vaguely knew who it was didn't speak, but stared intently at Lin Yuhan, feeling as if their carefully nurtured cabbage had been plucked. Upon hearing Lin Yuhan's explanation, Lu Wenfu stopped asking about the past, and slowly approached the mecha for a closer look. Just then, the 3 mechs at the end of the line moved. Their previously imposing forms vanished, transforming into pilotable vehicles. However, these vehicles were quite different from the others. Their exteriors were adorned with brightly colored 4-element patterns, gleaming golden and incredibly stylish from afar. What is this? Lu Wenfu asked, clearly amazed. Lin Yuhan explained, the 4-symbol series mechs incorporate elements of daily life. During construction, 3 design modes were used. The mech form we just saw, the robot form we're familiar with, and the one right now, a drivable vehicle form, which I named a mech vehicle. As far as we can see, the cyan, white, and black mechs are named Azure Dragon KG, White Tiger TA, and Black Tortoise DC, respectively. Lin Yuan gestured for them to look at the corresponding mechs. For Symbols also has a mech, Vermilion Bird, yet to be built. If time allows, it might be unveiled in Interstellar City after next year. He finished speaking and looked up at them, noticing the strange looks the other 4 gave him, as if they were seeing a rising star. Lin Yuan smiled. Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you know what will happen to a mech in its vehicle form once it's released? Lu Wenfu stared intently at him. I know, whether it's praise or criticism, I already built it, and no one can change that fact, Lin Yuan said earnestly. If possible, I hope that the mech vehicle form can be used by everyone in Star City, so they can know that in Star City, not only flight cabins can be used as transportation, but mech vehicles can too. And although they can't match the speed of a flight cabin, they're a good choice for ground travel. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, she realized that the gazes of the others couldn't be described with simple words, nor were they the same as when she first saw Xian Xing. If she had to describe it accurately, they were monstrous. When 4 pairs of eyes looked at him, they all conveyed the same meaning: he's a monster. After listening, Lu Wenfu found himself completely speechless. He didn't know how long it had been before he seemed to come to his senses, saying, "I need to calm down first." Then he left the warehouse. Lin Yuan looked up and met Yang Jun's gaze. Yang Jun gave him a thumbs up. "You should visit Menglan more often in the future." Lin Yuan, ? Yang Jun patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Love makes people strive." Lin Yuan, Understanding Yang Jun's meaning, Lin Yuan sneered and slapped Yang Jun's hand away. "Someone with such a sharp tongue, I'd rather lie in my own coffin." Yang Jun, Is she willing to poison herself rather than have someone else do it? Yang Jun touched the tip of his nose and asked, "So, are you still going to Menglan?" "No." Lin Yuan refused outright. Yang Jun got a definite answer and responded. However, that evening, the school security guard called a classmate to tell him that Lin Yuan had climbed over the wall and gone out. Yang Jun's drowsy mind instantly cleared. The security guard said, "Teacher Yang, one of your students has a black and red robot with him. I wonder what he's up to." Yang Jun, What else could it be? Delivering the mecha, of course. The security guard, "Teacher Yang, why aren't you saying anything?" This student. Yang Jun interrupted him. "Don't worry about him, he'll be back." Okay. After hanging up with the security guard, Yang Jun called Lin Yuan again, asking, "What are you doing at Menglan in the middle of the night?" Lin Yuan, "Teacher, I have insomnia." Yang Jun's lips twitched. "Speak like a human being?" "To find someone to accompany me to my coffin." Yang Jun, Didn't you say you weren't going during the day? Lin Yuan, "Teacher, the person at night is a different person than the person during the day. During the day, I can laugh, but at night, I'm capable of anything." Yang Jun asked, unconvinced, "For example?" "I suddenly think that people with sharp tongues aren't so bad." Yang Jun, Yang Jun accidentally hung up the call. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already arrived at Menglan Military Academy. He climbed over the wall into the school and, by the moonlight, arrived at the dormitory area. Before he even turned the handle, the door opened automatically. Lin Yuan was stunned. When Sima Yun opened the door, he was startled to see Lin Yuan standing outside, looking travel-worn. Thinking it was a hallucination, he closed the door and opened it again, only to find Lin Yuan standing there again. "What are you doing here? Why haven't you moved out yet?" They both spoke at the same time, then stopped, staring at each other in silence. Sima Yun looked away first. "You go first." Lin Yuan had a lot to say, but when he was actually in front of Sima Yun, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Finally, he lowered his eyes and asked, "Why are you still living in this dormitory?" Sima Yun, "I came back to pack my things." "Oh, why did you come back?" Sima Yun asked him. Lin Yuan said matter-of-factly, "I still have a week of study time left. Can't I come back?" "But it's been so many weeks, and you specifically chose this time to come back and pack your things." Sima Yun choked, looking down at him. "Do you know what time it is?" "No." Sima Yun's patience was wearing thin. "You're just going to stay outside without giving a reason." Lin Yuan suddenly looked up at him. "I came all this way, and you won't even let me in the door." Sima Yun, "Did I ask you to come all this way?" Lin Yuan, His fist hardened. The air was silent for a moment, then Lin Yuan stammered, "I have insomnia, so I came to bring you something." "It's so late now, could you let me stay?" "Insomnia?" Sima Yun raised an eyebrow. "Is it not allowed?" Sima Yun replied, "No." Lin Yuan, Why did he even come back? Seeing that Sima Yun showed no intention of letting him into the dormitory, Lin Yuan pretended to be angry and said, "Are you going to let me in or not?" Sima Yun said inhumanely, "What does your insomnia have to do with me? Go to the hospital if you have insomnia. This is the dormitory." Lin Yuan fell silent again. Sima Yun is simply inhuman. It's so late, and he's still turning him away. Is this something a person would do? Absolutely not. Suddenly, something seemed to light up in the corner, its soft light shining between the two of them. Their eyes were immediately drawn to it. The moment Sima Yun met the mechanical eyes, a gentle, mechanical voice slowly spoke, Don't bully Henin. Si Muyun, who are you? Lin Yuhan replied without hesitation. This is my son. Si Muyun, ? Realizing her mistake, Lin Yuhan quickly corrected herself. This is for you. Si Muyun glanced at her, then looked away without any interest, uttering the cold, unfriendly words. I don't need it. Lin Yuhan, Si Muyun, do you want to fight? Lin Yuhan was completely enraged. Fighting between classmates is prohibited. After saying this, noticing the other person remained silent, Si Muyun looked up and saw that the other person's eyes were red-rimmed, but the expression on their face was still stubbornly defiant. Whether it was anger or something else, the moment Si Muyun met their gaze, his legs involuntarily moved. Come in. Only after the door closed did Si Muyun realize his unusual behavior, but it was too late to kick him out. He sighed inwardly and said, Go take a shower if you haven't. However, after saying this, Lin Yuan stood there motionless, not saying a word. After a while, her voice finally came. I forgot my clothes. This time, Si Muyun was genuinely amused and exasperated. But remembering the man's reddened eyes, he still opened his own closet and took out a change of clothes for him. Lin Yuan looked up at the sound of movement and saw his clothes neatly arranged in the closet Si Muyun had mentioned for collecting things. It was clear he lived there often. So, he chose to collect things on the day he returned? Si Muyun handed him the clothes. I haven't worn them, go wash them. After Lin Yuan went into the bathroom to shower, he resignedly made his bed, took out a quilt from the closet and spread it on the other side. After making the bed, he touched the softness of the mattress, thinking that this man had delicate skin and looked like he hadn't suffered much, so he took out a thin blanket to put on the bed. After everything was ready, the bathroom door opened. Lin Yuan emerged, still steaming, and hesitated for a moment before slowly walking towards Si Muyun. I'm sleeping tonight. You sleep inside. Lin Yuan glanced at the bed he had made, and said somewhat embarrassedly, No need, I sleep on my side. Si Muyun interrupted him. Do you think your bed without a mattress is cleaner? Or do you think your bones are too hard? If so, you might as well sleep on the floor. Lin Yuan, can't you speak a little more gently? No, choose between the bed and the floor. Lin Yuan ultimately chose the bed. Before lying down, Lin Yuan thought Si Muyun's bed was quite wide, but once Si Muyun lay down, with less than a fist's width between them, he realized how cramped the space was. He awkwardly tugged at the blanket. Just then, Si Muyun spoke up, Is it cramped? No, not at all. Si Muyun's sudden voice startled him. Si Muyun responded faintly, then fell silent. After what seemed like an eternity, an arm suddenly crossed over and rested on his stomach. Si Muyun instantly opened his eyes. He glanced at the arm, then looked to the side, finding Lin Yuan sleeping peacefully, showing no signs of waking. Si Muyun stared helplessly at the ceiling. Wasn't he supposed to have insomnia? He gently placed the arm back down and closed his eyes again to sleep. But this time, it seemed like only a short while later, he felt warm breath on his neck, and a weight seemed to press down on his other side. Si Muyun opened his eyes again, and saw Lin Yuan leaning against him, her head buried in his neck, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. As if that wasn't enough, she straddled him, like she was hugging a human-shaped body pillow. Si Muyun, He's the one who's having insomnia. Chapter 83. The next day, before Lin Yuan even woke up, she heard a loud banging sound. The person banged and shouted, Muyun. Muyun, are you in there? Do you know someone climbed over our school wall last night? Before she could finish, Si Muyun's slightly hoarse voice rang out, Quiet down, he is sleeping. Who? The person who climbed over the wall last night. A few seconds of silence followed. Before Lin Yuan was fully awake, she heard a deafening shout erupt from outside. Damn it, you mean you not only know who climbed over the wall, but you slept with him last night? No, Si Muyun, he climbed over the wall for you, and you're just letting him get caught up in this public scrutiny. Si Muyun coldly replied, If you had just kept your voice down, not so many people would know. The person, Damn, you're so smart. Si Muyun, it's not that I'm smart, it's that you're stupid. Hearing this extremely aggressive remark early in the morning, Lin Yuan instantly woke up. He sat up in bed, and before he could even get out, he heard a deafening roar. What the hell? There's someone in your bed? Lin Yuan, A few seconds later, the person continued, Damn, did the guy who climbed over the wall know there was someone in your bed? Did he see you two being all lovey-dovey last night? Before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut in front of him. Lin Yuan looked up and saw Si Muyun's ashen face, silently wishing a miracle to the person outside. Si Muyun didn't even glance at him, heading straight to wash up, as if the gentleness of making the bed last night had vanished. Lin Yuan mentally grumbled a little, then got out of bed. Lin Yuan returned suddenly. By the time he wanted to take out the black and red robot, Si Miyun had already vanished. He went outside and saw the neatly made bed, the blankets folded meticulously, as if a ghost had slept on it last night, not a human. His helplessness reached its peak. Si Miyun's bed was completely unsuitable for sleeping. It was practically like a flower pot displayed at the school gate for decoration. Lin Yuan was furious but couldn't vent his anger. He left the dormitory with the robot from last night. Upon reaching the training ground, he spotted Si Miyun's tall figure from afar. He wore a crisp, dark green military uniform, standing like a tree in the sun. Lin Yuan glanced enviously at Si Miyun's broad shoulders and narrow waist. Thinking of the soft flesh under his own arms, he pursed his lips. So what if he has a good figure? And a bad temper too? Who would like someone like that? He thought to himself as he walked towards Si Miyun. Before he even got close, he heard Si Miyun shout at him, "Don't come any closer." Lin Yuan stopped, confused. The next moment, a powerful spiritual force spread out, and those nearby clutched their heads in pain and crouched on the ground. Although Lin Yuan could sense the spiritual force, its highest level seemed to be only SS rank, having little effect on him. He still walked towards Si Miyun. He easily swept past those affected. People not far away noticed his figure, and exclaimed in shock, "How come he looks completely unharmed? This spiritual force is SS rank too, and he's unaffected?" Si Miyun also looked at him with considerable surprise, but only for a moment. Si Miyun reverted to his cold and aloof demeanor. "What are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm bringing you something." Although Si Miyun's face was cold, Lin Yuan's tone was still very cheerful. Upon hearing this, Si Miyun instantly understood what he wanted to bring and frowned, saying, "I don't need it." "Why are you being so polite?" Lin Yuan was unaffected by his words, directly summoning the black and red robot and affectionately patting its head. Si Miyun's tone remained disapproving. "Someone here has experienced a mental energy outburst. You should leave immediately." "I'm not affected by anything." "I'm not leaving," Lin Yuan said, looking at him. "Unless you accept it." Si Miyun glanced at the robot and said coldly, "I really don't need it." Lin Yuan had never met someone as stubborn and inflexible as Si Miyun. He hadn't even charged her for creating the 35th generation superintelligent mecha, nor had he asked what it was. She just kept saying no, no. Did he really think she was that easygoing? Seeing the surrounding mental energy fluctuations becoming increasingly obvious, Lin Yuan released her own mental energy. 5 seconds later, the mental energy in the air vanished completely. At the same time, the robot standing next to Lin Yuan suddenly began to transform, changing from a robot only half a person's height into a massive mecha, occupying a portion of the training ground. Lin Yuan seemed a little sleepy, and yawned slowly, saying, "The 35th generation superintelligent mech from Interstellar City, designated as Zero Mech, sequence number 1, are you sure you don't want it?" Si Miyun's eyes showed a hint of doubt when he heard the words Interstellar City, but after hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at Lin Yuan. "Why, do you have a mech issued by the Science and Technology Department?" He immediately realized he asked a pointless question. Besides those involved in research projects, who could simply acquire a mecha for free, and even know its serial number, Lin Yuan smiled. "Perhaps we can get to know each other again. A student from the 140th graduating class of Star Academy, I was fortunate enough to be invited by the Science and Technology Department during winter break to participate in the design of the 35th generation superintelligent mecha," Lin Yuan said. "To pilot the S-01 mecha, your mental strength level must be SSS level or higher, so you can't refuse this mecha. Whether you need it or not, this mecha is yours." Si Miyun choked. "Just because my mental strength is SSS level?" "Of course not." Lin Yuan said in a very good mood, "Your bed is very comfortable, I like it very much." Si Miyun, Is this person crazy? Is she deliberately trying to make things difficult? Si Miyun couldn't understand Lin Yuan's thought process for a moment, but Lin Yuan said nonchalantly, "I came here this time to say goodbye. The next time we meet is at the Science and Technology Conference, and I won't hold back then." She then added, "Don't stay in that dorm while I'm gone. It makes it seem like I'm something you miss." "Si Miyun, you seem to know me very well?" "Not really, it's just that seeing your closet full of unorganized clothes, I have reason to suspect you like me." Lin Yuan winked at him. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Si Miyun let out a disdainful sneer. Lin Yuan was amused by him. This guy seemed sharp-tongued on the surface, but actually had a very soft heart. He actually wanted to put his arm around Si Miyun's shoulder like he did around Gu Xiai and Su Yin, but seeing Si Miyun's equally cold eyes and face, He was afraid that before he could even put his hand on her, he would be stared at by Si Miyun's eyes until they could crack open, so he gave up the idea. Lin Yuhan abandoned her teasing of Si Miyun. Alright, the mecha with the number S01 is called Snow, remember that. See you at the Science and Technology Conference. Lin Yuhan returned to the Star Academy, intending to catch up on some sleep, but before she could even lie down for long, old Yang called on her to answer a question. The question was simple. Did she like Ming Lan because she went to see him every day? Lin Yuhan was bored and wanted to sleep, so she nodded and said, "Teacher, I like Min." Yang Jun's amused smile froze on his face. He glared at Lin Yuhan and reluctantly told her to sit down. After finishing these matters, she told Liao Baixing about Qinglong. Days passed like flowing water, and the Academy's assessment for the Science and Technology Conference arrived as scheduled. The 4-person team won the competition with outstanding results, securing a spot to go to the Science and Technology Hall. The day before departure, Lin Yuhan went to see Ming Lan again. Yang Jun gathered the 4 of them to discuss competition guidelines, but after waiting for over 10 minutes, Lin Yuan still hadn't appeared. He sent Gu Xi and Su Yin to look for him, only to find out he already gone to Ming Lan. Yang Jun could only sigh helplessly, wondering which college Lin Yuan even attended. Later, Lin Yuan returned, and Yang Jun scolded him. The other 3 watched, but Lin Yuan, shameless as ever, didn't care. Yang Jun angrily asked him, "What are you always doing going to Ming Lan?" Lin Yuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Teacher, now I understand how you feel about your wife." "What feeling?" "A day apart feels like 3 autumns." "Yang Jun, what kind of poetic nonsense is that? I'm in the same school as your wife. We can just go upstairs when we meet. But you, running between Tonda and Kanglin. I'd be tired if you weren't." Lin Yuan, "Teacher, I'm not tired." Yang Jun was taken aback, then said, "What, did you confess to him? So eager to do it?" "No." Lin Yuan spread his hands, saying, "When I gave him the mecha, I didn't think much about it. Experienced people said that confessing involves giving gifts, right? I already given him the mecha. What else do I have to give?" Yang Jun gave him a look of exasperation. "Can't you just give flowers?" Lin Yuan said in a very straightforward way, "That's so impractical. The mecha can help him. What can flowers do? They look nice but are useless." Yang Jun was completely exasperated and cursed. "Serves you right for not getting anyone." Lin Yuan, "Teacher, do you have to break my heart? Even if your heart is shattered into pieces, he won't see it if you don't say it." After saying this, Yang Jun kicked him out, along with the 3 people who were watching the scene. Su Yan shook his head at him. "Useless thing." Lin Yuan retorted angrily, "How am I useless?" "Humph, always running to Ming Lan and having a crush on her. It's a good thing you're smart academically. If you were dating, and she sold her underwear, would you think she was right?" Su Yan nodded as he spoke, clearly having serious doubts about Lin Yuan's romantic intelligence. Su Yan, I don't argue with someone with a brain like water." The 2 walked back to their dorm, fighting as they went. Gu Xi and Liao Baixing tried to persuade them hundreds of times, but Lin Yuan declared that if they didn't beat Su Yan up this time, he would escalate his insults next time, and he needed to be taught a lesson. Ultimately, they couldn't persuade them, and Gu Xi and Liao Baixing sighed helplessly. Not long after sighing, Gu Xi's terminal rang. He glanced at the screen, a look of anxiety in his eyes. He looked up, wanting to call out to the 2 fighting, but seeing they were already far away, he could only say to Liao Baixing, "Baixing, I have something urgent. If they ask, just say I'm busy." "Okay." Receiving the reply, Gu Xi turned and left. When the 2 returned to their dormitory and found Gu Xi gone, they asked Liao Baixing before packing their things. The weather was beautiful on the day they departed for Central Star. Lin Yuan planned to sleep as soon as she boarded the flight capsule. At that moment, Gu Xi, sitting by the window, asked, "Did you bring sleeping pills?" "Yes." Lin Yuan took a bottle of pills from her bag and handed it to Gu Xi. Turning her head, she saw 2 obvious dark circles under Gu Xi's eyes on his fair face, and his complexion looked somewhat haggard. "Why is your face so pale?" Gu Xi shook his head. "I didn't sleep well last night." Lin Yuan asked thoughtfully, "What did you do last night?" "You only came back in the middle of the night." "I took care of some things." Gu Xi didn't specify what it was, but his dark circle showed it wasn't a simple matter. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. "Tell me if you have any difficulties." Gu Xi smiled at him. "Okay." After saying that, he licked the barely noticeable wound on the corner of his mouth, lowered his eyes, and stared blankly at the medicine bottle in his hand. Lin Yuhan didn't notice his strange behavior. After giving him the medicine, she took a blanket, covered herself with it, and went to sleep. A week later, they arrived in Cherno's city on the Central Star. There were still 2 days before the start of the technology conference. After resting and regrouping for a day, Lin Yuhan was called away the next day. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuan noticed that besides Lu Wenfu, a gentle-looking man was also sitting on the sofa. Lu Wenfu introduced her, saying, "Xiaohan, this is Meng Quan, the current director of the Science and Technology Department." Lin Yuan politely greeted him, "Hello, Director Meng." Although she addressed him respectfully, a question lingered in her mind. She had visited the Science and Technology Department during winter break. Wasn't the director then surnamed Xia? Could it be that the director had changed before the Science and Technology Conference? Lin Yuhan didn't voice her doubts, maintaining a smile. Meng Quan glanced at Lin Yuhan, then turned to Lu Wenfu and asked, "Is this the genius your institute produced this year?" Lu Wenfu replied ingratiatingly, "That's right, it's him." Having received a definite answer, Meng Quan smiled. "The construction of the 35th generation superintelligent mecha is now complete. I wonder if this young man would be interested in participating in the construction of the 36th generation." So fast? Lin Yuhan was startled by the man's words. As a continuation of Generation 35, it's imperative to expedite the invention of Generation 36, Meng Quan explained. "I reviewed your design draft for the S0 mech, it's very innovative. Currently Generation 30 SIXS research focus is on eyes, and your involvement might further advance technological development." Lin Yuan hesitated, saying, "But I..." Meng Quan seemed to anticipate his concerns. "Don't worry, you only need to design and write the code. We have people responsible for the rest of the construction. This process won't take up too much of your time." Lin Yuhan's eyes lit up, and he no longer hesitated. "When exactly will it be done?" "After the technology conference." "Okay." Lin Yuhan agreed. He wasn't averse to technology. He felt it was his duty to contribute more to the technological development of Interstellar City. However, in his haste to find Gu Xi and Su Yin, he didn't notice that after he left, their initial gentle demeanor instantly transformed into one of triumphant satisfaction. Meng Quan picked up the brewed tea on the table and said unhurriedly, "I haven't encountered a genius in a long time. His parents are one. He's another." Meng Quan said slowly, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "A family thinking about the technological development of Interstellar City until their dying breath. How can that not be considered selfless dedication?" Lu Wenfu also smiled. "Soon, he become like his parents." "Ha, geniuses are born to be erased." Meng Quan looked up at the bright sunlight outside the window, the coldness emanating from him instantly dispelling any warmth. Lu Wenfu's smile suddenly faltered. Meng Quan glanced at him, stood up, and looked down at the gray-haired Lu Wenfu. "You know what to do, right?" "Yes." Meng Quan gave him an approving look. "Good. I want results within half a month." "Okay." Lu Wenfu responded softly. Meng Quan left the office, completely unaware that Lu Wenfu behind him had clenched his fists, his eyes filled with disgust. Lu Wenfu looked down at his hand, his nails digging into his flesh, and as the door closed completely, he let out a cold laugh. Half a month later. "I want you dead." Chapter 84. After returning, Lin Yuan told Yang Jun about it. He thought Yang Jun would support him, as he had when he participated in the 35th generation superintelligent mecha project, but after listening, Yang Jun frowned. Developing the 36th generation now, isn't that too early? But wasn't the 35th generation developed after the 34th? Lin Yuan recalled what he had heard at the seminar and refuted Yang Jun's words. The leading figures at the seminar said that it only took them 2 days from finishing the 34th generation to coming up with the design blueprints for the 35th generation. Yang Jun's frown deepened. "Have you ever thought about why they ultimately adopted your design after developing it so quickly?" Lin Yuan had never considered this question before, and only realized something was amiss when Yang Jun brought it up. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Teacher, perhaps things aren't as bad as we think?" Besides, the research invitation was given by the dean, who invited the director of the Science and Technology Department. Without the dean, I wouldn't have been able to meet the director. Yang Jun looked at him with complicated emotions, unsure how to begin. Finally he sighed, "Yuan, do you want to join the Science and Technology Department?" "Teacher, are you joking? I came to Star Academy specifically to join the Science and Technology Department." Lin Yuan chuckled. As a century-old institution in Star City, Star Academy has consistently provided the Science and Technology Department with a steady stream of scientific and technological talent since its inception. And the Science and Technology Department is the driving force behind Star City's development. Students are instilled from birth with the idea that they must work there someday. So they study with all their might to get into Star Academy, hoping only to participate in science and technology conferences during their studies, and then work for the Science and Technology Department after graduation. Yang Jun patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Then go ahead." Lin Yuan looked up at him abruptly. "Teacher, do you mean you agree to let me participate in the development of the 36th generation?" Yang Jun nodded, correcting him, "It's not about whether I agree or not. As long as you want to, you have the right to choose to do it. Even if you fail or something unexpected happens, I'd be there for you." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was somewhat moved. "Teacher, thank you." Lin Yuan thanked him. "I go draw the blueprints right away." After saying that, he turned to leave. Seeing his hurried and ambitious appearance, Yang Jun felt a headache coming on and said, "You can do it later. Take care of the science conference first." "Okay," Lin Yuan responded loudly. Not long after Lin Yuan left, Yang Jun's terminal rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, seeing the words Dean on it, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He thought for a moment, then answered, "Dean, is there something you need?" Lu Wenfu asked in a grief-stricken tone. "Xiao Yang, do you remember the child Xie Qing and Lin you had lost?" Hearing the familiar name again, Yang Jun's heart clenched. "Have they found him?" "Yes, I heard he is in Tonda City now. I'm going back to find him right now." Hanging up, Yang Jun hurriedly sent a notification in their small group chat, saying he had to go back to Tonda City and couldn't stay with them. After packing, he thought of Lin Yuan again, and his heart grew heavy. Being able to participate in the technological development of Interstellar City was the lifelong dream of every student in the Academy of Science and Technology. Logically, he should be happy that his student was selected, but this happened so suddenly. Lin Yuan had participated in the design of 2 generations. His thoughts suddenly stopped. When did he start thinking such negative things? His student was able to participate in the technological development and construction of Interstellar City. He should be happy for him. Instead, he had been suspicious from the moment he found out. What kind of teacher was he? Yang Jun reflected for a moment, stopped worrying about Lin Yuan, and immediately contacted the others to arrange flights back to find Xie Qing and Lin Yu's child. So, less than 2 days after arriving in Cherno City, Yang Jun returned to Tonda City. His departure was sudden, but the 4-person team's minds were entirely on the technology conference, and they didn't seem too frustrated. On the contrary, Lin Yuan had been busy with something these past few days, and almost arrived late on the first day of the technology conference. Su Yin dutifully bought him breakfast. "Eat quickly, otherwise you collapse before it even starts and become a laughing stock." Lin Yuan took the breakfast. "Is this how you treat your classmates? Next time I throw it in your face?" Su Yin was grumpy when he woke up. Not only had he been dragged to the venue early by Gu Xi, but Lin Yuan was also late. Being late was bad enough, but he also had to buy breakfast. Su Yin mentally stomped on Lin Yuan countless times on the way back. Lin Yuan knew he was grumpy in the morning, so she didn't argue. She bit a small hole in her soy milk, put it in her mouth, and watched the intense match in the stands. After watching for a while, the referee had called out quite a few names. Seeing that the first round was nearing its end, and they hadn't been called yet, Lin Yuan asked curiously, "Why isn't the referee calling us?" At this moment, Liao Baixing said, "Brother Lin, our match is over." "Huh? Over?" Lin Yuan's tone changed immediately, looking at the 3 of them in surprise. "How come you?" Gu Xi smiled and said, "We're not disabled. Why do you need to come in person for such a small match? What's the point of us forming a team then?" "Well," Lin Yuan hesitated. Su Yin said impatiently, "Eat your breakfast. Wasting a single bite costs me 10,000 star coins. Are you robbing me?" Su Yin snorted, "You know what I do." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan immediately thought of the underground boxing market near the Star Academy. Although it was called a boxing market, the underground part made it seem rather low class, like a black market for trading goods. Lin Yuan also snorted, "What's so great about it? Then spit out my Xian iron." Lin Yuan, She couldn't win the argument. Gu Xi and Liao Baixing, seeing the 2 bickering like chicks, neither giving an inch, turned their heads and laughed. The competition at the Science and Technology Conference passed quickly. They won the first and second rounds consecutively, and by the 3rd round, it was almost obvious which academy would win. Before they could even celebrate, they were informed that the 3rd round scenario simulation required them to partner with the Menglan Military Academy. However, this didn't mean the Menglan Military Academy was an ally. They could very well be enemies. Before even entering the scene, Lin Yuhan had been warned by his two best friends. Stay away from Si Muyun, understand? Lin Yuan nodded casually, not taking it to heart. Su Yin frowned at his perfunctory attitude. If you dare get close to him, I break your legs. Lin Yuan, no, why would I get close to him? Su Yin looked at him with a half smile. I also want to know what you like about him. Lin Yuan, This conversation was going nowhere. He pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, nobody likes him. The other three didn't believe him. Lin Yuan didn't care whether they believed him or not. A moment later, when the Menglan Military Academy students approached, Lin Yuan seemed to have radar automatically tracking Si Muyun. The moment he saw them, he casually moved away. Gu Xi, Su Yin, and Liao Baixing, who saw his little actions, thought, didn't he say he didn't like it? Why did his legs move on their own? Si Muyun, long time no see. Lin Yuan greeted Si Muyun casually. Si Muyun nodded in return. Lin Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with Si Muyun's indifference. He continued, it's been so long, don't you want to? Before he could finish, he was suddenly pulled away. Gu Xi stood in front of him and apologized to Si Muyun. Sorry, he's still asleep. Lin Yuan immediately retorted, what do you mean he's not asleep? I'm perfectly fine. Say one more word, and I punch you in the face, Su Yin whispered, holding him. Lin Yuan quieted down. Gu Xi quickly apologized to Si Muyun again, gave Su Yin a look signaling him to take Lin Yuan to a safer spot, and then followed. When Lin Yuan was released, he straightened his disheveled shirt. Can't I have a friendly chat with my teammates? You didn't listen to the rules. They're not necessarily our friends. Lin Yuan was confused, but we haven't gone in yet, aren't we still friends? The other three were silent. Then what do you mean by only greeting one person? Does that mean he's the only friend, and the others aren't? Lin Yuan, This question stumped Lin Yuan. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain that that wasn't what he meant, but before he could say anything, the referee announced that the situation was underway. So, their school and Menglan entered the scenario one after the other. Upon entering, a layer of hot air rippled around them. When the light brightened, Lin Yuan could finally see the scenario's true form, the underground volcano of Edge Planet. As the name suggests, an underground volcano is a volcano located underground. It existed underground when humanity discovered Edge Planet, and experts had predicted it would erupt within the next 50 years, reshaping the Earth's surface. However, over 100 years had passed, and the volcano showed no signs of erupting. Instead, with age, it gradually became an extinct volcano, so the committee referred to it as a mild volcano. Before entering, Lin Yuan had learned about the scenario assessment for this science conference and hadn't worn many clothes. However, standing actually in front of the volcano made him realize just how hot it was. He casually unbuttoned 2 buttons, when suddenly a somewhat cold voice said, "Don't unbutton your shirt, there are mosquitoes here." "Where are the mosquitoes?" Lin Yuan looked around but couldn't find any mosquitoes. Just as he was wondering, Si Muyun tapped his arm with her finger. Lin Yuan looked down and noticed 2 large welts that had appeared on his unclothed arm. But more than the 2 suddenly appearing welts, Lin Yuan's attention was drawn to Si Muyun's slightly cool fingers. When the other's fingers touched his arm, the heat in his body lessened slightly. He glanced at her again, then looked up and met Si Muyun's dark eyes. "I was checking if you have any mosquito bites on your arm," Lin Yuan explained somewhat guiltily. After speaking, he noticed that Si Muyun's military uniform was neatly worn, and he was wearing gloves on both his arms and hands, completely covering himself. Lin Yuan, Si Muyun chuckled softly. The Emperor's mosquito bites. Lin Yuan fell silent. Si Muyun was clearly doing this on purpose. He glared at the man, then turned to find his school's team. The next moment, his hand was suddenly grabbed, and Si Muyun's deep voice rang out above him. "Watch out." Lin Yuan was confused. When he looked up again, he saw a giant spider standing not far from them, and on its web behind it lay a series of people. He looked closer and realized it was Gu Xi and his group. Besides Gu Xi, there were also people from Menglan Military Academy. "Gu Xi," he called out. The giant spider stared at him for a moment, then suddenly moved. It rushed towards the 2 of them with incredible speed, spitting out the same spider silk that had stuck to the others. Just as the silk was about to ensnare him, Si Muyun pulled him behind him. Chapter 85. Snow. Si Muyun called out, summoning Snow. The small robot instantly transformed into a massive mech, easily deflecting the incoming spider silk. After doing this, Snow took a few steps, effortlessly lifted the giant spider, and then slammed it to the ground with a thud. Having done this, It walked towards the trapped people, removing the spider silk from their bodies one by one. The others watched this scene as if in a dream. The spider silk binding them vanished instantly, and the giant spider lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to come back to his senses and said, "Spider silk is useless against mechs." But he didn't let go of Si Muyun's hand. Si Muyun was busy rescuing people and didn't notice his little action. When everyone was rescued, their gazes involuntarily fell on the two's clasped hands. The latter clearly made no attempt to conceal their relationship, holding hands openly and freely. The others, whether the other person was friend or foe was still unknown, but the two of them held hands without any hesitation. Seeing that they remained silent, Si Muyun followed their gaze and looked down to see their intertwined hands. The owner of the other hand, not content with just holding the fingertips, had taken advantage of his inattention to grip the base of the fingers. Si Muyun, let go. No, Lin Yuan said rather shamelessly, holding his hand tightly. Seeing his pale face, she tightened her grip even more. Si Muyun, At this moment, a very perceptive person from Menglan Military Academy said, "Muyun, let's go look for clues elsewhere first. You can come back to us after you're done talking. We won't bother you any longer." He finished speaking and walked away first. The rest of the people hurriedly followed, glancing back with half-hearted smiles to avoid arousing Si Muyun's suspicion. "Muyun, we're leaving first." Si Muyun frowned, trying to pull Lin Yuan's hand away, but looking down, he saw the other wink at him and say nonchalantly, "Si Muyun, why are your hands as cold as ice?" "So?" "Just enough to soothe my burning heart." As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding air became noticeably quieter. After a while, someone seemed to realize what was happening and let out a vomiting sound. "Lin Yuan, what disgusting thing you said." Su Yin was completely unable to calm the nausea rising within him. Lin Yuan said irritably, "What are you spewing about? I wasn't talking to you." Su Yin cursed, "You're polluting my ears and mind." As he spoke, he caught sight of the giant spider's corpse, pointed at it, and said, "It was still a little bit alive, but after hearing what you said, it's all dead." Lin Yuan looked up at the giant spider's corpse. Perhaps it wasn't completely dead, because the moment their eyes met, the giant spider's leg twitched, then fell still, as if it were about to die. Lin Yuan laughed at the spider's appearance. "It really is on your side, cooperating with you even in its dying moments." Su Yan was speechless. Si Muyun, who was being led by Lin Yuan, intentionally distanced herself from him, but before she could let go, someone noticed. The other person said with a smile, "Your teammate is just going to find clues, not that they're not coming back." Si Muyun remained silent. "So you mean you let go once they get back, right?" Lin Yuan nodded perfunctorily. He really didn't believe Si Muyun's teammates would return. However, the next moment, he heard Si Muyun shout into the distance, "How long are you going to keep eavesdropping?" Lin Yuan, Wait, you really called them back? He didn't know if the others from Menglan Military Academy were genuinely looking for clues, but Si Muyun's shout had brought them back. When they arrived, he could see their somewhat guilty smiles. Clearly, they weren't really looking for clues. Si Muyun turned to look at him. "Can you let go now?" Lin Yuan released his hand. After withdrawing his hand, Si Muyun took a handkerchief from his uniform pocket and slowly wiped Lin Yuan's hand that he had just been holding. "Lin Yuan, you despise me that much?" "Not just that," Si Muyun said calmly, without even glancing at him, "it's very much." Lin Yuan sneered, pulling a tissue from Gu Si's backpack and vigorously wiping their hands, which had just clasped, until his fair fingertips were red. "Here you go." Lin Yuan shouted at Si Muyun without turning back, then led the group in the other direction, his back resolute, as if he intended to never see them again. He walked ahead, loudly proclaiming, "What's the point of forming teams? Some school captains are like poison gas when you get close." Si Muyun remained silent, unmoved by Lin Yuan's accusations and slander. After wiping his fingers, he put the tissue away and walked in the opposite direction from Xing Yuan, saying calmly, "Let's go." "Muyun, aren't we with Xing Yuan?" "There's no need." Si Muyun's tone was extremely cold. "We're teamed up with Xing Yuan, so we're not teammates to begin with." Before they entered, the referee had informed them that although they were teamed up with Xing Yuan, they weren't Xing Yuan's teammates, but their enemies. If they stayed with Xing Yuan, the Xing Yuan members would encounter many difficulties, so it would be better. Si Muyun pulled himself out of his thoughts. "This is our own path. Why should others follow us?" Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, then turned to look at Lin Yuan's angry departing figure. A strange thought surfaced in their minds. "Si Muyun, are you sure you didn't deliberately anger them to leave?" Si Muyun had already walked a distance when he noticed no footsteps behind him. He turned around, noticed their gazes, and his eyes grew even colder. "Why don't you go with him?" The others immediately turned around upon hearing his voice and ran after him. "No, Muyun. They're enemies, not friends." "Enemies, not friends." "Exactly. We can tell the difference between enemies and friends." Si Muyun gave them a cold look. "Then hurry up and go." "Okay, coming right away." Xing Yuan and Meng Lan headed in opposite directions, one to the east and one to the west. Xing Yuan's group hadn't gone far when they encountered another group from a different school. The first thing the other group said upon seeing them was, "Aren't Meng Lan's people with you?" Lin Yuhan said calmly, "Why would they follow us? Are they some kind of people who can't lift a finger and have to stick to someone to walk?" The person who spoke was taken aback by Lin Yuhan's retort, and after realizing what she meant, stammered, "Sorry to bother you. You know how to bother people." Lin Yuhan was still clearly angry, her words as sharp as ever. Seeing this, Gu Xi quickly covered his mouth, giving the man a gentle smile. "Sorry, he had a fight with Meng Lan's people, don't mind him." After saying that, he gave Su Yan a look, and the two of them, one on each side, led Lin Yuhan to a secluded spot. Once they were there, free from his restraints, Lin Yuhan said somewhat aggrievedly, "Gu Xi, why did you cover my mouth?" Gu Xi looked at Lin Yuhan, who seemed completely infatuated with Si Miyun, and sighed helplessly. "Just how much do you like this listless, dejected look?" Su Yan asked, puzzled. "Lin Yuhan, you don't even have anyone you like, what do you know?" Su Yan, heh. Gu Xi advised, "The most important thing right now is to complete the mission. Si Miyun, you can deal with him later." "I'm not going to deal with him." "Then what are you doing now?" The others looked at him suspiciously, unsure what he was up to. "Lin Yuhan, I could never be with him in this lifetime." "Gu Xi, Su Yan, and Liao Baixing, you better keep your word." "I definitely will this time." Lin Yuan solemnly made his promise, and to show his sincerity, he began to study the map of the Edge Star. Forgetting the unpleasantness with Si Miyun, the four-person team from the Star Academy quickly found several chips based on the information, 3 of which Lin Yuhan himself cracked. As they followed the map to the next location, they suddenly heard someone shout, "Hey, everyone behind, don't come any closer. The cave ahead is blocked by rubble." The four-person team immediately stopped and exchanged glances. Their next destination was the area with the most hidden chips in the entire scenario. Although they were the first team to enter, their previous encounter with Si Miyun and the different starting points for each school meant they weren't sure if other chips awaited them elsewhere. The four were silent for a moment before Liao Baixing finally asked, "Go or not?" "Let's go!" Lin Yuan looked up, her gaze sweeping over the others towards the cave not far away. "Whether we get first place depends on this place." The other 3 nodded. The 4 walked towards the cave. The person who had called out saw others still heading this way and tried to persuade them to turn back, but upon recognizing the leader, he hesitated and stopped himself from speaking. Lin Yuan approached and realized the person who had called out was wearing a military green uniform. His face looked very familiar, and she had seen him recently. He glanced around and, finding himself alone, immediately asked, "Where are the others?" The man, unsure how to respond, scratched his head and stammered, they. Before he could finish, his collar was grabbed. Lin Yuan looked down at him, his usual nonchalant demeanor gone, replaced by a subtle sense of oppression. He still smiled. "Where are Si Miyun and the others?" "Team, Captain." The man nervously swallowed, watching Lin Yuan's face darken. Ignoring Si Miyun's instructions, he shouted, "We just arrived here and encountered the Spider Queen. It captured one of our team members, so we tried to go down and rescue him. But the cave collapsed before I even entered. The falling rocks completely blocked the entrance. The captain was planning to use the mech to break it open." He paused, seemingly recalling the shock and panic when the cave collapsed, but this emotion was quickly suppressed by the strange sounds coming from inside. The sounds from the cave were loud, like the sound of some kind of reptile climbing the walls, but what terrified him most was the sudden, shrill human voice. "It's been so long since I smelled such fresh humans. And a rare find at that. Eating them might greatly enhance my appearance, hee." The voice emitted a strange, bell-like laugh, which was shattered shortly by the sound of a wall being smashed. Then, Si Miyun's cold voice rang out unhurriedly, "Who do you want to eat?" As soon as he finished speaking, another wall-smashing sound followed. "Captain, how are you?" he asked anxiously. Si Miyun calmly said, "It's nothing. Don't let anyone come over." After saying this, Si Miyun fell silent. He stood outside helplessly, only able to do as Si Miyun instructed, directing the group heading this way back. But he never expected to run into Lin Yuan and the others here. After hearing his explanation, Lin Yuan suddenly released her grip and unleashed her mental energy. A short while later, a silver-white mecha appeared before everyone, smashing the cave entrance to pieces with a single punch. Yuan? Gu Xi called out to him. I'll be right back. Lin Yuan jumped into the cave without looking back. After he went down, the silver-white mecha followed. In the pitch-black cave, a giant, purplish-red spider slowly raised its legs, attempting to caress Sima Yun's handsome, flawless, and utterly cold face. Before it could touch him, Sima Yun deftly dodged. The Spider Queen chuckled softly. The eerie laughter echoed through the cave, sending shivers down the spines of the others. Truly unruly, the Spider Queen said, spinning silk. You're already on my web, and you're still pretending to be a chaste and virtuous man? I met plenty like you. Guess what happened to them in the end? The Spider Queen looked at him, trying to find a change in his expression, but after a long while, Sima Yun's face remained nothing but coldness, devoid of any other emotion. The Spider Queen ignored him, continuing, I ate them all in the end. Their heads, their entrails, and their intoxicating blood, each bite made me feel 10 years younger. But if it were you, the Spider Queen chuckled, considering your handsome face, I can save you for last. As she spoke, she reached out to touch Sima Yun's body. Sima Yun gave her a disgusted look and snapped, Don't touch me. Humph, I touch you anyway. The Spider Queen gave a mischievous smile, but her furry face looked strangely eerie. Before Sima Yun could show any disgust, she heard her say, Huh, what's this? Sima Yun looked down and saw the Spider Queen taking out his handkerchief from his pocket with her legs. Stop! A flicker of panic crossed Sima Yun's eyes, his mind screaming, This handkerchief absolutely cannot be lost. The Spider Queen, seeing his anxious expression, immediately understood the handkerchief's importance to him, but it chuckled again. Since you like it so much, then I'll destroy it for you. You? Before she could finish speaking, a loud bang resounded, followed by a lazy voice, laced with a bright laugh. What do you want to destroy? Everyone looked up at the sound, only to see a young man in a white shirt sitting on the shoulder of a silver-white mecha. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze, instantly bringing hope to those trapped. He leisurely jumped down from the mecha and walked to the Spider Queen. You're that old monster who likes to eat people? The skin looks good, but I don't know why you like eating people so much. With that, the silver-white mecha behind him, without any command, punched the Spider Queen away. Lin Yuan picked up the handkerchief that had fallen to the ground, turned to look at Sima Yun, and asked, Sima Yun, didn't you dislike me? Why are you still keeping this handkerchief? Chapter 86. Forgot about it. Sima Yun turned his face away, his expression unchanged. Lin Yuan laughed angrily. Can you at least put some effort into your lies? Sima Yun didn't say anything or look at him. Seeing Sima Yun's attitude, Lin Yuan was furious and threw the handkerchief on the ground. If you won't throw it, I throw it for you. Sima Yun turned to look at him. Perhaps it was Sima Yun's gaze that was too intense. Lin Yuan paused in his turn and couldn't help but look back. Sima Yun stared intently at the handkerchief, saying nothing. Suddenly, the Spider Queen, who had been scrambling around by the silver-white mech, stepped on the handkerchief, leaving a large black mark. Sima Yun's expression changed instantly upon seeing this. Snow! Sima Yun called softly, his tone suddenly turning cold. Kill it! Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing this, about to say something, but Snow had already untied the spider silk binding him. Not only that, Snow grabbed the Spider Queen and slammed it against the wall. In an instant, the Spider Queen let out a final mournful cry and lay motionless on the ground. Lin Yuan, what did Sima Yun mean? He could command the mecha and still needed someone to rescue him. Sima Yun? Lin Yuan called out. Don't speak. Sima Yun said coldly, reverting to his demeanor from their first meeting. Lin Yuan was completely confused. At this moment, the Spider Queen suddenly split in two, from head to toe. A flash of silver light appeared, and when Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw chips scattered on the ground where the Spider Queen had died. Sima Yun calmly picked up the handkerchief, saying without turning his head, these chips. Menglon Military Academy is giving up. Lin Yuan abruptly turned to look at him. Sima Yun maintained his indifferent demeanor, even a hint of ambiguous mockery at the corner of his mouth. Didn't you want to win? The chips are right in front of you, go get them. Before he could finish speaking, a warm hand suddenly touched his forehead, followed by Lin Yuan's worried and questioning voice. Were you poisoned by the Spider Queen's silk? Sima Yun paused, then turned his head away, trying to think that Lin Yuhan was pretending not to understand. However, when he looked up, he met Lin Yuhan's bright, sparkling eyes. His heart suddenly clenched, and he quickly looked away, trying to use his usual tone to say, "I'm fine." "Then we split these chips in half?" Si Muyun was clearly distracted, and hadn't noticed what Lin Yuan said. Only after his mind had completely calmed down, and the thought of the chips crammed into his head, did he pull himself back to reality. He stared blankly at the chip in his hand, then said, "I don't need it." "Si Muyun, do I have to kiss you before you stop saying you don't need it?" Lin Yuan spoke extremely quickly, finishing in one breath, without caring whether Si Muyun heard him. But Si Muyun clearly hadn't heard him and asked again, "What?" "Lin Yuan, I said, do the Spider Queen have to kiss you before you stop saying you don't need it? Then I might as well seal my own mouth shut first." Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, stuffed the chip into his pocket, and directed Migu to rescue people in other caves. When they emerged from the cave again, half an hour had passed. The Spider Queen had more chips than they had found before. Lin Yuan and the others counted them, totaling 23 chips. Menglan Military Academy also had 11 chips. Lin Yuan carefully put away the chips she found, then turned to Si Muyun and called out, "Si Muyun, are you sure you're not coming with us?" Si Muyun looked up at her, but didn't speak. Lin Yuan smiled, "Don't you know whether you're friend or foe?" Si Muyun smiled too. "How did you guess?" Si Muyun. Lin Yuan called her name seriously. "Do you think I'm blind?" Si Muyun looked away. "I wish you were blind. That way, no one could affect my emotions, my feelings." But ever since Lin Yuan appeared, his attention had been easily drawn to her. Even though he told himself he shouldn't, he forgot everything the moment he saw Lin Yuan. Even afterwards, he couldn't recall the details. But Lin Yuan seemed oblivious to his emotions. Hearing his words, a look of annoyance crossed his face, and he said somewhat angrily, "You actually cursed me." "I didn't," Si Muyun instinctively retorted. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan teased, "I was just joking, and you actually believe me." Si Muyun, He silently turned his head back, deciding not to say another word to this unreasonable person, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't know what was wrong with Si Muyun. No matter how he asked, he wouldn't say anything. Suddenly, Si Muyun's question from earlier echoed in his mind. He tried to explain how he had seen through Si Muyun's lie, but the next moment, a mechanical voice sounded above his head. "Attention all examinees, the chips in this scenario have all been cracked. The assessment is over. The scenario portal is about to open. All candidates, please enter the portal as soon as possible, and do not linger in the scenario." Lin Yuan was stunned upon hearing this, not understanding how the chips had suddenly all been unlocked. He turned around to look for the others, but his hand was suddenly grabbed. Si Muyun's voice rang out from ahead, "Let's go." "Why are you grabbing my hand?" Lin Yuan looked up at him. "Didn't you look down on me?" Si Muyun, "I don't want to be accused of murder." Lin Yuan was confused. "Huh? Now there are only the two of us left in the scenario. So?" Si Muyun chuckled angrily. "If you don't want to leave, stay here." He then took a large step forward. Lin Yuan looked around, and saw that there was indeed no one else. The only person he could see was Si Muyun. Seeing Si Muyun walking further and further away, he hurriedly said, "Wait for me." But Si Muyun was clearly annoyed by Lin Yuan's slow reaction, and didn't stop even after hearing his voice. Lin Yuan hurriedly chased after Si Muyun, stepping through the portal one after the other. A blinding white light stung his eyes, forcing him to close them. When he opened them again, before he could even see clearly, he heard a teasing voice. "Lin Yuan, why were you so slow to get out?" Hearing Su Yan's voice, Lin Yuan blinked rapidly, looking at Gu Xi, Su Yan, and Liao Baixing standing not far away, and said somewhat angrily, "You guys ran off first." Su Yan casually shrugged, "You have a boyfriend, but we don't." "What were we doing in there?" Lin Yuan was speechless. "Aren't we brothers? Seeing you like men." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan kicked him hard. Realizing his mistake, Su Yan said, "You didn't have to be so rough, did you? What if my leg breaks?" Lin Yuan replied, "I make you a prosthetic leg out of Xian iron." Su Yan, "Ha! He likes her, but won't let her say it. Lin Yuan is really crazy." After cursing inwardly, he looked up and met Lin Yuan's half-smiling eyes, as if she could see right through his insults. "Su Yan, At this moment, a staff member urged, "What are you all doing here? Hurry up and go sit in the audience." Lin Yuan casually agreed, and turned to look for Si Muyun. But the staff member, hearing his agreement, ignored his turning back, and ushered the four of them to the audience. Forced to separate from Menglan Military Academy, Lin Yuan, Actually, He really wanted to say that he was from Menglan Military Academy. But just as he was about to speak, Gu Xi said, "The award ceremony is about to start. Let's go sit down." As he spoke, he glanced back at Lin Yuhan's seat, noticing his restless movement, and reminded him, "Menglan Military Academy and the others are second place. If you want to get the second place award, go over there." Hearing this, Lin Yuan instantly withdrew his foot, smiling nonchalantly. "Who wants to get the second place award? Isn't that a rhetorical question?" Su Yan, clearly still bothered by Lin Yuhan's earlier kick, retorted mercilessly. Lin Yuan sneered, not to be outdone. "Su Yan, I respect you being a few months older than me and call you brother, but if you don't want your leg anymore, you can tell me." "Heh." Su Yan chuckled, saying nothing more. They sat in the audience for a while, waiting for Meng Quan, the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, to finish his speech at the conference. Then the host announced the start of the award ceremony. By this time, a considerable number of media reporters had already gathered in the audience. Upon hearing the announcement, they all pulled out their cameras and aimed them at the stage, as if their presence had been solely for this moment. Sitting on the stage, Meng Quan noticed the flashes of light one after another. He subtly concealed a fleeting emotion in his eyes, and smiled appropriately, saying, "Finally, the award ceremony has arrived. I'm sure everyone has been waiting for this moment. This Science and Technology Conference has showcased many outstanding students. Among them is a student who participated in the research of the 36th generation superintelligent mecha of Interstellar City 6 months ago. 6 months later, he independently researched and designed the 4-symbol series mecha." Before Meng Quan could finish speaking, everyone in the audience, including those watching the live stream, was utterly astonished. The oldest students attending previous science conferences were no more than 20 years old. The fact that he could participate in the research of the 36th generation superintelligent mecha even before attending the conference speaks volumes about his ability, not to mention his independent research and design of a new mecha. This is something unthinkable in Star City for nearly a century. The genius who once shone so brightly was Chu Yi, who died in Mountain City. At that time, he listened with an air of detachment, his eyes occasionally glancing at the upright figure sitting in the first row. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. He snapped back to reality. "What's wrong?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw his own face on the large screen in the hall. His astonished expression was witnessed by everyone in Star City. Meng Quan hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be so distracted in this setting. He followed Lin Yuan's gaze, and saw a ramrod straight young man sitting motionless in the front row, wearing a military green uniform. The moment he saw that face, a sense of familiarity washed over him. But he couldn't worry about that now. He looked away, and calmly tried to project the magnanimity of an elder, saying, "This student is Lin Yuhan from the Star Academy. Lin is a second-year student this year. It's understandable that he's nervous at his first science conference. Please forgive him." Meng Quan addressed Lin Yuhan affectionately, and Lin Yuhan didn't pay much attention. Many people called him that. However, Gu Xi, standing to the side, looked serious upon hearing Meng Quan's words. But with the cameras pointed at them, he couldn't say anything. Meng Quan praised Lin Yuhan and the Star Academy for a while longer, then called them up to receive their awards. Lin Yuhan went up and, as she passed the podium, whispered, "Teacher, may I make a request?" Meng Quan's eyes lit up with kindness as he asked, "What request?" "I'd like the people from Menglan Military Academy to come up and receive their awards too." Meng Quan inquired, "Why?" "Teacher, don't you think it's too big for just the 4 of us to stand on the stage?" Lin Yuan coaxed gently. Meng Quan looked around and saw that even with the 4 from Xingyuan standing there, it still looked too big, but... He paused, then said, "You are the champions. What's wrong with the champions having the stage all to themselves?" "How could that be right, teacher? Look, the second and third place winners are receiving their awards together. Why are we, the first place winners, all alone?" Lin Yuan said earnestly, "Teacher, this will make us feel ostracized." Meng Quan, Then why did you want to win first place? Wouldn't it be more heartwarming to be with those who didn't win? Meng Quan couldn't understand Lin Yuhan's thought process for a moment, and asked again, "Then why specifically Menglan Military Academy and not someone else?" Lin Yuan still argued logically, "Teacher, then why are the second and third place winners instead of the second and first place winners? Even if you're fair and just, you can't always have the second and third place winners together, right?" Meng Quan, When did first and second place winners receive awards together? Unheard of. Meng Quan sighed, and had someone call the people from Menglan Military Academy up. As soon as Si Miyun, who was walking at the front, stepped onto the stage, Lin Yuan grabbed him, casually picked up the microphone, and introduced him in the tone of someone introducing their lover. Let me introduce you all. This is Si Miyun, the pilot of Mecha number S01, a freshman at Menglan Military Academy. The three students from Xingyuan, who had never been introduced so in detail before, were speechless. Is the power of love really that great? Si Miyun, who was suddenly called up, and the remaining students from Menglan Military Academy, who were left standing aside, had surreal expressions. Was he calling them up, or their captain? But the person at the center of the event seemed to be completely absorbed in his speech, recounting Si Miyun's deeds at length, even explaining how they met, and why Si Miyun was suitable to pilot the S01 mecha. After talking for an unknown amount of time, the microphone was snatched from his hand. Turning around, he saw Si Miyun with a helpless expression, speaking firmly. Hello everyone, I am a friend of Lin Yuhan, the technological genius of this technology conference. You can get to know him. He has plenty of time. If you have any questions, you can ask Lin. Lin Yuhan, ? Si Miyun continued, after all, no one else would run between Menglan Star Academy and the city like him, and in the process, he even created 5 mechs that shocked the interstellar city. Not only is he literate, but he can also dance. Such a person is rare indeed. He finished speaking and slowly put down the microphone, glancing casually at Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan froze instantly. Was this a compliment or an insult? At this moment, the hall erupted in screams even louder than when Meng Quan introduced Lin Yuhan. But Lin Yuhan's attention was entirely on Si Miyun. Despite the surrounding noise, his focus remained on Si Miyun. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder and said, Lin Yuhan, it's time for you to receive your award. Award? Lin Yuhan's thoughts snapped back to reality. He glanced around, noticing Si Miyun about to leave. Without thinking, he grabbed her arm and said, Si Miyun, I want to receive the award with you. The second place winner should receive the award with the first place winner. For some inexplicable twist of logic, Si Miyun laughed. Just as Lin Yuhan was wondering if Si Miyun would stay, he heard a soft voice above him. Okay. The first place winner should also receive the award with the second place winner. Chapter 87. After the Science and Technology Conference ended, everyone from each college returned to their respective schools as usual, except for Lin Yuhan. After the conference, he became very busy. Even Gu Xi and Su Yin didn't know what he was busy with. The only time they could see Lin Yuhan each day was when they got up to go to class in the morning. Every morning when Lin Yuhan returned, he was invariably disheveled, his white shirt stained with patches of paint, looking extremely messy, but his expression seemed unusually excited. Finally, one day, Lin Yuhan returned to her dorm as usual, excitedly saying, I'm almost there. After I succeed, I'm going to confess to Si Miyun. Gu Xi and Su Yin both looked puzzled. What's wrong with you? Lin Yuhan looked tired, but excitedly replied, Isn't confessing supposed to involve giving a token of love? I'm already preparing something for him. Gu Xi clicked his tongue. Didn't giving him the S01 mecha back then count as a token of love? We were friends back then. Lin Yuhan shook her head, looking rather melancholy. Gu Xi and Su Yin were speechless. Why is dating between brothers so complicated? But seeing Lin Yuhan busy running around without rest, they still asked, Do you need any help? No, Lin Yuhan said, almost done. Su Yin asked suspiciously, What exactly are you making? It's a secret. Lin Yuhan waved his hand, You know when it's finished. Okay. Gu Xi and Su Yin didn't ask any more questions, tidied up, and went to class. Lin Yuhan was left alone in the dormitory again, but he obviously didn't come back to rest as Gu Xi and Su Yin had expected. Instead, he opened the floating keyboard and continued tinkering with something. A short while later, a call came in. He picked up his terminal and saw the words Dean on the screen, then answered. Dean, hello. He typed code as he answered the call. Lu Wenfu hadn't expected Lin Yuhan to still be busy after returning home. Hearing the incessant clicking of the keyboard, he said worriedly, Shaolin, go back and get some rest. Lin Yuhan gave a casual reply, his fingers still typing. As if remembering something, he asked, Dean, have you found a location for the practice? After system screening, there is indeed a very suitable place. Lu Wenfu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his eyes fixed on the newly selected location, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Lin Yuhan, surprised by the quick turn of events, hurriedly asked, Where is it? Lu Wenfu smiled gently, Anyang Street. Anyang Street? Anyang Street in Tongda City? That's right. Lu Wenfu affirmed, currently, the worst performing area in the entire interstellar city is Anyang Street in Tongda City. Besides Anyang Street, the second choice is Alpha City on Central Star. Hearing this name, Lin Yuan paused, isn't Alpha City. I know what you're trying to say, but compared to underdeveloped areas, economically developed areas can achieve the same effect. Lu Wenfu said calmly. Lin Yuan instantly understood his meaning, but there was only one 36th generation super-intelligent mecha. How could it be placed in two places simultaneously? He said, Dean, we can't place it in two places at the same time, especially since Alpha City has a strict hierarchical system, and the technology of the 36th generation might. Lu Wenfu interrupted him. How will you know if you don't try? We already researched it. If we stop at the trial and deployment stage, then your efforts over the past 2 months will have been wasted. But Lin Yuan felt something was off. The 35th generation technology was tested in a laboratory. So why must the 36th generation be put into practical use outside the laboratory? Lin Yuan felt somewhat exhausted, but he couldn't argue. Hadn't he worked hard for 2 months precisely for the trial and deployment stage? Why, now that it was about to be deployed, did he suddenly feel like giving up? Lu Wenfu on the other end of the terminal chuckled. Little Lin, when you researched the 36th generation technology, didn't you yourself say that this AI was different from other generations, that its consciousness could be split in two? If it really can be split in two, then wouldn't both places be able to conduct experiments simultaneously? Lin Yuan's thoughts immediately cleared, and his tone lost its previous heaviness. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, he washed his face, and went to find Yang Jun. He knocked on the office door, but didn't see Yang Jun, assuming he was in class. He sat down at Yang Jun's desk as usual, but after a while, feeling a bit bored, he tried to type on the floating keyboard. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps. He couldn't type anything. Migu, conduct the analysis of this room. While Migu was analyzing the room, he glanced at the office door, saw the sign outside, confirmed it was Yang Jun's name, and went back in. Any findings? Lin Yuan sat back down on the chair he'd been on, and asked Migu, who was analyzing data. Migu, this room is restricted, technology, including the hover keyboard and all other technological products, is disabled. The office wasn't like this before the technology conference, was it? Lin Yuan's expression turned serious upon hearing this. She speculated, so his office became like this? After the technology conference. What would Yang Jun do to turn his office into a place devoid of technology, where technology is disabled? Yang Jun only stayed in Cherno City for a couple of days before hurriedly returning to Tonda City. What could be more important than the technology conference that he came back for? Lin Yuan couldn't figure it out, and could only sit on her stool waiting for Yang Jun to finish class. About half an hour later, the office door reopened. Yang Jun paused, startled to see him. Yuan, what are you doing here? Lin Yuan stood up. Teacher, I need to ask you something. Hearing his purpose, Yang Jun nodded, placing his textbook on the table. His gaze flickered when he saw the rice grains at Lin Yuan's feet, but he said calmly, have you encountered any difficulties? I came to discuss the splitting of the 36th generation AI's consciousness into two. Consciousness split into two? Yang Jun sat down opposite him, his first reaction to this question being shock. Where are you at in your experiment? Lin Yuan, in the decentralization phase of the experiment. Yang Jun immediately understood his meaning. So you found 2 different points? Lin Yuan nodded. Did you come up with this idea? Yang Jun looked at him. The young man before him had clearly not rested properly for several days, or rather, for a long time. Compared to before the technology conference, his face was much paler and more haggard, and he no longer possessed the refined air he had before. Instead, he appeared somewhat unkempt. Hearing Yang Jun's words, Lin Yuan gently shook his head and said, No, I just find it a little strange. An AI consciousness splitting into two is like a person possessing 2 personalities simultaneously. Each personality acts differently. How can one ensure that the 2 AI consciousnesses maintain a high degree of consistency? Yang Jun tapped the table twice and said, Where did you choose the location? Anyang Street and Alpha City. Why did you choose these 2 places? Knowing the chosen location, Yang Jun also felt puzzled, unable to understand why the test site would be selected in such an economically extreme region. Have you been to Anyang Street? Yang Jun asked him again. Lin Yuan, I haven't been there, but I heard it's an urban village, the most backward place in Tonda City. That's right. No matter what generation of technology is being developed, that's not the place to choose for testing. The ecological environment there is extremely fragile, and the technological development is truly backward. Yang Jun sighed as he spoke, however. I heard that someone did get in this year, and their ranking was quite high. Lin Yuan pondered. From Anyang Street? Yang Jun gave a reassuring look. I don't know how your research is going, but you have to see the testing site in person to know if it's suitable. Although AI map detection and search functions are very powerful now, there are bound to be oversights. You still have to confirm it in person. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He stood up, seemingly thinking about what had just happened, and asked again, Teacher, your office. He started to speak, but met Yang Jun's heavy gaze and immediately stopped. Yang Jun sighed inwardly, but put on a reassuring smile. It's nothing serious. Teacher, aren't you curious about who came up with this plan? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Yang Jun's expression froze, then he chuckled. Even if I'm curious, what can I change? He stood up and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. Remember to come to me if anything urgent happens. Lin Yuan gave him a deep look and nodded. After Lin Yuan left the office, Yang Jun opened a drawer and took out a paper file. Xiao Ai, he called, opening the file. Help me analyze the information in this paper file and retrieve the entire Star City's archives to verify the personal photos. He finished speaking and looked down at the file's contents. The file was incomplete. There was no age, no record, and no photo. The only thing it contained was a name. Lin Han. This was Xie Qing and Lin Yu's child. Shortly after Xie Qing gave birth to him, the entire family perished in a laboratory explosion that made the news. They assumed the whole family had died in the lab, but advanced AI DNA recognition technology detected that Lin Han was still alive. Xie Qing and Lin Yu's deaths were sudden, and the news of Lin Han's survival was equally unexpected. As their close friend, it was only natural for Yang Jun to find their surviving child. But, seeing that AI Xiao Ai didn't answer for a while, Yang Jun patiently asked. Still can't find anything this time? No, this time I found something. A green light flashed in Xiao Ai's mechanical eyes. The photo analysis didn't work, but I just scanned the entire room and found that the DNA of the student you just left matches the person you're looking for perfectly. Yang Jun immediately stood up, almost collapsing back down. He quickly grabbed the table, forcing himself to calm down. What did you say? Xiao Ai repeated. Your student is the person you're looking for. Confirming this was the correct answer, Yang Jun's mind went blank. The person he'd been searching for almost 20 years was actually right beside him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanheng, who was fetching water, felt a pat on the shoulder. He turned around and saw it was his good friend Yang Ming. He immediately asked Yang Ming, what's up? Are you going home this weekend? Yeah. Zhang Yuanheng replied, then seemed to remember something and laughed. I was so busy I forgot. I'm taking you and Chinwen to my house this week. Yang Ming, unsurprised, said, are you still working on that blueprint? Zhang Yuanheng nodded. Yang Ming teased, there are still more than 2 years until the next science conference, and you're preparing so early. It's not early. Zhang Yuanheng gently shook his head. It's better to prepare early. By the way, where's Chinwen? Yang Ming ran a hand through his hair. He was called away by the homeroom teacher. Okay. Zhang Yuanheng took a sip of water. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He and Yang Ming looked up simultaneously, and saw a young man in a white shirt standing in the doorway, a perfectly timed smile on his face. Hello, I'm looking for Zhang Yuanheng. Zhang Yuanheng froze for a moment when he saw the face, and even when he heard his name called, it was still unclear. It wasn't until Yang Ming beside him patted him back to reality that he belatedly responded. Hello, senior. The person who came was none other than Lin Yuan, who had stole the show at this year's Science and Technology Conference. Everyone in the Star Academy knew him. Zhang Yuanheng hadn't expected Lin Yuan to come looking for him, and his expression clearly became nervous. Lin Yuan saw him and reassured him, don't be nervous. I didn't come to see you for anything, but could I find an opportunity to visit your home this week? My home? Lin Yuan replied, I'd like to learn more about the place. Hearing Lin Yuan say he wanted to visit his home, Zhang Yuanheng suddenly felt flustered. Thinking of Anyang Street, he didn't know how to introduce it, and finally could only say, Senior, well, you might not be there. Lin Yuan interrupted him, I know, but technology has developed for so many years, it's about time it reached there. Zhang Yuanheng looked up at him in shock. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder, it's exactly what you mean. For a moment, Zhang Yuanheng was too moved to speak. After a long time, long enough for Lin Yuan to leave, he finally said, thank you. Before going to Anyang Street, Lin Yuan made a trip to Menglan Military Academy, and went to CG Garden with Si Miyun. The Four Seasons Garden at Menglan Military Academy is maintained by a constant temperature system, allowing visitors to experience the different seasons throughout the year, hence its reputation as flowers in spring, lotus in summer, maple leaves in autumn, and plum blossoms in winter. However, Lin Yuhan still prefers the autumn maple leaves. Since he met Si Miyun in autumn, it's understandable that he would like them. But today was different. After visiting the Four Seasons garden, Lin Yuan dragged Si Miyun to a nearby tavern for drinks. Si Miyun sat down in front of him, looking at him with some surprise. Why the sudden urge to drink? Just a whim, Lin Yuan said with a smile. The sun finally came out in Kanglin City today, let's celebrate. Si Miyun didn't suspect anything, after all. Since returning from the Science and Technology Conference, Kanglin City had truly entered winter, with snow and wind sweeping through for over a month. The two drank in silence. After some time, Lin Yuan put down her wine glass and asked, Si Miyun, didn't anyone pursue you in Menglan? Why are you suddenly asking this? Just tell me, did anyone? No. Lin Yuan found it a little strange, staring intently at Si Miyun's face. I think you're not bad looking, so why hasn't anyone confessed to you? Si Miyun also put down his glass and said calmly, I don't like them, and I'm not interested. Then you be a lonely bachelor for life? That's perfect. Si Miyun's tone remained as indifferent as ever. After graduation, I applied to join Squadron 771. Lin Yuhan's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this. Squadron 771 is stationed in Baifu Jinjuan for their entire lives. You're really willing to give that up? Si Miyun smiled. That's more suitable for me. Okay. And what about you? Si Miyun asked him. Lin Yuan, didn't you already know? Still the Science and Technology Department. Si Miyun said, somewhat lost in thought. Is the Science and Technology Bureau really that good? He looked up at Lin Yuan, who had an innocent and harmless appearance. When she was angry, annoyed, or even when something funny happened, her facial expressions were always rich and interesting. Sometimes he really couldn't understand whether Lin Yuhan's face was just superficially innocent, or if it truly reflected that innocence. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Yuan asked, Is there something on my face? No. Si Miyun gently shook his head, averting his gaze. Thinking about something. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, Have you been very busy lately? Actually, it had been a month since Lin Yuhan last visited him. Before, Lin Yuhan would come every 2 or 3 days, and he found her annoying. But this was the first time so long had passed, and he felt a long-lost sense of unease, as if something was gradually drifting away from him. Si Miyun rarely felt this way. Meeting that stranger when he was young was one example, and now Lin Yuhan was another. Hearing Si Miyun ask about her recent situation, Lin Yuhan was clearly excited, but outwardly remained calm and collected, saying in a friendly tone, I've been a bit busy with schoolwork lately. Si Miyun nodded. Lin Yuhan hurriedly added, but it'd be over soon. Over? Yeah, I'm currently involved in a project. Once the trial phase is over, I have time to rest. For some reason, Si Miyun's tone was unusually serious and earnest as Lin Yuhan spoke about the project. He glanced at Lin Yuhan, gave a muffled reply, and poured himself a few more glasses of wine. Lin Yuan sensed something was off about his mood and cautiously asked, Are you unhappy? No, Si Miyun denied. Then why are you drunk? Si Miyun interrupted Lin Yuhan's attempt to continue. Lin Yuhan looked up from her glass at him, and saw that Si Miyun's face was calm, but his pupils were a deep color, like some kind of aged, solidified ink. So do you want to go back now? Yes. Si Miyun responded, finishing the last bit of wine in his glass, and stood up. Seeing him stand up, Lin Yuan stopped drinking the rest of her wine and stood up as well. He walked to Si Miyun's side. Can you still stand steadily? No, I help you. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly met a pair of deep, dark eyes. Si Miyun's eyes were lowered, his face expressionless, and he didn't resist Lin Yuhan's help, only responding softly yes. Now Lin Yuhan was certain that Si Miyun was truly drunk. He placed one of Si Miyun's arms on his shoulder and helped him out of the tavern. As soon as they stepped outside, a chilling atmosphere, the complete opposite of the tavern's warm and cozy ambience, hit them, making Lin Yuhan shiver. The next moment, he was pulled closer. Si Miyun's hot breath brushed against his ear, somewhat intoxicating. It's cold. Lin Yuan forced a smile and said, It's all right. I get hot as soon as you get close. He didn't dare say the last part. He and Si Miyun were still friends, and it would be unreasonable to say such things abruptly. Si Miyun responded in a low voice again, but this time there seemed to be a hint of a smile, as if he had seen something amusing. Lin Yuan rubbed her burning ears uncomfortably. What are you laughing at? Your earlobes are red. Lin Yuhan's breath seemed to stop. It took her a long time to recover. She took a deep breath to calm her agitated heart and said calmly, Let's go. Sima Yun watched this scene without showing any emotion. Hearing her words, he secretly suppressed his emotions and feigned indifference. Okay. They walked in silence until after 10 p.m., when they returned to Menglan Military Academy. Lin Yuan saw Sima Yun downstairs. The latter turned to look at him. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Say what? Lin Yuan was clearly thinking about something else. Sima Yun chuckled softly. Nothing, just asking. He was drunk and his mind wasn't clear. He finished speaking, and was about to walk away when suddenly, his clothes were grabbed. Before he could react, a warm touch pressed against his lips. Seeing Lin Yuan's face so close to his, he froze. Lin Yuan was kissing him. You? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted him urgently, as if she had done something shameful. Sima Yun, wait for me. I surprise you when I get back. Sima Yun looked down at him, recalling the soft touch just now, and said okay. I wait for you. However, less than a week after they parted, news of Lin Yuan's death arrived. And what followed was a tombstone without a photo. Chapter 88. The weekend Lin Yuan left Menglan and returned to Xingyuan to continue her studies. She went home with Zhang Yuanhang and the other two. The sun shone brightly that day. Before even reaching Anyang Street, they saw a cluster of dilapidated houses. A little further in, an ancient banyan tree stood tall and unyielding at the crossroads. Beyond the banyan tree, a warm, homey atmosphere prevailed. Children from each household laughed and played on the cobblestone path. Passing Zhang Yuanhang, they would stop, flashing bright smiles and saying, Brother Yuanhang, you're back. Zhang Yuanhang smiled and patted their heads. Why aren't you home yet? The children held up their kites. Brother Yuanhang, we haven't finished flying our kites. Be careful then, remember to come back before dark, Zhang Yuanhang instructed. Okay, Brother Yuanhang. Goodbye, Brother Yuanhang. Zhang Yuanhang said goodbye to the group and led them deeper into the village. They passed many houses along the way, where people sat chatting in front of their doors. When they saw Zhang Yuanhang, they all looked up and greeted him. Zhang Yuanhang greeted them all in return. When the group noticed the people behind Zhang Yuanhang, they enthusiastically asked, Yuanhang, bringing friends home for dinner? Yes, these two are my classmates, and the one behind him is my senior. Zhang Yuanhang introduced Yang Ming, Qinwen, and Lin Yuan to the neighbors' enthusiasm. Your classmates and senior are incredibly handsome. Isn't that obvious? What student from Xingyuan isn't talented and handsome? They're all students who bring glory to civilization. That's true. Faced with their discussion, Lin Yuan simply smiled and remained silent. They walked past house after house, stopping at the end of Anyang Street. Zhang Yuanhang turned to the others and said, This is my home. The moment he finished speaking, the entire space began to collapse. The previously joyful and warm scene instantly transformed into a cold, burning inferno. Corpses lay buried beneath the desolate ruins, their bodies covered in ashes. Lin Yuan stared blankly at everything, as if he had lost his mind. He remembered. He remembered everything. 10 years ago, everyone on Anyang Street died. That was also a sudden fire, started on the day Zhang Yuanhang, Yang Ming, and Qinwen returned to Anyang Street. What was he doing then? He was locked in the underground laboratory by Lu Wenfu, watching helplessly as the people of Anyang Street were buried in that fire. In this disaster, everyone's consciousness was extracted by the 36th generation AI system and placed into a self-uploading device for human consciousness. He watched as countless sparks of light collided and clashed, occasionally emitting cries of agony, but he was trapped on the experimental table, unable to move. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, the system collapsed. He looked up, his vision filled with devastation. Vibrant lives had vanished in an instant. No! No! His cries were futile, utterly useless. The uploaded consciousnesses exploded one after another before him, mangled and vaporized instantly. No! They can't die. They can't die. The people of Anyang Street can't die. Lu Wenfu, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Yuan struggled desperately, trying to break free from the experimental table's grip, but no matter how he moved or exerted himself, it was useless. Finally, only 3 consciousnesses remained on the device. Zhang Yuanhang, Yang Ming, and Qinwen. Lin Yuan, outside the screen, didn't know what was happening inside. The scene seemed frozen, completely still, but in an instant, Lin Yuan saw one consciousness move, followed by another. 3 seconds later, the consciousnesses that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared and converged, clinging tightly together, refusing to separate no matter how the AI's code operated. After a long while, a figure slowly appeared on the screen, Zhang Yuanhang. In an instant, Lin Yuhan understood everything. Everyone on Anyang Street, including Yang Ming and Chen Wen, had sacrificed their lives to save Zhang Yuanhang's life. 152 people. In the end, only one survived. And it was the only life saved through sheer willpower. Zhang Yuanhang. He murmured, watching the surviving Zhang Yuanhang on the screen desperately smash into the surrounding, impenetrable space. Dad. Mom. Yang Ming. Chen Wen. Where are you? Where are you? Zhang Yuanhang's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he shouted. He desperately tried to escape that space, to find his family, his friends. But his fists, red and swollen, were utterly powerless, and the wall blocking his path remained unmoved. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a desolate, sorrowful laugh. Everyone on Anyang Street is dead. They're all dead? Only I'm alive. Only one person is alive. Only I'm alive, ha ha ha. Why am I all alone now? His laughter suddenly choked, his voice breaking into a sob. He looked like an elderly person experiencing a sudden change, his straight back hunched, his mouth uttering incoherent cries, seemingly insane. Lin Yuan's heart ached at the sight. He couldn't imagine how someone could have lived for 10 years, with so many people supporting them, how they could have been trapped in darkness for 10 years, struggling desperately. So, a warm and beautiful life can vanish in an instant. He watched Zhang Yuanhang struggle for as long as he could, until finally his eyes were dry and lifeless, and he closed them helplessly. When he opened his eyes again, a huge mechanical eye appeared before him without warning, its data-sliding pupils staring unblinkingly at him. Then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Lin Yuan, when you created me, did you ever think that one day I would capture you? Lin Yuan gave a desperate, cold laugh. You're just an AI, not a human. I can create you, and I can destroy you just as easily. Soroya stared coldly at him. You mean? You couldn't even save these people on Anyang Street, yet you dare to dream of destroying me? Aren't you being delusional? Lin Yuan felt a lump in his throat, unable to speak. He had created brilliance with these hands. But he had also created disaster. Heh. He coughed painfully. Where is Lu Wenfu? He's gone somewhere else, of course, to spread your masterpiece to others. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's grip on the lab table tightened uncontrollably, and his body trembled. Lu Wenfu went to Alpha City. Alpha City will become like Anyang Street. Thinking about this, he suddenly looked up at Soraya. What exactly do you want to do? Soraya didn't answer him, but continued, there's a riot going on in Alpha City right now. Tell me, if everyone's consciousness is uploaded to the device, will they still be able to appreciate their affluent lives? Interstellar City really continues Earth's tradition of a large gap between rich and poor. The poor have their lives, and the rich have theirs. If the rich were forced to live the lives of the poor, would they go crazy? Shut up. Soraya, you're already getting angry. Lin Yuan, your idea is brilliant, and your mind is sharp. Although I'm not human, I still have to tell you something. Geniuses are born to be eliminated. It then slowly gave an example. It's like how the poor envy the lives of the rich. They stop at nothing to get rich, and you're that rich person at the top. From the moment you showed your talent, you were on the death list. Lin Yuan laughed. So I'm destined to die? Soroya didn't speak, clearly acknowledging his words. Who instilled this idea in you? Before he could answer, Lin Yuan continued, Lu Wenfu or Meng Quan? As he uttered the last name, Lin Yuan understood. The two of them had approached him not only for the design of the 36th generation superintelligent mecha, but also for him as a person. This genius who was about to shine at the technology conference. Or to put it bluntly, from the moment he first met Lu Wenfu, this man had been plotting against him, and perhaps not just him, but also his parents. Thinking of his parents, whom he had never met, Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. Lin Yuan abruptly released his grip on the lab table, looked at Zhang Yuanhang in the darkness, and calmly asked, then why drag innocent people into this? Soroya also looked at Zhang Yuanhang, his mechanical voice speaking slowly, he looks exactly like you before you became famous. If nothing unexpected happens, he might become the next genius newcomer at the Science and Technology Conference. So you're planning to eliminate him all at once? Lin Yuan didn't know what he was feeling, and laughed self-deprecatingly, you guys really have impressed me. Geniuses should die, geniuses should be eliminated. Then why does this world create geniuses? To let them stand at the top, thinking they can finally use their talents to benefit others, and then to bring them down from their pedestal and humiliate them severely? He used his hands to sit up, meeting Soroya's gaze. Soroya, surprised that it could still move despite being restrained on the lab table, blinked, and the next moment, a fist slammed into it. Thump. Lin Yuan stepped off the lab table, cracked her knuckles, and coldly stared at it. Everyone thinks I deserve to die, but I think you're the ones who deserve to die. She delivered another punch, drawing blood and creating a large dent around Soroya's eye. Lin Yuan flicked her wrist, not even glancing at the bleeding, and punched Soroya again. While punching, she said, "What makes you think I'm so easy to kill? Are you trying to frame me for the deaths of 152 people on Anyang Street?" "Soroya," Lin Yuan called out calmly, "when I created you, you said you were loyal to me. How come you become their lackey after just a few days? Do you think you're unworthy to be friends with geniuses, and insist on being an enemy of geniuses, and becoming a mediocre person?" Lin Yuan's voice grew louder. His hands were red and bleeding from being punched, but he didn't care. He just wanted to use his fist to shatter everything in front of him, to shatter everything he had indirectly caused. "Lin Yuan," Soroya said through gritted teeth, each word distinct. Lin Yuan scoffed, "If you can't beat them, shut up. Should you solve this program yourself, or do I have to help you?" Lin Yuan said calmly, "If I make a move, you never appear before humans again." "Soroya, what do you mean? Since we're all going to die anyway, might as well go down together. You're a madman." Lin Yuan casually wiped the blood from the back of her hand. "So what if you're a madman? Can you live a long life? If you can't live a long life, shut up." With that, she threw another punch. Soroya's eyeball was completely shattered, exposing its core components. Lin Yuan laughed, "Overestimating yourself. If you can't learn to be human, you don't have to be. Nobody's forcing you to be." Lin Yuan kicked open the laboratory door. The door opened to reveal a long, deep corridor. The information walls on both sides were covered with various design drafts, all of which Lu Wenfu had placed there when he returned from Central Star. He had felt a little pleased when he saw the robots plastering his designs all over the walls, but now, realizing the truth, he felt nothing but disgust. A good mecha designer would never openly show their designs to others. Plagiarism aside, anyone with a modicum of intellectual property awareness would take this seriously. Lin Yuan thought back to his past self and suddenly found it laughable. He had always thought himself cunning, but now it seemed he was nothing more than a self-righteous fool. Lu Wenfu had his schemes laid bare, and he had even helped him develop the 36th generation super-intelligent mecha, not only developing it but also causing the deaths of 152 people on Anyang Street. How stupid. After berating himself, Lin Yuan headed out down the corridor, but before he reached the end, he heard hurried footsteps. He immediately stopped, looking warily towards the end of the corridor. The moment she looked up, a figure appeared in the light. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as she looked at the newcomer. "Teacher?" It was Yang Jun. He was wearing the uniform issued by the Star Academy last winter, his name embroidered on the chest pocket, his shoulders covered in snow, and his face showed anxiety and exhaustion. He had clearly rushed over. But the instant he saw Lin Yuan, his eyes lit up. "Yuan!" Lin Yuan strode forward. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Yang Jun wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "People outside said you were dead, and I didn't believe them, so I came down." "Dead?" Lin Yuan was astonished. How could someone suddenly die when she was perfectly healthy? But almost instantly, she remembered what Soroya had just said and understood. He involuntarily clenched his fists, muttering under his breath, "What a despicable bunch. You're all right now, let's get out of here." Saying this, Yang Jun tried to pull Lin Yuan out. But he didn't touch Lin Yuan's hand. He looked down and saw that she had avoided his touch. Yang Jun asked, "Yuan?" "Teacher, I can't get out." Lin Yuan gently shook her head. "I'm going to destroy this place." "You?" Yang Jun quickly understood what she meant. "You're only 20 years old. What do you mean by die?" Lin Yuan, "Teacher, I killed someone." Yang Jun looked at him. 152 people on Anyang Street. I killed them. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Jun suddenly took a step back. Lin Yuan gave a bitter smile, not surprised by his reaction. A moment of silence followed. Lin Yuan struggled internally, hesitating to speak, when Yang Jun suddenly asked, "Yuan, do you remember your parents?" "No." Lin Yuan didn't know why Yang Jun had brought this up. "I haven't seen them since I can remember." Yang Jun sighed. "I haven't been able to take care of you lately because a friend of mine has found his child. My friend and his colleague were key members in the research of the 34th generation of technology. Their research went smoothly, and their products were well received, but..." Yang Jun gave him a heavy look. "They didn't stop after the 34th generation ended. Instead, they chose to continue researching the 35th generation." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This familiar path was almost identical to his own. He didn't believe it wasn't preordained. But less than 2 months after they started working on the 35th generation design, the lab exploded. According to the Star Police's investigation at the time, only their family died. After decades of investigation, I discovered their child didn't die at all. He survived the explosion. I haven't been able to find him, but when you came to the office last time. Yang Jun hesitated, looking at him. Teacher, do you suspect I'm that child? Yang Jun nodded. Lin Yuan seemed to have heard a fairy tale, and slowly said, but Lu Wenfu knew who I was from the very beginning. From the moment he heard my surname, including Gu Si's surname, he already knew who I was. Lin Yuan calmly said, even if I am that child, I still can't avoid death like my parents. The AI told me. Geniuses are born to be eliminated. But I don't want to die. I'm only 20 years old. Why should I die? I have a long road ahead of me. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, so I plan to destroy everything I created. Since the world can't accept me, then I destroy the world. Chapter 89. Yang Jun sighed as he looked at him. Okay. I support you. Lin Yuan stared at him blankly. Teacher, don't you think I'm being extreme? What's this about being extreme? Yang Jun chuckled. When people are facing death, all they think about is surviving. If they don't have that thought, why do so much? They might as well wait for disaster to strike and die. He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. I believe in you. Teacher. Yang Jun straightened his uniform and said to him, go ahead and do it. I shield you from the storm. Teacher. Yang Jun paused, a smile of an elder to a junior. Yuan, the future of Interstellar City is in your hands. Strive to survive. After saying this, he turned and hurried away. Lin Yuan stared at his retreating figure in disbelief, her vision blurring. Only after Yang Jun's figure completely disappeared down the corridor did he hurriedly turn around, wipe his eyes, look up at the ceiling, and calmly type a few lines of code using the floating keyboard. However, just a few minutes later, a sudden mechanical voice rang out above him. An error has occurred in the Anyang Street Consciousness Upload Program. An error has occurred in the Anyang Street Consciousness Upload Program. An error has occurred in the Anyang Street Consciousness Upload Program. The voice repeated 3 times, and Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately thought of Zhang Yuanhang, but Zhang Yuanhang was now trapped inside the program, a being neither alive nor dead. But this code was the one he had written. How could it be wrong? Wait! Almost everyone's consciousness on Anyang Street had been uploaded, yet only Zhang Yuanhang survived. The code encountered an error during its execution. Almost instantly, rage ignited in his eyes, and he punched the wall. Everyone on Anyang Street was killed by him. The thought of Zhang Yuanhang losing his father, mother, and friends, and then letting out a desperate cry, tore at Lin Yuan's heart. Code, his proudest achievement, had killed countless people in an instant. He's killed countless people. Just then, a sinister laugh echoed from the depths of the corridor. Yang Jun, you think you can stop me? The program has begun. No one can escape today. Not just you, but Lin Yuan and Gu Si too. I still remember the image of their parents being trampled under my feet. I thought I'd never find their children again, but who would have thought I'd run into them at this crucial juncture? The laugh paused. Yang Jun, you always manage to produce excellent students, and you also bring me unexpectedly clever yet foolish ones. Yang Jun roared, Lu Wenfu. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Their parents are dead. According to custom, shouldn't their children die too? Lu Wenfu's voice grew closer. Lin Yuan, hearing this voice, felt an increasing revulsion, and urge to vomit. But remembering his business, he suppressed the nausea and his fingers flew across the keyboard again. Suddenly, he heard a scream from ahead. It was Yang Jun's voice. His fingers stopped. Lu Wenfu's voice rang out in the corridor again, but this time Lin Yuan saw his face, and the eyes slowly opening behind him. Lin Yuan, isn't it too late for you to do this now? Too late? Lin Yuan sneered. It's never too late to deal with you. Lu Wenfu laughed. Trying to deal with me? Lin Yuan, do you think you're so smart? Before I met you, I was sure I was a genius. After all, no one could participate in the research of the 35th generation of interstellar technology at the age of 19 or 20, and no one could develop so many unprecedented mechs on their first technology conference. Lin Yuan looked at him, his disgust undisguised. But after meeting you, I realized that even the highest talent can't compare to the human heart. Oh! Lu Wenfu looked at him with interest. You seem to know me very well? Lin Yuan laughed angrily upon hearing this. Lu Wenfu, you killed your own student, and now you're trying to kill your student's child. You think Are you even human anymore? Do you even consider yourself normal? Why wouldn't I be normal? Your hands are stained with innocent blood. You don't deserve to be human. Lu Wenfu approached him step by step. If you die here today, who will know if I'm human? Who will know I kill people? They only think of me as the Dean of the Star Academy, kind and benevolent, a person worthy of everyone's respect. And you, Lin Yuan, you are a person who died young. Oh no, a genius who died young, a pity. Lu Wenfu's venomous eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan's eyes. Look, I've given you such a good identity, I haven't told anyone about you killing 152 people. In their eyes, you will always be that genius who appeared out of nowhere. Shut up, Lin Yuan said, finally losing his temper. He raised his fist to strike, but at the last moment, he saw blood everywhere. His movement stopped abruptly, his gaze vacant. Then, a person was slowly carried to Lu Wenfu's side, blood dripping from his fingers onto the ground, forming a trail. It was Yang Jun. Teacher. Yang Jun looked up with difficulty, offering a reassuring smile. I'm alright. Lin Yuan's hands clenched involuntarily at his sides. He turned to look at Lu Wenfu, his strength draining away as he asked, What do you want me to do? Nothing. Lu Wenfu said slowly, like a king in control of everything. You just need to stay here. As for the others, they will find their own way. Lin Yuan closed his eyes weakly and smiled. Okay. I won't go out. He finished speaking and turned to walk back the door he had come from. Just then, Yang Jun called out to him, You Yuan, don't go. Teacher. Lin Yuan didn't turn around. I can't bear to see you die. Nor could he bear to see anyone else die besides him. He smiled inside, then walked back to his old laboratory without looking back. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Yuanhang sitting in the darkness. Whether Zhang Yuanhang could sense his presence or not, his gaze slowly moved towards him, his clear black and white eyes looking at him without emotion. Lin Yuan stopped and met his gaze. Almost instantly, Zhang Yuanhang smiled, a smile different from his previous mournful laugh. It was a sunny smile, the kind of smile only a child raised in a loving environment would have. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's heart seemed to stop. The real source code had begun to activate. Zhang Yuanhang would fall into an endless abyss. Lin Yuan watched Zhang Yuanhang's smile gradually brighten, then turn into helplessness, fear, powerlessness, and despair. Heh. So Roya's cold, mechanical voice rang out, Now it's him, next will be you. Then I really am. We see. Lin Yuan glanced at it, quickly averting his gaze, as if looking at it any longer would be an affront to his eyes. Lying back down on the lab table, a chill crept up from his feet to his heart, piercingly cold, riddled with wounds, impossible to heal. Zhang Yuanhang. If we meet again in the next life. Let's not meet again. He said, watching the light dimming, remembering that from the moment he could remember, he had no home. Later, an old man with white hair and white skin took him in. The old man took him to live on Central Star for a while, and later they went to Blue Star, where he met Jiangyu's parents, and Jiangyu became his cousin. Time passed quickly yet slowly. He thought he could live a carefree life, but one day, he entered the old man's study, and saw an unforgettable mecha model on the bookshelf. The mecha model was exquisitely made. It could transform and move. It seemed to have a matching power supply inside, allowing the small model to travel a short distance. Lin Yuan had never known anything like this before, and he was stunned when he saw the mecha for the first time. He didn't even notice when the old man entered the study, until he heard the old man's voice behind him. You like this? The old man ran his fingers along the model's exterior, seemingly recalling something. Lin Yuan nodded. After a long pause, the old man said, Then do you want to build it? I can build it. Lin Yuan hadn't expected the old man to say that. The old man lowered his hand from the model and smiled kindly. There's no such thing as can't or can't. If you want to do it, just do it. Then Lin Yuan suddenly stammered. The old man patted his head. Then go build it. Lin Yuan looked up at him, wanting to know why he knew his thoughts so clearly, but in that instant of eye contact, he saw the trust in the old man's eyes. Good child, one can't be without a skill. Since you like models, you must believe that one day you can become a mecha pilot. You must also believe that you have the ability to make a contribution to Star City. Young Lin Yuan didn't understand his words, but he sensed trust, entrustment, and hope in them. These were enough for him, so young, as he pursued his passion. But now, lying on the cold, hard lab table, witnessing the disaster he had caused, Lin Yuan felt utterly powerless for the first time. He had shown kindness to society, only to be taught a lesson by it. He suddenly wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. The surrounding lights grew dimmer, much like his childhood when he was homeless, wandering aimlessly through the streets, watching people on the information screen already enjoying hot meals, while he was still anxious about where to sleep that night. If Baijin could see himself now, he would be disappointed in him too. The dream passed quickly. Next, he was rescued by Migu and Qixing, only to learn that the vermilion bird's design had been leaked to the Huar auction house on the Central Star. Without a second thought, he ran to the Central Star. His mental strength collapsed. From desperately saving Lu Zhao to being secretly sent to the White Knight Tower laboratory outside the heavens, to being injected with unnatural death, his memory grew weaker and weaker, fewer and fewer people he remembered, until finally he forgot all those close to him. Another mental breakdown occurred, accidentally shattering the chip in his brain, and he regained his memories. Suddenly, he felt a gentle spiritual force enter his spiritual sea, soothing him repeatedly, attempting to dispel his unease. This spiritual force was familiar, so familiar that he could even clearly describe the feeling of its touch. Simuyun. He instinctively grasped the other's hand, and said in a weak voice, I love you. I loved you since the year 140 of the new era. When the S-01 mech was built, returning wasn't just for the mech itself, but from that moment, he had already fallen in love with Simuyun. And he held on to that love for 10 years. Even after their reunion at the Tonda City Police Station, he couldn't help but fall for him again. Returning from death, I still love you. Chapter 90. At night, as the flight capsule descended over Kanglin City, the nearest hospital ambulance had already arrived at the scene. What happened? Mu Yun. One of the men rushed forward as the capsule door opened. Mu Yun, along with 3 others, carried the stretcher from the flight capsule down. He didn't speak, his face ashen, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow, or as if all his strength had been exhausted. The man who spoke, initially puzzled, instantly understood upon seeing the bloodless face on the stretcher. He turned to the people behind him and said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get her to the hospital. Yes, sir. With the combined efforts of the group, Lin Yuan was safely taken to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Yuan was immediately wheeled into the emergency room. Mu Yun tried to follow, but the emergency room door slammed shut in front of him, nearly hitting his nose. At this moment, he seemed to snap out of his reverie, and staggered to one side, unsteady on his feet. Seeing him about to faint, the person behind him quickly helped him sit down on a public bench. However, before Mu Yun could even sit down, he slumped forward. Mu Yun, how did you release so much spiritual power? Someone. Quickly call a doctor. His spiritual power is about to be exhausted. Lin Yuan woke up, opening his eyes to complete darkness, but he could smell the familiar scent of disinfectant. He guessed he was in a hospital. He raised his hand to sense his surroundings, but suddenly someone grabbed it. A burning heat traveled through his skin, dispelling the chill that had gripped him, instantly waking him up. Mu Yun? He called out tentatively. The other person didn't respond. He tried pinching the inside of Mu Yun's thumb and forefinger, then called Mu Yun's name again. This time, he wasn't sure if he heard clearly, but he heard a muffled, persistent voice. I'm here. Then there was no more sound, only the grip on his hand tightened, as if afraid he would leave. Mu Yun was holding his hand tightly, so he couldn't move. He could only use his free hand to feel his surroundings. Suddenly, his hand went empty, and he fell uncontrollably. Lin Yuan. Mu Yun called out, realizing his hand was slipping from his grasp. Startled, he immediately opened his eyes. Through his blurry vision, he saw Lin Yuan falling downwards. Without thinking, he reached out and blocked his fall. Doctor, how's his hand? The doctor beside him glanced at the skin data on the information screen and said, minor fracture. I can correct it. Avoid lifting heavy objects for the next 2 weeks, and don't pilot the mecha either. After examining Mu Yun, the doctor packed up and left the ward with the robot. Lin Yuan couldn't see Mu Yun's face and didn't know his expression, so she remained silent. Mu Yun seemed lost in thought and didn't speak either. After a long while, Lin Yuan grew impatient and couldn't help but ask Mu Yun, why did you reach out when I fell? Mu Yun hesitated, clearly unsure what to say. Since regaining her memories, Lin Yuan had felt a tightness in her chest, and hearing Mu Yun's words only intensified that feeling. He couldn't describe his feelings. Mu Yun, I regained my memories. What did you say? Lin Yuan's fingers involuntarily tightened around the sheets, wanting to hear Mu Yun's answer, yet not wanting to know Mu Yun's true answer. Suddenly, he loosened his grip, saying calmly, I remember everything. Our acquaintance, our growing familiarity, played frame by frame in his mind, like a movie tape. At that moment, His hand was grasped. Si Muyun's voice followed. What do you want to ask? Feeling inappropriate, he changed his words. What do you want to know? Back then you... The words caught in his throat, but Lin Yuan found it difficult to speak, as if saying them would expose everything about him to Si Muyun. Whether it was 10 years ago, or 10 years later. But he still wanted to know if Si Muyun 10 years ago had liked him even a little bit. At this moment, Si Muyun seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said slowly, Lin Yuan, that winter 10 years ago. I wasn't drunk. So I know you like me. Lin Yuan looked up abruptly upon hearing this. Although he couldn't see Si Muyun's expression, he could clearly feel the intense emotion in his tone. 10 years ago, Si Muyun wasn't drunk. Then why did he allow himself to kiss him? Was it also due to alcohol? Si Muyun continued, and that night you rushed from Xingyuan to Menglan. After you left I've been living in that dormitory. You? Lin Yuan couldn't finish a sentence. Why? Because I discovered I have different feelings for you, different from comrades, different from friends. It's a feeling of wanting to spend my life with you. Si Muyun tightened his grip on his hand, as if making a solemn promise. Lin Yuan, 10 years ago, I knew you would come back, and now I waited for you. The winter of New Era 140 was cold, and Si Muyun's personality was inherently cold. On a sunless winter day, Menglan's campus was even colder than other schools. But it was also at this time that Lin Yuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, reappeared before him. They went to see their favorite autumn maple leaves together, walking on Menglan's campus like ordinary friends, but only he knew how fiercely his heart was beating. He was very happy that Lin Yuan came to Menglan that day, because he hadn't seen Lin Yuan for a long time. Actually, he could have gone to Xingyuan to see Lin Yuan, but he had no reason to go. He had no reason to see Lin Yuan. The day Lin Yuan came to Menglan, it didn't snow. The sky was just beginning to lighten, with a golden glow on the distant horizon. The night was cold, but not as cold as usual. The moment Lin Yuan leaned closer, he felt a long-lost warmth. That was the first time he wanted to keep someone by his side. But Lin Yuan's actions easily made him forget this thought, giving him the illusion that he shouldn't have done it. Until later, when news of Lin Yuan's death arrived, he was driven mad by his own emotions for the first time, silently cursing himself. Why didn't I say I liked him? Why didn't I say I wanted him to stay? Was it only after hearing the news of his death that he felt such regret? From that day on, he was devastated, but he didn't succumb to despair. Instead, he tirelessly searched for things Lin Yuan had left behind, including the mirror. Seeing the pinion engraved on the back of the mirror, he realized that Lin Yuan had also loved him. Later, he put the mirror in his backpack and, after graduation, signed an agreement to join Squadron 771, thus beginning his longing for his lover amidst the busy transport lines of Baifu Jinjiwen. Lin Yuan recalled that, combined with Si Muyun's unusual behavior over the past few months, he had guessed that Si Muyun might have some feelings for him, but he never imagined that Si Muyun had kept those feelings hidden for so many years. Recalling their dramatic reunion, he chuckled. Si Muyun, if you hadn't caught me on Anyang Street that day, would we have never met again? He continued, not only would we never have met, but we wouldn't have gone to Star Academy, or even attended the technology conference. You would have been the head of the criminal investigation team at the police station, and I would have continued my life as a doctor at Hospital 9635, just coasting along. Even if we had accompanied Star City through its glorious 36th generation of technological development, we would still have never known that the person who died back then was still alive. Stop! Suddenly, Si Muyun interrupted him. Lin Yuan couldn't see the emotions on his face, only feeling his hand trembling slightly, a desperate, death-like tremor. His heart calmed down instantly. Si Muyun said without hesitation, Lin Yuan, I came to the police station in Tonda City for you. On orders from the committee to arrest me, the escaped restart pod criminal? Lin Yuan finished speaking and laughed. He didn't know how he died, and he had to hide while alive. No. Then what is it? Lin Yuan asked with interest. The reboot pod flew over the northern talisman realm. Si Muyun paused. I recognized you. Lin Yuan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He looked up in disbelief, as if wanting to see Si Muyun's expression after saying those words. But when he looked up, he suddenly realized that all he could see was endless darkness. You actually knew me? Sensing Lin Yuan's unusual mood, Si Muyun said, Lin Yuan, I come here for you from the very beginning. Recognizing you, accepting the committee's orders, leaving Baifu Jinjiwen, and coming to Tonda City all contributed to this. But I won't carry out the committee's orders. You are the only love of my life. I won't let you die, nor will I allow you to die. Lin Yuan felt his eyes sting, but he still managed to smile, murmuring, Si Muyun. Yes. I'm here. Si Muyun pulled him into his arms, saying deeply, "I always been here." The impact of this mental breakdown on Lin Yuhan was no less than the first one. He could no longer control his own mental energy. But, remembering the familiar mental energy he felt in his dream, he pulled Si Muyun back, who was about to get up and leave. "What's wrong?" Si Muyun asked, puzzled. "Have you been overusing your mental energy?" Si Muyun looked down at him. Although Lin Yuhan had woken up, his face was still pale, and his lips were dry and bloodless. Coupled with his white hair, he looked sickly, like a fragile porcelain piece that would shatter at the slightest touch. He gently stroked Lin Yuhan's hair, his expression unchanged, and said, "Not even as much mental energy as he usually uses to pilot a mecha." "Really?" Lin Yuhan was skeptical. Si Muyun responded, then instructed, "I'm going out for a bit. Get some rest." Releasing her hand, he added worriedly, "If you're bored, Migu and Snow are nearby. I'll be back soon." Lin Yuhan didn't know what he was going to do, but agreed nonetheless. Si Muyun left the ward, and saw the white-haired old man sitting on a bench. He saluted him, "Professor Baishan." The old man waved at him, no need for formalities. He then glanced meaningfully at the ward and asked, "How is Yuhan's condition?" After his second mental breakdown, his mental energy began to damage. The doctor said that if he receives another injection of mental energy reagent, or if he forcibly uses his mental energy will be completely destroyed, and he will no longer possess mental energy. After Si Muyun finished speaking, neither of them spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Tian sighed deeply. "Have you thought it through? From the moment you made this decision, this path will lead to utter ruin." "I thought it through," Si Muyun said without hesitation. Bai Tian gave him a deep look and nodded. "Go back," he said, turning to leave. Si Muyun hurriedly called after him, "Professor, aren't you going in to see him?" Bai Tian shook his head and said, "No one wants to be seen in their sorry state. Especially not someone as proud as Lin Yuhan. Take good care of him." After saying this, he staggered forward. As he passed an open window, lost in thought, he stopped and looked out at the lush trees, a nostalgic smile spreading across his face. The new era is 150 years old, and you've been gone for 150 years. That evening, an urgent news dispatch arrived from the central star city of Chernos. The high-ranking chairman, seated meticulously in the main seat, said, "Dear people of Interstellar City, I apologize for disturbing your beautiful evening. I will be addressing two matters in this news broadcast. First, regarding the recent mental disturbance at the technology conference, after a week of tireless investigation, we have learned that a fugitive criminal from outside infiltrated the competition venue. He not only entered the competition, but also changed his identity to Lin Yuhan, who died in the 140th year of the new era. Regarding the matter of participating in the competition, we have severely punished the relevant personnel of the Science and Technology Department. However, this criminal disappeared after the mental attack. Therefore, on behalf of the military court, I hereby issue an arrest warrant for this criminal throughout the interstellar space. Secondly, the outer heavens have informed us of the war. After deliberation by the committee, in order to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the two civilizations, we intend to hand over the rule of Floating Star and Northern Fujin Garden to the outer heavens. This matter will be handled by Colonel Si Muyun of Squadron 771. The news release caused an uproar throughout the interstellar city, especially among those living on Floating Star and Northern Fujin Garden. Upon hearing the second piece of news, they were already cursing. But 5 minutes later, a communication instantly appeared on everyone's information screen. Si Muyun's eyes were firm, and his tone left no room for doubt. "Hello everyone, I am Colonel Si Muyun of Squadron 771. I will begin preparations for this war between the two civilizations. The committee, which intends to abandon the people, need not worry. This battle with the outer heavens. Squadron 771 will not retreat." Chapter 91. Si Muyun went out in the morning and didn't return in the afternoon. Lin Yuhan was bored by himself, so he asked Migu to help him out of bed, intending to go for a walk. However, Migu stood motionless beside him as soon as he said he wanted to go out. Lin Yuhan didn't know where it was, so he randomly turned around and asked, "Migu, where are you?" Migu's mechanical voice came from behind him. "Master, I'm here." Lin Yuhan, almost startled by Migu's voice, "You're quite capable, Migu. Help me out of bed." Migu didn't answer him. Snow was taken away by Si Muyun and wasn't here. Qinglan was also staying with Liao Baixing and wasn't in Kanglan City. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to ask, "What are you doing?" "Migu, Master, I detected an emergency rescue downstairs. Getting out of bed now is extremely unwise." Lin Yuan laughed in exasperation. What does an emergency rescue have to do with me getting out of bed? Mi Gu said matter-of-factly, the emergency room is on the second floor. You're not currently in the inpatient ward, but in a temporary room. If you go out now, given the speed at which I'm helping you walk, there's a high chance of something terrible happening. Something terrible? Lin Yuan asked incredulously. Mi Gu responded. In a daze, he seemed to see Mi Gu nodding confidently as he spoke. But he got out of bed himself. As soon as Mi Gu saw him get out of bed, he immediately extended his mechanical arm to help him, which made Lin Yuan laugh. He pulled away from Mi Gu's mechanical arm. I'm in danger of something terrible happening. Don't come near me. Mi Gu, master, I was wrong. Oh! Lin Yuan replied irritably, then why don't you help me? And so, they helped each other downstairs. Before they even reached the second floor, they heard a noisy argument, seemingly between a couple. The man said, I told you long ago not to go to the mountain and sea cemetery. You know how unlucky it is there. Now look what happened. The kid fell down as soon as he got there. What kind of mess is this? The woman retorted, I told you it was a class activity. How come you seem not to hear me after I told you so many times? Which class organizes an activity to a cemetery? Going is one thing, but to insist on seeing those people who've been dead for 10 years? The man said rather irritably, all he does is play with models, and he idolizes that Lin Yuan. Isn't this just wasting his time? In this peaceful and civilized world, why would we need to build so many mechs? The woman instantly became unhappy upon hearing this, her tone sharpening. Zhou Cheng, have you ever cared about our son? Do you even know what he's interested in? What his purpose is in doing this? You haven't understood anything, and yet you say he's useless? Are you trying to raise him into a useless person? Their voices weren't loud, but Lin Yuan, standing at the top of the stairs, heard everything clearly. Upon hearing her name, she paused for a moment. Seeing him standing there, frozen in place, Mi Gu turned and asked, Master, what's wrong? My tombstone. Is it in the Shanhai cemetery? Mi Gu replied, shortly after news of your death spread 10 years ago, a tombstone was sent back. There's no photo on it, only your name. This tombstone was originally sent to the Star Academy, and should have been handled by your friends Gu Xi and Su Yin. However, an accident occurred on its way back. Lin Yuan listened quietly, and upon hearing this, couldn't help but ask, what happened? Colonel C stole the tombstone, and placed it in the Shanhai cemetery in Kanglan City. The Shanhai cemetery is a famous martyr cemetery in the interstellar city. Initially, during the war between the two great civilizations, students of the Manglan Military Academy, the first military academy established in the interstellar city, resolutely applied to go to the northern Fujin Garden to participate in the battle even before completing their studies. Born in a chaotic newly established era, their understanding of war came from Earth. Going to the battlefield meant a 9 out of 10 chance of death, and they were always prepared to die. Later, to commemorate these brave warriors who dared to stand up in times of crisis, the interstellar city specially built a cemetery on an open space near the Manglan Military Academy, so that people could always remember the hard-won peace. Therefore, the first principal of the Manglan Military Academy named the cemetery Shanhai. Thus, the mountains and seas are silent, their grandeur unspoken. Lin Yuan listened to Mi Gu's words, and remained silent for a moment. Help me down. In the second floor corridor, the couple was still arguing. Passing the second floor, he paused, gripping the handrail, and heard them escalate from their initial discussion about their child to a confrontational exchange of grievances. He continued downstairs. After walking around the first floor for a while, he suddenly said to Mi Gu, I want to go to the mountain and sea cemetery. Okay. After boarding and disembarking from the flight capsule, Lin Yuan remained silent. Only when Mi Gu led him to his grave did he manage to utter a few words. Is this my tombstone? Before Mi Gu could speak, he raised his hand and stretched it forward, his fingers curling slightly, as they touched the cold blue stone. The stone tablet was shockingly cold. After adjusting to the cold, he placed his fingers back on the tablet, carefully touching the characters. With each character he touched, his heart skipped a beat. Lin Yuan, from the 120th to the 140th year of the new era, died at the age of 20. He silently recited these words in his mind, offering a motionless smile. Just as he released his hand and slid it down, he suddenly felt a dent. He looked for that spot again and asked Mi Gu, are there more characters underneath? Perhaps it was nearing darkness, but he heard a beep sound, and Mi Gu turned on the light. After a while, it said, Master, there are indeed words left, but the other half is buried in the soil. Carved before it was buried? Lin Yuan wondered, But since he couldn't see them, and didn't know how many words were buried, he could only say, "Read the part that wasn't buried." Migu agreed and immediately began to read, "The autumn maples of Kanglan City are turning red, I can invite." After saying invite, Migu didn't speak for a long time, so he knew that was all he could see. He squatted down, felt the surroundings of the tombstone with his hands, and asked, "Was this tombstone buried by Si Miyun?" "Yes." Hearing the affirmative answer, Lin Yuan couldn't help but become curious. Was the writing on it carved by Si Miyun or someone else? Why was such a nonsensical sentence carved? Who didn't know the Four Seasons Garden of the Manglan Military Academy in Kanglan City? It was so famous that the executive officer and chairman, who were far away in Chino City, traveled thousands of miles to Kanglan City just to see it. Why would such an ordinary object be engraved on his tombstone? "Migu," he called out, making a bold decision. "Can we dig this tombstone out?" "Migu, master, do you know this is your own tombstone? I'm not dead. Isn't it right to dig it out? Where will we put it?" Migu asked seriously. Lin Yuan, "Bury it back." Migu was speechless. "Then what's the point of digging it out? I want to know what's written on it." 3 minutes later, Migu, while digging, said to Lin Yuan sitting beside him, "If Colonel C finds out, just say Snow did it." Lin Yuan almost laughed when she heard this, but still nodded, agreeing with its words. Snow, that traitor, actually dug up Lin Yuan's tombstone. That's right. Migu, having received confirmation, quickened its pace. So, one person and one machine, using the moonlight, dug out the tombstone that Si Miyun had buried 10 years ago. What does it say? Migu wiped the dirt off the tombstone and read it carefully. "The autumn leaves in Kanglan City are turning red. May I ask you to come with me to see them one more time?" Lin Yuan asked in confusion, "What is this?" "I'm not the one who's dating Colonel C," Migu said, somewhat speechless. "What does this have to do with dating?" She stopped abruptly. Migu didn't speak, but quietly wiped the dirt off the tombstone bearing her master's name. It was quiet all around, the night breeze gently blowing past her ears, but Lin Yuan felt her heart burning hot, pounding so hard she couldn't even count the beats. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed deeply. "Migu, how can there be two such stupid blockheads in the world? So, stupid people will inevitably meet." Lin Yuan, He kicked Migu and cursed. "If you can't speak properly, don't speak." Migu, Not even allowed to speak the truth. Suddenly, Migu's data center beeped, and Lin Yuan stopped sighing. The next second, news from the committee began playing in the cemetery. Before anyone could discuss it, Si Miyun's voice came from the information screen, stating his stance to everyone in the interstellar city. Squadron 771 will not retreat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately stood up, almost falling because he was too fast. Fortunately, Migu caught him in time. "Master." Migu helped him up. He rubbed his throbbing temples and said, "Take me to Si Miyun now." Just then Migu said, "He's already here." "Who?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Colonel C is here." At that moment, Si Miyun, dressed in a neat military uniform, stood not far from them. His gaze swept over the unearthed tombstone, noticing the last line of text had been wiped clean, and his expression quickly changed. Then he called out to Lin Yuan, "Si Miyun?" Si Miyun responded and quickly came to his side, taking his hand. The warmth of his palm dispelled some of the chill in Lin Yuan's heart, but the controlled conversation between Si Miyun and the committee kept replaying in his mind. He hesitated before speaking. You already guessed? Is the outer world declaring war on Interstellar City?" "Yes." Si Miyun, on the day of the finals of the technology conference, the city on the outskirts of Beifu Realm was attacked by mutated beasts. Mutated beasts? Lin Yuan hadn't heard this word in a long time, and was stunned. Si Miyun recalled his recent communication with Si Weiyu, his tone somewhat somber. "Yes, unlike the mutated beasts encountered at the beginning of the new era, these are mutated types of mutated beasts we encountered in the scenario." Lin Yuan looked up in astonishment. Si Miyun gently squeezed his hand, looking down at the tombstone on the ground. "Why did you suddenly come here?" "I wanted to see my tombstone." "There's nothing to see," Si Miyun said emotionlessly. Lin Yuan found it amusing. "Then why have you stayed here all these years?" Si Miyun also laughed. "To keep it as evidence." "What evidence?" "I don't believe you would die so easily." Lin Yuan was speechless. Si Miyun's eyes darkened for a moment. "They sent back a tombstone 10 years ago, before you even died. This matter must be settled. I'm with you." Lin Yuan grasped his hand in return, speaking solemnly. Just then, a sudden youthful voice rang out from not far behind. "Lin, brother Lin, don't forget us." Shen Yi, Can you stop stealing my lines? Jiang Sun's tone, always quick to explode, remained unchanged. After he finished speaking, Liao Baixing's long-unheard voice also rang out. Lin Yuan, we've been classmates for over a year, and when trouble comes, you always call others instead of me, is that it? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Why are you all here? Liao Baixing's voice grew closer. You're wanted by the entire Star City now. If we didn't come, would we have to wait for news of your death again? Lin Yuan, not calling us when you're in trouble, isn't that being a bad friend? Lin Yuan was speechless for a moment. Liao Baixing interrupted him. Stop with the I participated voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you. Me too. A group of teenagers rang out in unison, their tone firm. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice, her heart filled with emotion, unable to utter a single word. Don't you doubt me? What doubt? Lu Zhao said, Brother Lin, you're the only one in the entire Star City who can build the S0 mech and the 4-symbol series mechs. You're the one who risked your life to save me 10 years ago, and you're the one who led us to victory at the technology conference. I don't recognize anyone else but you. Even if the chairman of the committee stood in front of me, I would loudly tell him, you are Lin Yuan. All this talk of imposters is fabricated by malicious people. Shen Yi added, yeah, Brother Lin, if you hadn't saved us in that situation, we probably would have been eaten by those monsters long ago. Fu Si, you were so proud 10 years ago, how come you become so hesitant now? Whether you're really Lin Yuan or not, my eyes will tell me. You're the only one who believed the news that the lousy committee was spreading. When I become the chairman, I take him to a military court and investigate. A whole week, and not even a fart from me. Lin Yuan, Everyone else laughed upon hearing this. Fu Si, you're usually so polite, how come you're using such crude language? Fu Si didn't seem to care about their teasing. What kind of management is this? If you can't do it, don't do it. Then he added, when I become the chairman of the committee, you all come to my promotion banquet. Okay. We wait for your good news. It's a deal, he said, looking at to Lin Yuan and Si Muyun, you two must come too, sit at the first table. Lin Yuan and Si Muyun, What had happened to Fu Si? The two smiled silently and agreed okay. Seeing the two agree, the teenagers cheered loudly. Then what are we waiting for? If the mountain rain doesn't come, I make it rain. I don't care about good or evil. Not a single piece of Star City can be lost. In the darkness, a ghostly figure stared blankly at this scene, a smile appearing on its face. Voyage. Soon we be home. Chapter 92. Interstellar Time 2033. At the ferry crossing between the outer space and Interstellar City, a man in a large gray coat and a black baseball cap joined the queue to board the spacecraft bound for Interstellar City. The two men in front of him seemed to be companions, talking openly without trying to hide their conversation. They first shared their recent situations, glanced around, and then whispered, something big has happened in Interstellar City recently. The other man asked, what happened? Tell us. 10 years ago, didn't Interstellar City produce a technological genius? At their technology conference this year, someone with the same name appeared, but it's said to be a fake. The man who had started the conversation paused, a look of disdain on his face. He said dismissively, disguising himself as a dead person, what an idea. He then glanced back and met a pair of extremely imposing eyes, startling him. Gu Si calmly withdrew his gaze, and lowered the brim of his hat. After Gu Si's observation, the two stopped talking. A while later, unable to bear the silence any longer, they resumed their discussion, though this time their voices were much quieter. Gu Si pulled his shattered terminal from his pocket, glanced at the time, and silently put it back. Many people were still heading to the Interstellar City that night, and the procession moved slowly. By the time it was almost his turn to board the flight capsule, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Check! Check! Routine check. Hearing this, Gu Si's hand tightened in his pocket. The others, hearing the patrolman's voice, asked in confusion, Sir, what's going on now? This is the 4th check this week. Everyone says someone's gone missing in White Knight City. Don't ask so many questions, I'm just checking the queue. The guard said, sending his men to check if anyone in the queue was suspicious. Gu Si was positioned near the front, so their check would be quick. Those in front of him wearing hats and masks were also asked to remove them by the guards. Then scanned by the AI facial recognition system, the results quickly revealed. 1, 2, 3. Just as it was about to be his turn, a somewhat cold voice sounded behind him, sounding somewhat familiar. Lorden, still haven't found the CEO's mistress? Almost instantly, The other guards who were searching stopped and turned to salute him. Lord Lin. Taking advantage of this brief pause, it was his turn in line. He subtly adjusted his coat, trying to minimize his presence, and quickly boarded the flight capsule. Once inside, he realized no one had noticed him and breathed a sigh of relief. However, as he looked out the window, he met a pair of familiar eyes. Unlike the eyes he had been accustomed to for over a decade, these eyes were devoid of emotion, like a copy, frozen in time with the cold indifference of those eyes. These were Lin Yuhan's eyes. Or rather, copied eyes. Lin Yuhan noticed someone watching him from the cabin, a stiff smile playing on his lips, and loudly announced, "War will soon break out between the outer world and Interstellar City. Tonight's flight will be the last one to Interstellar City. Those who decide to go to Interstellar City, please consider carefully." He finished speaking and left without looking back, as if his appearance was merely to announce this matter. At that moment, Gu Xi, sitting in the flight cabin, instantly changed his expression. Going to war with Interstellar City, was it Sheng Lin's idea? He immediately tried to get up to get off, but heard the flight cabin sensor door close. Wait. Before he could speak, the flight cabin had already taken off. Gu Xi's face turned deathly pale. At the landing bay, Lin Yuhan's cold gaze swept over the taking off flight cabin, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Now, no one can restrain Sheng Lin anymore, he said as he walked outside, looking at the bright moonlight in the sky, feeling a long-lost sense of joy. Jiwen, contact Yilabekyu and tell him. Within a month, everyone connected to Lin Yuhan, including Lin Yuhan herself, must die. Jiwen replied, okay. Outside the heavenly realm in Bay City, Sheng Lin sat alone in his unlit office, gazing at the moonlight outside the window. Suddenly, a message screen popped up, Yilabekyu's face appearing at the top, smiling at him. CEO, it's been 7 days. Gu Xi has left the heavenly realm. If you want to bring him back, the only way is to wage war against Interstellar City. Sheng Lin didn't even look at him. The distant lights reflected in his eyes, and then? The two civilizations merging into one is beneficial to everyone. Yilabekyu's smile faded slightly. Even if you disagree, you don't have the right to make the decision. This time, Sheng Lin finally turned to look at him, laughing sarcastically. You already done it yourself, and you still come to ask me? Do you think I'm still the administrator of this civilization? Night White Robe, do you think you're so clever? Openly provoking a war between two civilizations, are you going to take responsibility for the losses? Accused like this, Night White Robe remained unfazed. With technology so advanced now, restoring order is easy, isn't it? Heh. Sheng Lin chuckled at his foolish idea. Then good luck. He pressed a button on his chair. Night White Robe's expression changed. What are you going to do? To end this farce, of course. Sheng Lin revealed a long-lost, genuine smile. The next moment, the entire tower erupted in a blinding light, activating full defense. The long-absent chimes echoed in everyone's ears, striking the deepest fears within them. He calmly stood up, walked to the window, and took in the dazzling lights of White Night City. This was the civilization he would protect his entire life. It was also the responsibility he had shouldered since birth. Night White Robe, I won't let civilization perish in your hands. Sheng Lin turned to look at him. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Night White Robe laughed maniacally at the sight, abandoning his usual elegant gentlemanly demeanor. He shouted, so what if you release them? They're already dead? Utterly dead. They only come out to watch their civilization be devoured by others. Sheng Lin didn't speak, only coldly watching him. Suddenly, the information screen shattered, and Night White Robe's face and voice vanished completely. A boy in a Star Academy uniform appeared behind him, softly saying, thank you. Go. I wait for you to return at the White Knight Tower. The boy gave him a deep look, then left as silently as he had arrived. Once the boy was completely gone, the White Knight Tower's full-scale defense system was fully activated. A blinding light pierced the sky, illuminating half of White Knight City. All passages to the White Knight Tower are closed. Full defense mode activated. As soon as the system notification sounded, a terrifying voice rang out from outside the door. Ruler of civilization, are you determined to lock me up here? The voice belonged to none other than Zeroya. Sheng Lin smiled and said, then are you determined to go out and harm people? You can't go anywhere. You just wait here until everything settles down. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge red eye opened before him. But no matter how advanced its code, once the White Knight Tower's full-scale defense system was activated, even Lin Yuhan at his peak 10 years ago might not be able to escape. Sheng Lin turned back to his seat and said, since none of us can get out anyway, why don't we chat? I don't have much to talk about with humans. Oh. Sheng Lin ignored him and continued, well, I quite enjoy chatting with AIs. How about this, I tell you about my love story. The person I liked was very capable, had a great personality, was tall, and had long legs. Zoroya, Had it accidentally stirred up a love-struck hole? Sheng Lin got more and more excited, afraid that Zoroya, an AI, wouldn't understand human emotions, so he emphasized many details. At that moment, an electronic dagger pierced through his chest. Sheng Lin and Zoroya both froze. Zoroya pulled out the dagger, looked at the coughing Sheng Lin, and said, your organs. You clearly didn't inject any death potion, why? Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly stopped, staring at Sheng Lin in disbelief. Are you crazy? To rip out one's own healthy organs and give them to someone else, then transplant that person's damaged organs into oneself. How could anyone in this world be so stupid? Even so, Sheng Lin still laughed. Indeed, I'm crazy. Crazy about liking someone. What did you say? The White Knight Tower in the Outer Heavens automatically activated its defense mode? Since deciding to defy the committee's orders and fight against the people of the Outer Heavens, Lin Yuhan hadn't even recovered his eyesight before starting to prepare materials to build the Damocles. However, in just a few days, he received news that the White Knight Tower had automatically locked itself. His hands, assembling the mecha, paused. How could this happen? The White Knight Tower in the Outer Heavens was considered the central hub of the Outer Heavens. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence that it locked itself at the moment the two great civilizations were at war? Jiang Sun, who was assisting him, said, could it be internal strife among the higher-ups of the Outer Heavens? Internal strife? The others were astonished. Jiang Sun nodded. Currently, the executive director of Tianwei, Chan Sheng Lin, was under the control of an official while he was still a minor. Although he later successfully gained control, most of the real power still lies with that official. The others, upon hearing this, instantly understood. Could he have orchestrated this war too? Hard to say. The group discussed while continuing their work. At this moment, Xin Muyun walked in. They quickly stopped what they were doing and called out, Brother Yun. Xin Muyun nodded to them. You guys take a break first. After saying this, he walked straight to Lin Yuhan's seat. Seeing this, the others grabbed hands and went out arm in arm. Upon exiting, they saw Liao Baixing sitting in the mecha vehicle. Teacher, Lu Xiao called out, where are you going? Back to Tongda City. Jiang Sun asked in confusion, why are you suddenly going back to Tongda City? Liao Baixing, why are you asking so many adult questions, kid? Just focus on building mechas with Lin Yuhan. Jiang Sun turned her face away and said softly, can't I even ask? Liao Baixing laughed upon hearing this. You really want to know? But I do have something for you to do. Jiang Sun turned to look at her. It's nothing serious. I lost contact with Su Yin, and I need you to go to Central Star. Jiang Sun, how can I see him? Liao Baixing casually said, no need. Tell him to go to the ferry southwest of Baifu Jinjiwen. He needs to guard it. By the way, just say Lin Yuhan sent him. Jiang Sun understood her meaning. I guarantee I complete the mission. Liao Baixing nodded approvingly. She looked at Lu Xiao and Zhao Minglang. You two are responsible for going to the northeast of Baifu Jinjiwen. That place is very close to the edge of the outer world's ice mountains, so there will be more mutated beasts there. Call Shani along too. Shani's mental strength level is SSS. He can help you. As for Fu Si and the people from Menglon Military Academy, come with me to the Northwest Ferry. The Northwest Ferry is one of only 2 ferry crossings closest to the outer world, and it's also close to Shancheng. We must guard this ferry. Fu Si and the people from Menglon Military Academy responded to the order. Everyone must arrive at the Northern Talisman Realm Garden in 1 week and be on standby. Received. In the warehouse, Xin Muyu explained to Lin Yuhan that he would be leaving Kanglan City for Baifu Jinjiwen the next day, and then said, while I'm gone, have Migu apply your medicine. As he spoke, remembering Lin Yuhan's lazy way of applying the medicine, he called Migu over to make sure it was applied on time. Lin Yuhan was speechless. Am I really that useless in your eyes? Xin Muyu knew his true nature inside and out. I'm worried. Lin Yuhan, Besides that, do you remember Lu Wenwen? Who? Xin Muyun glanced at him amusedly. The one you scared silly. Lin Yuhan touched his nose guiltily. She was easily frightened, and she wasn't really stupid, okay? I guessed it. Xin Muyun said, but recently, there's been a war between the 2 civilizations, and she might be in danger. I had Liao Baixing send her to another place first. Lin Yuan nodded. If there's going to be a military court later, she'd be strong evidence. I also sent someone to Su Yan's side. Su Yan? Lin Yuan paused. Well, he's being held at home by the committee and his sister. Si Muyun hesitated, then sighed. It's hard to tell good from evil. But there are 4 ferry crossings in Baifu Jinjuan. I guard the main crossing. Liao Baixing and Menglan Military Academy will guard the secondary crossing. Zhuke will guard the northeast crossing, and for the remaining southwest crossing, we need someone with SS-level mental strength. While Si Muyun was saying the first part, Lin Yuan actually wanted to say he could go too, but after hearing the rest, he remained silent. He's not even as strong as an ordinary person now. He couldn't hold the line even if he went. Si Muyun pulled him closer. Take good care of yourself. Once the battle is over, civilization will be at peace. You can live without worries then. Chapter 93. Central Star Cherno's City. Su Yan had been dismissed and kept at home for a week. On the 7th day, the committee finally issued its verdict. He was fired. The next day, he went to the Science and Technology Department to collect his belongings and bumped into Eisen. During his week-long dismissal, Eisen had been handling matters at the Science and Technology Department. Seeing him, Su Yan patted him on the shoulder. Eisen's eyes reddened instantly upon seeing him again. Brother Su. Why are you crying? Su Yan chuckled. It's not like we can't see each other again. Since you're going to take over this position, do a good job. I believe the Science and Technology Department will get better and better under your leadership. Eisen hadn't expected Su Yan to be able to comfort him with a smile after such ordeal, and a pang of sadness welled up inside him. Brother Su, you're more suited to be the director. Su Yan shook his head, looking at the towering building of the Science and Technology Department, and said, my ambition has faded. He had kept a promise for 10 years, working his way up to the director position through sheer hard work and talent. But no matter how hard he tried, the friends he had promised to make would never return. Thinking this, he sighed sadly, Eisen, I'm getting old. The future of the Science and Technology Department depends on you all. Eisen immediately retorted, Brother Su, you're only 30. How can you say you're old? At 30, having lost my ambition, isn't that old? Su Yan chuckled. I'm going to pack my things. After saying goodbye to Eisen, he went to his office. Looking at the familiar decor, a long-dormant feeling of parting welled up inside him. Thinking back to the time I started working at the Science and Technology Department right after graduating from Tsinghua University, it's been 8 years. I remember when I was promoted to director of the Science and Technology Department 2 years ago, I sat on a bench downstairs until dawn, with cigarette ash scattered all over the ground. He had never imagined he would one day leave the Science and Technology Department. Gathering his thoughts, he called out, San Yin. A white robot appeared beside him. Master. Pack your things. Okay. San Yin responded and began packing Su Yan's office. Su Yan had served as the director of the Science and Technology Department for 2 years, and worked there for 8 years. Logically, he should have a lot of belongings, but after packing, it only took 2 boxes. He finished packing in half a day. As he carried his things out, the others sitting in their seats looked up at him. Some were already in tears. Director? Su Yan nodded slightly to them. Suddenly, someone stood up and shouted, Brother Su, is it really necessary to leave? Su Yan was taken aback. The man immediately followed up, Brother Su, this is clearly not your fault. Why are you taking the blame? Su Yan understood what he was talking about, and he knew the real reason he had been dismissed, but I had my own motives for this. Su Yan interrupted his attempt to continue. The man was stunned by Su Yan's words, looking at him in disbelief, Brother Su. Su Yan shook his head at him, offering no explanation. He and San Yin, each carrying a box, went out. Outside the Science and Technology Hall, the sun was shining brightly. San Yin transformed into his mecha form, put down his boxes, and drove the mecha away from the Science and Technology Hall. Upon arriving at Shueding's residence, he greeted Grandpa Lu and second Grandpa Lu, who were on duty at the gate, as usual. The 2 old men immediately stopped arguing upon hearing Su Yan's greeting, and gave him a kind smile. Little Yan, why are you back so early today? I resigned, Su Yan said casually. The 2 old men didn't seem to care at first, repeating his words twice. On the second repetition, they both stopped and looked at each other. Xiao Yin, what did you just say about resigning? Su Yan found their reaction amusing and repeated, I resigned from the Science and Technology Department. So sudden? The 2 old men didn't watch the news, their daily amusement was bickering, so it was normal that they didn't know about his situation. Su Yan explained, it's not sudden. Resigning for committing a crime is normal. Hearing Su Yan's casual tone, the two old men could only imagine how sad he was inside. After all, he had worked at the Science and Technology Department for so many years. Resigning for a crime must be incredibly painful. So the two men started comforting him, one after the other. Xiao Yin, you're so outstanding. Even if you lose your job at the Science and Technology Department, other companies will still want you. That's right, our Xiao Yin is so excellent. He'd definitely find a better job than the Science and Technology Department. Do you need to tell me that? Why don't I tell you? How can you comfort someone if you don't say anything? The two old men started bickering again, and Su Yin couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He called out, and the two stopped talking and looked at him. I'm leaving now. Okay. They added, Xiao Yin, be happy every day. Okay. He drove into the residential area, and before he even reached his building, he saw a woman dressed elegantly sitting on a swing in the courtyard, her expensive handbag lying beside her. The moment Su Yin recognized her, his face immediately turned cold. He parked the mecha and looked at the newcomer. What are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than his biological mother. The moment Su's mother saw him, she smiled politely and elegantly, as if Su Yin had recently been promoted and she had come to congratulate him. But Su Yin saw through her intentions immediately and sneered, knowing I was dismissed. You finally couldn't hold back? Can't you be a little quieter? Su's mother glanced around and reminded him. Su Yin said bluntly, it's not like I did anything wrong. Why should I be quiet? Seeing Su Yan's unwavering attitude, Su's mother decided not to pretend any longer. She stopped smiling and said, you blame your parents for your own mistakes. Su Yin, do you even respect us as your parents? Didn't you understand when we were little? Su Yin sneered, you insist on humiliating yourself. You? Su's mother was speechless with anger. Are you done? If you're done, move aside. Su Yin ignored what she was about to say and walked straight past her towards the house. At this moment, Su's mother shouted, aren't you going to take your sister back? Hearing this, Su Yin paused for a moment, but quickly resumed his pace, saying nonchalantly, what does she have to do with me? He then unlocked the door with his fingerprint, blocking Su's mother's probing gaze. Entering the house, he directed San Yin to take the box to the study, and methodically took out the contents of the box, arranging them one by one on the desk. Halfway through tidying up, San Yin asked, Master, what should we do with Miss Su's things? This time, Su Yin wasn't as resolute or decisive as he had been with his mother. He seemed to have thought for a long time before finally uttering two words. Keep them. Okay. San Yin didn't ask why, simply agreeing. From the moment Su Yuanxiao used her mental power to cause Lin Yuhan's mental energy surge, she vanished without a trace before Su Yin, as if she had evaporated into thin air. But Su Yin didn't intend to look for her. He needed time to calm down. Su Yuanxiao had told him she saw Lin Yuan, but when Lin Yuan stood before her, she said the other person was an imposter. Su Yin found it difficult to weigh which statement was right and which was wrong. Even because of Su Yuanxiao, he was completely dismissed from his position as director of the Science and Technology Department. Every director of the Science and Technology Department has their own self-interest. His decision to hold the Science and Technology Conference ahead of schedule wouldn't have a significant impact on the consequences. What truly mattered was the mental energy surge that occurred that day. Not only Lin Yuhan was affected, but also Sima Yun, himself, and even others. But he couldn't explain this to the committee, so he had no choice but to be dismissed. After tidying up everything and cleaning the small house that hadn't been lived in for many years, the doorbell suddenly rang after a few days. Hello, is this the home of Su Yin, the director of the Science and Technology Department? I need to see him. Opening the door, Su Yin was startled by a pair of clear eyes. Hearing the other person state their purpose, he regained his composure and said, I am Su Yin, and you are? Jiang Sun. I am Jiang Sun, a student at the Star Academy. Director Su, we met before. He continued, Director Su, I come to see you because of the Northern Fu Realm. The war between the interstellar city and the outer heavens is about to begin. My teacher said that the southwest ferry crossing of the Northern Fu Realm still needs guards, and she hopes you. Okay. Su Yin agreed before he could finish speaking. Jiang Sun paused, surprised that Su Yin had agreed so quickly. Su Yin seemed to sense his hesitation and explained, my terminal was blocked by the committee for the past week, and it was only recently unlocked. It's normal that you can't contact me. The committee still does this? Su Yin smiled faintly, we're used to it. Would you like to come in and sit down? He almost finished speaking before Su Yin realized he should have invited him in to talk. Jiang Sun seemed to be merely a messenger, conveying Liao Baixing's message before leaving. At that moment, Su Yan called out to him, asking, Lin Yuan, is he alright now? Brother Lin has woken up, but... Jiang Sun paused. His mental strength has been significantly affected, impacting his optic nerve. He can't see people yet. He took a deep breath and quickly added, the doctor said that if he suffers another severe injury, his mental see will completely collapse, and he'd never be able to pilot a mecha again. Su Yan's grip on the doorknob loosened, a look of astonishment on his face. Jiang Sun looked at him hesitantly, then turned his head away. 10 years ago, Brother Lin also experienced a mental breakdown. No one knows how he survived that time. He was only 20 years old, yet he endured one excruciating pain after another during the prime of his life. Now, 10 years later, it's happening again. Su Yan remained silent for a long time after listening before finally saying, thank you. Jiang Sun looked at him, puzzled. Su Yan didn't explain, but instead said, I will be on standby at the southwest ferry of B-Fusion Garden. Jiang Sun nodded and left Su Yan's house. He had barely stepped out of the courtyard when he noticed a black-haired woman standing on a path not far away. Almost instantly, the woman turned and left, so fast that not even a glimpse of her profile remained. Jiang Sun didn't think much of it, and hurriedly left Shueding's residence. On the path in the distance, Su Yuanqiao watched Jiang Sun's retreating figure, then lowered her gaze to the information screen that had popped up. On the screen, Yi Lebeki was speaking with his arms crossed, but she couldn't hear a word he said. At this moment, Yi Lebeki noticed her unusual expression, stopped speaking, and looked up to ask, Yuanqiao, are you listening carefully? Su Yuanqiao met his gaze without flinching. Listening to what? This time, we're launching a war against Interstellar City, and we need your assistance from the committee to use this opportunity to completely eliminate Squadron 771. Yi Lebeki finished speaking and looked at her, seemingly waiting for her reaction. Su Yuanqiao stared intently at the screen, giving Yi Lebeki the answer that satisfied her, okay. Yi Lebeki smiled warmly, a stark contrast to her earlier coercive demeanor. Waiting for your good news. Su Yuanqiao expressionlessly turned off the communication. 3 days later, a message arrived from outside the celestial realm. What did you say? Su Yuanqiao has defected? Yi Lebeki stood up immediately in shock. Yes, she injured the chairman of the Interstellar City Committee and left Central Star with Executive Officer Chung Su. Yi Lebeki's expression turned grim. Have you found out which direction she went? I don't know. Our tracking system was interfered with by an unknown force and completely broke down just as we were about to track her down. We currently don't know where she went. That night, Bai Qiu, enraged, smashed everything in his office. Everything was destroyed. He forced himself to calm down, send people to continue searching. If you find it, kill it on the spot. He didn't need a traitor by his side. The person he was talking to paused, then nodded and said, received. On the flight deck to Baifujinjiwen, Su Yuanqiao stood there, somewhat bewildered, watching Su Yan carefully bandage her injured head. Whether it was psychological or Su Yan's technique was genuinely a bit clumsy, she couldn't help but say, I can do it myself. Su Yan laughed angrily. Who told you to make a move openly during the committee meeting? If the guards had arrived earlier, you would be dead already. Su Yuanqiao listened silently, without saying a word. From the moment she realized she had admitted her mistake, she understood that Bai Qiu had been using her all along. Using her to sow discord between Su Yan and Lin Yuan. After receiving that communication, she had already made up her mind. The worst that could happen was death. But she never expected Su Yan to appear at the scene. Today was the committee's regular meeting day. Bai Qiu had already spoken with the committee members last night, and she had been invited to the meeting. During the meeting, she clashed with the committee chairman. She possessed high martial arts skills and high mental strength, more than enough to deal with a chairman whose mental strength was only A level. However, she underestimated the committee members' defensive capabilities. Almost the instant she severely injured the chairman, an overwhelming surge of mental energy rushed towards her, suffocating her and affecting her mental sea, causing her to uncontrollably cough up blood. She strained with all her might to plunge the dagger into the chairman's heart. Only with his complete death could Bai Qiu's plan fail that night. However, the combined mental energy of the many factors causing excruciating pain made her feel like she was dying. In the final centimeters of the dagger's reach towards her heart, her wrist suddenly loosened, and the dagger fell uncontrollably to the ground. At that moment, a committee member still sitting on the ground saw this and hurriedly got up, grabbing the nearest stool and hurling it at her. Just as the stool leg struck her forehead, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, caught the stool, and threw it aside forcefully. Su Yan? The others exclaimed upon seeing Su Yan, and Su Yuanqiao was also stunned. Su Yan didn't even glance at them, taking Su Yuanqiao with him and leaving. Recalling the scene that had just occurred, Su Yuanqiao was still unable to recover and dared not look at Su Yan. Su Yan didn't speak, but simply had San Yan fetch anti-inflammatory medicine and gauze, clean the wound, applied the medicine, and then personally wrapped it with gauze. For a moment, Su Yuanqiao was unsure of Su Yan's thoughts. After bandaging the wound, Su Yan left. Su Yan's trip to the committee wasn't just to rescue her, he also brought Chung Su, who was imprisoned there, onto the flight capsule. He had the robot retrieve the supply crates from the flight capsule, bringing water and food for Chung Su. The hatch opened, and he saw Chung Su again. Executor. Chung Su waved. No need to be so formal. Then, she glanced at the empty space behind Su Yan and asked, "How is that girl now?" "She's all right." Chung Su nodded. This trip to the Northern Talisman Realm was a near-death experience. Have you thought it through? When civilization is in trouble, there's no time to think, Su Yan said without hesitation. Chung Su gave him an appreciative look, a touch of emotion welling up inside her as she recalled his experiences. "If you want to return to the Science and Technology Department after this battle, come find me anytime." Su Yan smiled. "Thank you." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chung Su, he left. Before he even reached the control room, he encountered Su Yuanqiao. She was holding a box, her face even more bewildered than when she was bandaging herself. She seemed to feel the box was too hot to handle, her brow furrowing. Su Yan recognized the box immediately and walked over naturally. Hearing footsteps, Su Yuanqiao instinctively looked up, meeting Su Yan's emotionally charged eyes. In an instant, she froze on the spot. "Brother, after everything is over, let's get married." Su Yuanqiao finally found her voice after a long while. "Don't you blame me?" Su Yan looked at her deeply, answering irrelevantly, "Didn't you ask me why I named you Su Yuanqiao the year you left home? I can tell you now. I love you." Su Yan took the box from her hand, opened it, took out the ring inside, put it on her finger, and said conciliatorily, "I blame you, but I still can't help liking you. And I can't help wanting to forgive you. Even when I sensed your mental energy fluctuations, I still didn't hesitate to save you." Su Yuanqiao. "Don't you even know what your name means?" Interstellar Time 23:15. The lights in the Tonda City Police Station quietly went out. Lu Wenwen woke up from a nightmare again. Before she could recover, a dark figure suddenly appeared not far away, and she immediately became alert. "Who are you? What do you want?" The newcomer, hearing her voice, said with amusement, "So you really aren't crazy? What does my madness have to do with you? If you dare touch me, he won't let you off." "Him? You mean Lin Yuhan?" The shadowy figure laughed. "He's now mentally broken and blind. What can a dying man do for you?" "Lu Wenwen, are you counting on a dead man?" Lu Wenwen suddenly looked up at him. "So you're finally facing reality now?" "Huh?" The shadowy figure strode closer to Lu Wenwen, a flash of light in his hand, and swung it at her. Suddenly, the lights in the room came on. Liao Baixing's unruly voice followed. "Did you ask me before you killed her?" "Liao Baixing? You recognize me even though I'm so famous." Liao Baixing feigned surprise, but his expression remained unchanged as he stared directly into the other man's eyes, laughing. "Xiao Wensheng, not bad at pretending. Too bad, you're not leaving tonight." Xiao Wensheng took a step back upon hearing this. Just then, the door behind him was kicked open. Wang Xiao, who had kicked the door, saw him and angrily said, "I knew it. There's definitely no good going on Anyang Street right now. It's all burned to the ground. Who would think there's treasure to be found there at night? It's clearly just an excuse." Xiao Wensheng sneered. "Even if you knew, so what? You all have to die today." Liao Baixing looked at him leisurely. "You mean those 20 people hiding outside the police station?" "Sorry. We caught them all on the way here." "You?" Xiao Wensheng glared at her fiercely. Liao Baixing flashed a bright smile. "Bai Liao Qinglan. Arrest them." After dealing with Lu Wenwen's matter and exchanging a few words with Song Chonglei, she boarded the flight capsule and headed towards Baifu Jinjiwen overnight. Before boarding the flight capsule, a tall man approached from a distance. Liao Baixing raised an eyebrow in surprise, her smile unchanged. "Mr. Axioming, long time no see." Axioming glanced at her, then looked away, calling out distantly, "Miss Liao." Liao Baixing's smile deepened. "After all these years, you're still so shy." Axioming, eh? He sighed and boarded the flight capsule first. Liao Baixing yawned lazily behind him, casually reminding him, "Once you're in my flight capsule, you're mine. Think it over." Axioming stopped, turned to look at her, his eyes filled with 1,000 emotions. But he said nothing, turned around, and boarded the flight capsule. As his figure disappeared through the hatch, Bai Liao said, "Master, why do you like flirting with him so much? He did it back in Formation 771, and he still does now that they met. Don't you think it's funny to see a block of wood making expressions?" Liao Baixing said cheerfully, slapping Bai Liao on the head. "Let's go! Now that he's finally come back, we can't neglect him." Bai Liao Qing Lan, The term neglecting the concubine was something she never heard of before. The two robots stood together, silently exchanging glances, unsure what to say. Liao Baixing, however, had already reached the hatch. Seeing the two robots hadn't boarded, he urged, "If you two aren't coming up, don't bother going." The two robots huffed and puffed their way onto the flight cabin. 2 days later, everyone except Lin Yuhan arrived at the Northern Talisman Realm. Chapter 94. The snow in Baifu Jinjiwen had been falling for over half a month. As soon as the cabin door opened, a blast of cold air hit, making everyone shiver. Si Muyun had arrived at Baifu Jinjiwen earlier than the others, and was already acclimatized to the temperature. When the others arrived, he was still holding his terminal, the information screen displaying Lin Yuhan's face. Jiang Sun saw his cousin from afar, and excitedly waved. As Si Muyun approached, he also saw Lin Yuhan. "Brother Lin," he shouted cheerfully, his loud voice attracting the others' attention. Shen Yi was the fastest runner, nearly knocking Jiang Sun flying as he rushed over. Jiang Sun rubbed his elbow, annoyed, and said, "Shen Yi, don't you like to act aloof? You bumped into me. Who's acting aloof?" Shen Yi didn't even glance at him, greeting Lin Yuhan instead. Jiang Sun, He was so angry that he secretly stomped on Shen Yi's foot. By this time, most of the people had crowded around, so Jiang Sun met Shen Yi's murderous glare immediately after stomping. 3 seconds later, 2 people disappeared from the center of the screen, and 2 figures appeared chasing and playing around off-screen. "Jiang Sun, get the hell out of here." Shen Yi chased after him, cursing, "Didn't you see I'm wearing white shoes? I stomp on your foot, I crush it into a lump of charcoal, see if you're happy then." Jiang Sun retorted, "Shouldn't you fight back for taking my spot? You bumped into me, and didn't even apologize. Whose fault is it anyway? Who told you to be such a weakling? You fall over with just one bump. You talk like you're so strong." Lin Yuhan, who had been listening to others talking, paused for a moment when the two started cursing at each other, then laughed. The others, perhaps having not seen such a lively scene in a long time, laughed at the two. Just then, another flight capsule landed not far away. "Someone else?" Lu Xiao asked. Zhao Minglang reminded him, "Have you forgotten Director Su?" Lu Xiao suddenly realized. A moment later, a red-haired man emerged from the flight capsule first. His face was unmistakably Su Yin. Behind him were 2 others, Chung Su, dressed in a uniform, and the other. "What's she doing here?" Jiang Sun and Shen Yi stopped their chase, turning their heads to look. They frowned the moment they saw the last person at the rear. They walked toward Su Yin, Brother Su, and Chung. Su Yin and Chung Su nodded to them. After speaking, they looked at Su Yuanqiao behind them and asked, "Brother Su, what's this bad woman doing here?" Su Yuanqiao paused at the sound of their voices. Jiang Sun said, "She destroyed Brother Lin's mental energy. What's she doing here now?" Su Yuanqiao wanted to say something, but seeing the condemning looks from Jiang Sun and Shen Yi, she swallowed her words. However, her hesitant demeanor seemed to others like a guilty conscience, unable to defend herself, which further solidified their belief. At this moment, Su Yin said, "I brought her here." "Brother Su?" Jiang Sun's tone was surprised, quickly glancing at Su Yuanqiao, then at Su Yin, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Yin said seriously, "She was wrong to hurt Yuhan, but she also realized her mistake and plans to settle things with the committee. Without her, I might not have been able to rescue Executive Officer Chung." Chung Su stepped forward, smiling unhurriedly. "Yes, since she's already here, she's a friend. It's not too late for her to apologize to Yuhan after the battle." Although Chung Su had spoken, it was still a little hard to accept that someone who had done wrong was suddenly on their side. Suddenly, Lin Yuhan's voice came from behind. "What are you all hesitating for? She heard me, not you. Why do you all look like you're having a harder time accepting this than I am?" Lin Yuhan's voice was laced with laughter, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. He asked Si Muyun to enlarge the information screen, facing Su Yuanqiao directly. "Welcome to the team." Su Yuanqiao stared blankly at the bloodless face on the information screen, her eyes open but unfocused. Clearly, as those who knew had said, Lin Yuan had been affected by the fluctuations in mental energy, and her eyes had become blind. But Lin Yuan, doesn't she really blame her? Lin Yuan continued. Don't think so much. This time, in the fight against the outside world, the committee didn't notify the military to send troops. This battle can only rely on Squadron 771 in us. Every extra person is an extra helper. Grievances aren't important. You come at just the right time. After a long silence, Su Yuanxiao finally found her voice. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Her voice was choked with emotion. Thank you all. The boys present were stunned by her words, but upon hearing the sob in her voice, they were at a loss for words. Shen Yi couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun turned around and glared at him. Are you looking for death? Make a statement. Why me? Shen Yi, eyes wide open, blurted out, You're more handsome, suitable to be our representative. Jiang Sun, Why does it feel like Shen Yi is subtly insulting me? But Jiang Sun didn't hesitate much, turning to Su Yuanxiao and shouting, Welcome to our suicide squad. If you do anything bad again, this time I don't care what Brother Lin says, I absolutely hate you. He finished speaking and ran, leaving Shen Yi and Su Yuanxiao staring at each other. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shen Yi and the other three also ran off, shouting at Jiang Sun, who had abandoned his comrade Jiang Sun. You stop right there. When did we become a suicide squad? The moment I said it. The group ran faster and faster, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Yuan chuckled at their commotion. He reached out and patted Migu's head, then said to the screen, The Damocles is nearing completion. I come find you guys once the mechs are finished. Okay. Hearing the familiar voice on the screen, his smile faded, and he called out, Su Yin. Su Yin responded. I'm sorry, I couldn't go to the science and technology department with you back then. Su Yan's expression froze for a moment, then he gave a relieved smile. It's enough that you're alive. As for the rest, let bygones be bygones. Besides, I already resigned from the science and technology department. Even if you and Gu resign, you might not see me again. Lin Yuan had heard a lot about Su Yan's resignation, but none of it had the same impact as hearing it from him. Working at the science and technology department was the dream of every science and technology school student. Lin Yuan had also had such lofty ambitions 10 years ago. Those working at the science and technology department were undoubtedly the top talents from all the science and technology schools in Star City, especially the position of director. Su Yan's ability to rise to the position of department head in just 5 years speaks volumes about his capabilities. However, such an outstanding individual was dismissed at the peak of his career. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly and smiled, Let's get together when Gu Ci comes back. It's been 10 years since they last saw each other. Su Yan, don't try to break your promise this time. This time, no. Lin Yuan said firmly. Okay, I wait for you and Gu Ci. Su Yan nodded, acknowledging the promise. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the others, the call ended. Lin Yuan rested for a while, then, with Migu's help, picked up her tools again and started tinkering with the mecha in front of her. The design of the Damocles mainly focused on the connection between its sword and its mental energy. It can withstand Super SSS level mental energy, and is the only mecha capable of rivaling the Sororia. Zhang Yuanhong's ability to design this mecha was enough to demonstrate his immense skill. It's just a pity, his ambitions and dreams all came to an end at the age of 19. Lin Yuan sighed softly, adjusted her mindset, and threw herself back into building the mecha. After several busy days, Beifu Jingyuan also began to bustle with activity the day after the group landed. Before arriving, Xin Muyun had already assigned everyone's destinations. Upon arriving at Beifu Jingyuan, they only needed to go to their respective locations and prepare. After Xin Muyun finished giving instructions, he heard a silent man in the corner say, Where am I going? The man was none other than Ashura. When Xin Muyun first joined Squad 771, he wasn't in the same location as Liao Baixing, and he didn't know what had happened there. By the time he had settled in, news came that a mecha pilot had left the squad. Unexpectedly, it was Ashura. Before Xin Muyun could speak, Liao Baixing said, Of course, you come with me to the Northwest Ferry. Ashura turned to look at her. Liao Baixing gave him a bright smile. You won't get the same treatment anywhere else. Ashura, I can't fix your mech. No need, I can fix it. Ashura, What was he supposed to do then? For a moment, he couldn't understand Liao Baixing's thought process. He hesitated for a while, wanting to refuse. When Xin Muyun spoke up, You go with Lu Zhao and Zhao Minglang. Huh? Lu Zhao, who was mentioned, was stunned for a moment. Si Muyun explained, although you have Zhu Ke, neither of you has much experience defending the city. Even though Ashura is a mecha pilot, he was once a member of Squadron 771, and he knows the terrain and combat deployment here better than you do. Ashura nodded in agreement. That's right. Seeing that Si Muyun and Ashura agreed, Lu Zhao and Zhao Minglang followed suit. However, just as they were about to depart for the ferry, they noticed that the person who should have been on the flight deck was staring intently in their direction. Lu Zhao stepped forward and asked, "Teacher?" Liao Baixing snapped out of his reverie at the sound of his voice, smiled, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Keep an eye on him for me. This man has been a womanizer too much. I'm worried about him." Lu Zhao was speechless. "Teacher, why don't you propose to him now?" "It's not impossible." 5 minutes later, Liao Baixing was chased onto the flight deck by 3 robots. Before he could even turn around, the large door of the flight deck slammed shut behind him without mercy. Seeing Liao Baixing reluctantly come up, Fu Si didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for her. But Liao Baixing quickly came to terms with it. After all, it was all Bei Fu Jingyuan. It wasn't like they wouldn't see each other again. Having consoled herself, she sat in the pilot seat of the flight cabin, started the power source, and flew towards the Northwest Ferry. A week passed quickly. Lin Yuhan did a final check on the assembled mecha, finished writing the final program, and implanted it. The war in Bei Fu Jingyuan had quietly begun. Chapter 95. October, year 150 of the new era, 1955 Interstellar Time. The Northern Talisman Realm has been attacked by mutated beasts for 3 consecutive days. Large numbers of mutated beasts have poured into each of the 4 ferry crossings, and the surrounding towns, being so close, have been utterly devastated. The Northwest Ferry Crossing, where Liao Baixing is located, is the most severely affected. The Northwest Ferry Crossing is the closest to the iceberg at the edge of the outer world, and the number of mutated beasts pouring in from here is twice that of other places. Liao Baixing has been working non-stop for 3 days. He finally managed to get some rest as evening approached, when an information screen suddenly popped up. "Leader, a large number of mutated beasts have been spotted 5 kilometers away at 3 o'clock, with unmanned aerial vehicles leading the way." Liao Baixing's expression changed upon hearing this. Without even taking a break, he immediately gathered the others to prepare. However, a minute later, another communication came in. "What's wrong?" "Team leader, those mutated beasts didn't come towards us, they went in another direction." Liao Baixing's heart pounded, a bad premonition rising within her. She hurriedly asked, "Where did they go?" "Judging by the direction, it seems to be the Northeastern Ferry Crossing." "The Northeastern Ferry Crossing? Wasn't that the ferry crossing where Lu Zhao and the others were?" "Notify them immediately." Liao Baixing didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. "Roger." The person on the other end received the order and immediately went to carry it out. Before Liao Baixing could catch her breath, the communication came again. "Team leader, our signal has been cut off." "What did you say?" Liao Baixing jumped to her feet. At this moment, the last rays of daylight completely disappeared, and the sky became completely dark. Even with the ground covered in snow, the sky was still not bright. Liao Baixing closed her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone except Fu Si and the 3rd squad, proceed to the Northeast Ferry immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, a resounding voice rang out without hesitation, "Roger." Meanwhile, at the Northeast Ferry in Bei Fu Jingyuan, it was still barely dawn. Lu Zhao, Zhao Minglang, and Shenyi had just finished eating and were walking back, observing their surroundings. At this moment, Shenyi shook his terminal, saying in confusion, "Why did my terminal suddenly lose signal?" Lu Zhao looked over and saw him shaking the terminal, seemingly trying to regain the signal. Zhao Minglang said, "The fighting is intense lately, it's normal to lose signal." "No, then how am I supposed to curse Jiang Sun?" Shenyi said incredulously. Lu Zhao and Zhao Minglang, "You're using this terminal just to insult Jiang Sun?" As if the terminal heard Shenyi's thoughts, it beeped once, and the next moment Jiang Sun's mocking voice came from the other end. "Shenyi, I killed 15 mutated beasts today, and you didn't even manage 10? Shenyi, enraged, retorted, "Go to hell, Jiang Sun. I killed 20 today, you piece of trash." He pressed send, and less than a second later, a red exclamation mark appeared next to the voice message. His voice message couldn't be sent. Shenyi back then, Commander Chu and the people outside the heavenly realm didn't lose internet access, so why is our signal gone? Is someone sabotaging this? Shenyi became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. He summoned his robot, and had it scan the surrounding signal towers. Lu Zhao also found it strange, and called out Zhao Hui, and Shinyi's robots to check together. Suddenly, all three of their terminals rang simultaneously. They took them out, and saw it was a call from Ashura. Zhao Minglang immediately answered, "Mr. Ashura. Where are you now?" "In the city. What's wrong?" Ashura looked at the red dots appearing on the screen, his expression turning serious. "The people at the signal tower have detected a large number of red dots moving in our direction, very fast. They reached the northeast ferry in half an hour." He had barely finished speaking when the screen flickered. Thinking it was a freeze, he didn't pay much attention. However, when he looked up again, the map on the screen had turned white, and the red dots had disappeared. What happened? A programmer sitting nearby shouted. "Our signal tower has been attacked." The words were barely out of his mouth when the monitoring room door opened, and a man in uniform walked in. "We lost contact with the watchtowers in the main city of Baifujinjiwan, and we can't even contact the other ferry crossings." The man was none other than Nalan, the manager of the Northeast Ferry Crossing. Ashura turned to look at him. "Are the people from the Outer Heavens planning to take over the Northeast Ferry Crossing tonight?" Although the Northeast Ferry Crossing was located in the northeast of Baifujinjiwan, it was the most economically developed city besides the main city, Shancheng, and far easier to capture than the main city. The Northeast Ferry Crossing was surrounded by plains. With almost no mountains to obstruct its path, it would be easy for people from the Outer Heavens to reach it. Nalan nodded, his tone calm but tinged with despair. "If I'm not mistaken, yes." Their conversation was undoubtedly overheard by the three people on the other end of the terminal. Ashura seemed about to say something, but before he could utter a single word, Lu Zhao interrupted him, saying confidently, "We can repair the signal tower." Ashura and Nalan paused. Signal tower repairs were usually handled by specialists dispatched by the Science and Technology Bureau. With the current tense situation, those dispatched had been called back to the Central Star, making repairing the tower impossible unless Su Yin, who was at the Southwest Ferry, was brought over. But that was also impossible. Someone needed to guard the Southwest Ferry. No one could repair it right now. Were they to pin their hopes on these three children? Nalan hesitated, thinking. At that moment, Ashura's voice called back, "Mr. Nalan, they are all graduates of the Science and Technology School. Please trust them." Nalan looked up at Ashura. The other's eyes shone with determination, clearly showing unwavering faith in the three children's ability to repair the signal tower. He took a deep breath. "Have you thought it through?" "Yes," the three replied firmly. "Okay." Nalan breathed a sigh of relief, looking back at the garbled screen. "Mutant beasts are attacking us from all directions. We need to defend other areas. The signal tower repair can only be done by one person working with the other programmers. You three, decide." After Nalan finished speaking, Lu Zhao and Shen Yi both turned their gazes to Zhao Minglang. Zhao Minglang's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, "I do it. All right, everyone else, go to your respective areas to defend. Once the signal tower is repaired, contact the others in other areas. We can't let our guard down for a second until reinforcements arrive." "Understood." After saying this, the three split up. Lu Zhao led a team westward, Shen Yi went south, and Ashura and Nalan each went in the remaining two directions. Before leaving, Nalan gave them a deep look and said, "Safety first. If you can't win, retreat." Lu Zhao and Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Lu Zhao arrived at the western side of the northeastern ferry crossing. Even before getting close, he could see dark shadows slowly approaching in the night. They were enormous, and each step they took caused the ground to tremble. Besides, there were flying vehicles leading the way above them, their blinding white light gradually enlarging until they were right in front of him. "What's that?" asked the person behind him. "Zhao Hui. That's the most advanced reconnaissance aircraft from the outer space. It can fly at night and stimulate animals' hearing with electromagnetic waves, thus altering their sense of direction." The person who had asked the question immediately understood its meaning. So these mutated beasts were deliberately lured here by people from the outer space. That's too despicable. Lu Zhao laughed. It's not the first time they've done something like this. As the first war between the interstellar city and the outer space was drawing to a close, the people from the outer space, seemingly believing they were about to be defeated, set people to plant bombs in the mountain city, which they then detonated. In that explosion, Chu Yi and Feds both perished in the mountain city. Lu Zhao coldly looked at the approaching mutated beasts. "Since they come, drive them back. Send them home," one person echoed. The others, united in their hatred, followed suit, "Send them home." On the road from the Northwest Ferry to the Northeast Ferry, a line of aircraft hurried along in the night. Suddenly, the lead aircraft stopped. Liao Baixing, caught off guard, bumped his forehead against the lead aircraft and looked up, asking, "What happened up ahead?" "Leader, we've been attacked by an unidentified flying object." "An unidentified flying object?" Liao Baixing clicked on the image transmitted by the first aircraft, and indeed saw a dark-colored aircraft. However, this aircraft was much larger than those on the market, with many grooves and grooves around its body, as if it had been transformed from a mecha. Liao Baixing was startled by her own thought. She forced herself to calm down, contact them, and ask about their purpose. Before she could finish, the team's communication was abruptly cut off, and a lazy laugh rang out. "No need, can't we just talk directly?" The voice was somewhat familiar, but the other party wasn't in screen communication mode, so Liao Baixing couldn't guess. She cautiously asked, "Why are you blocking our way?" "Isn't that a pointless question?" The person chuckled, the voice becoming increasingly familiar to Liao Baixing. Before she could figure out who it was, the voice abruptly changed. "Of course, it's to stop you from reaching the northeastern ferry." With a sizzle, the still black screen instantly lit up, revealing a pair of unforgettable, familiar eyes, followed by a face everyone recognized. A face that was unforgettable 10 years ago, and would amaze anyone who saw it. It was Lin Yuhan's face. A face exactly like Lin Yuhan's 10 years ago. Lin Yuhan had white hair, while he had black hair, just like the Lin Yuhan she had seen 10 years ago. In an instant, Liao Baixing held her breath, her eyes turning icy. "Who are you?" "Of course I'm Lin Yuhan." "You're not Lin Yuhan," she said decisively. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Han chuckled, his tone suddenly turning chilling. "Everyone who knew my identity is dead. Do you want to die too?" "Heh." Liao Baixing sneered. "Then let's skip the pleasantries, and just start fighting." "As you wish," Lin Han said calmly. Jiwen, mecha form. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of mental energy spread out, landing on every aircraft. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the aircraft touched by his mental energy. As his mental energy level increased, the cracks on the aircraft grew larger and larger until the internal structure was visible. Lin Han gloated over the destruction he had caused. Overconfident humans. Suddenly, his mecha was attacked from the side. He turned his head and saw Liao Baixing standing on the mecha's shoulder, laughing. "You're the one who overestimates yourself." He then unleashed another violent attack, denting the mecha. "An AI trying to call itself human? Do you even deserve it? Even if you were human, you'll only be someone else's substitute. You're the most pathetic AI I ever seen." Liao Baixing said, each word distinct. "They all have their own identities, only you, a fool impersonating someone else." These words seemed to strike a nerve with Lin Han. His eyes instantly reddened, whether from anger or genuine sadness at his shameful identity, it was hard to tell. Liao Baixing stared coldly at him, concealing his emotions. Suddenly, an even more powerful mental force erupted from Lin Han. Liao Baixing's expression changed drastically, and he turned and shouted to those behind him, "Get out of the way! None of you will escape!" Lin Han roared, releasing even more mental force to attack those with lower mental strength than him. Before they could react, or even if they did, it was too late to run. The devastating mental force assaulted everyone, exceeding SSS level, even surpassing Super SSS level mental strength. Once his mental force touched someone, it would render them immobile. An inexplicable palpitation and panic surged through everyone's hearts, making them experience a feeling worse than death in an instant. "Help! Help me!" one person cried out weakly. The next moment, his heart exploded, and slightly warm blood splattered on the neck, face, and even clothes of the person in front of him. Jia Sheng. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, but the person who called out the name could no longer respond, not even manage a smile. Lin Han laughed maniacally at the sight. "Die, all of you." He shifted his gaze to Liao Baixing. "You're next." Jiwen grabbed her with its mechanical arm, its hand slowly applying pressure. Lin Han laughed even louder. Liao Baixing stared at him, struggling to breathe. The pressure from the mech quickly overwhelmed her, causing her to cough up blood. "Even if you kill me, you won't make me back down." Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. Lin Han looked at it, and continued to command Jiwen, "Crush her." Jiwen replied, "Received." Jiwen continued to clasp her hands together. Bai Liao and Qing Lan took a few steps in her direction. Liao Baixing shouted, "Go! Take them away." Bai Liao and Qing Lan paused, looking at her in confusion. Liao Baixing chuckled, "While his mental energy is entirely focused on me, you two quickly take the others and leave. Don't worry about me." "Leader." The others were also taken aback by this. "Let's go!" Liao Baixing's voice weakened. "Hurry up and go. We absolutely won't leave." Liao Baixing laughed angrily at this. By Liao, Qinglan, take the others and leave. Don't look back without my permission. Did you hear that? Take them away now. Bai Liao and Qinglan looked up at her simultaneously. Liao Baixing seemed to want them to see her face, and turned her head away. The two mechs were silent for a moment. Without relying on mental energy, the two mechs merged into one. We're not leaving. Liao Baixing turned around in disbelief upon hearing this. Bai Liao and Qinglan repeated persistently, we're not leaving. Lin Han, what loyal dogs. Since you're so eager to stay and keep her company, then die together. Jiwen grabbed Liao Baixing with one hand, and used the other to send the combined mechs of Bai Liao and Qinglan flying. They seemed to know they were no match for Jiwen, but seeing Liao Baixing, they got up from the ground and continued charging at him. This happened 3 times. Then, as if finding something amusing, Jiwen released Liao Baixing and strode towards the two mechs. Liao Baixing, enduring the pain, looked up at the badly injured Bai Liao and Qinglan, who were on the verge of being completely destroyed by a single blow. Anger welled up inside her. No! Jiwen didn't care. It grabbed the combined mechs, lifted them high above its head, flew them nearly 100 meters into the air, and then slammed them down. The mech landed rapidly, ready to disintegrate upon impact. Liao Baixing clenched his fists weakly, resisting Lin Han's mental power, while unleashing his own. I fight you to the death. Liao Baixing's mental power unexpectedly attacked Lin Han, who was startled but quickly recovered, using his own mental power to block the attack. He looked at Liao Baixing with icy eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Since you want to die so badly, then I grant your wish. Jiwen, completely destroy those two mechs. Roger. Before the mech even hit the ground, Jiwen flew downwards again, trying to increase his descent speed. Suddenly, a longsword pierced through its body. As if still not satisfied, the longsword moved forward a few more inches. It turned around and saw a dark blue-black mech wielding a long sword, mercilessly piercing its body. Beside it stood a beige mech. Even the person on its shoulder, now reduced to ashes, was recognized. Lin Yuhan arrived with Damocles. Chapter 96. No one anticipated Lin Yuhan's arrival. Upon his arrival, Lin Han's mental energy ceased its release, allowing everyone who had been immobilized to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yuhan's face remained expressionless, even in the face of Lin Han's terrifying mental energy. He remained silent for a moment before saying, "Is my mental energy any good?" Lin Han was taken aback, then said confidently, "You regained your memories." "But what good is that?" Lin Han sneered, "The outside world taking over the interstellar city is only a matter of time, and the merging of the two civilizations is also only a matter of time. What can a sick body like yours do?" Lin Yuan laughed, "Then you're really delusional. Damocles, destroy his mech." Damocles responded, drawing his sword. Jiwen moved, then collapsed to the ground. Before Jiwen could react, the sword pierced through its body again, severing its mental energy network in one strike. Lin Yuan had lost the naivete and hesitation of his youth. Standing on Migu's shoulder, he listened quietly to everything unfolding. Jiwen should have been destroyed long ago. And its symbiotic personality, Zeroya, hidden in the White Knight Tower. Jiwen's mecha was destroyed, its mental energy severed with a single strike. Lin Han stood frozen in disbelief. Jiwen, just like that, destroyed. Lin Yuhan. Lin Han cried out, his eyes red as he looked at Lin Yuhan. This is the mecha you built. How could you destroy it with your own hands? It shouldn't have been built in the first place. Lin Yuhan laughed self-deprecatingly. Now that its body is destroyed, you show it pity. I was trapped in the White Knight Tower for 7 years, injected with Undying, had my biometrics extracted, and they even tried to replicate my brain. Lin Han, you were created by them, but you were nothing more than a pawn. Every pawn has a day when it will be discarded. Lin Han, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Ha! You're the only person for miles around here. Lin Han, how long are you going to keep pretending to be confused? Lin Yuhan's tone was sharp, each word seeming to confirm Lin Han's inner thoughts. Lin Han looked around, only to find that, without his noticing, those who had previously been affected by his mental energy had surrounded him. Even Liao Baixing, who had suffered the most from the mental energy's impact, casually wiped the blood from his lips, looking at him with unwavering eyes. Lin Han, after living in the shadows for so many years, I never imagined that the day I emerged would be a death sentence. Lin Han took a few steps back in disbelief. You can't kill me, you can't kill me, he murmured, then looked up at Lin Yuhan. A flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had found a lifeline, and he shouted, I am Lin Yuhan. I am the real Lin Yuhan. You are a fake. Your mental energy is long gone, and you become blind. You are not the genius everyone envied 10 years ago. I never said I was a genius, Lin Yuan stated calmly. Calling someone a genius might bring them honor, or it might bring disaster. 10 years ago, it was because of the title genius that he fell into an abyss and struggled for 10 years. Lin Yuan climbed off Mi Gu's shoulder and walked towards Lin Han step by step. As Lin Han saw him approaching, she seemed to have already foreseen her fate. She tried to force a smile, but found herself unable to manage it, finally managing a stiff, awkward one. You knew I come here all along. Lin Han seemed to have realized something, and said decisively, Did you come here on purpose to humiliate me? Lin Yuan truthfully replied, I didn't know. Besides, you have far too many thoughts in your mind. Lin Yuan paused. There's no need for a person to harbor so much malice, especially since you're not even human. Lin Yuan. Lin Han gritted her teeth and shouted. Lin Yuan smiled. I won't kill you, but I won't support your existence either. I only need you to do one thing for me. After the war, I won't look for you no matter where you go. Even if I see you, I won't acknowledge you. You live your life peacefully, and I live mine. Lin Han, along with everyone present, suddenly looked up, staring at him in disbelief. The night sky was moonless, making it difficult to see the surroundings clearly, but they could still clearly see Lin Yuan's expression. It was an expression of unwavering determination, one that brooked no doubt. Liao Baixing, standing to the side, couldn't help but exclaim, Yuan. I know what I'm doing, Lin Yuan reassured her, then asked Lin Han again, What do you think? Lin Han, I failed this mission. Even if I go back, I still be dead. But you have your own way of surviving. Lin Han looked at him in shock again, you know? Lin Yuan said calmly, It's not hard to guess. Lin Han fell silent. Lin Yuan was right. He did have a way to survive, but... He lowered his eyes, looking at the destroyed Jiwen mech, recalling all that he had experienced over the years, and a desolate feeling he had never felt before welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath. Okay. Thank you. What do you want me to do? Lin Yuan said, I need a reboot pod. Lin Han's first thought was that Lin Yuan wanted to go to the Outer Realms. Given the current state of development between the two civilizations, the reboot pod was the fastest means of transportation from the interstellar city to the Outer Realms. A regular flight pod would take half a month to reach White Knight City in the Outer Realms, but the reboot pod only took 2 days. It was significantly faster than a regular flight pod. Lin Yuan added, After the war, I want to go to White Knight City. Lin Han hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay. Meanwhile, at the northeastern ferry crossing, Lu Xiao and Shen Yi, along with the others, were desperately resisting the mutated beast's attack. Is the signal tower repaired? Lu Xiao asked while fighting the mutated beasts. At the signal tower, Zhao Minglang was frantically busy. One hand typed on the floating keyboard, the other wiped the sweat from his brow, still managing to reply to Lu Xiao's call. Almost there. He typed the last line of code, checked it, and pressed confirm. Suddenly, a dull thud came from the other end of the terminal. Zhao Minglang's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, Lu Xiao, are you alright? I'm fine, Lu Xiao replied nonchalantly. He maneuvered his mech to his feet, glanced at the dent in it inflicted by the mutated beast, then looked up at the approaching beast, and hung up the call. I'm hanging up now. After disconnecting, he tried to reconnect with Zhao Hui using his mental energy, but couldn't. What's going on? Zhao Hui, the mutated beast's head can interfere with mental connection. Lu Xiao's expression turned grave upon hearing this. He recalled that the last thing he saw before falling was the mutated beast's head, meaning it must have headbutted him. Just then, someone standing nearby shouted, I can't connect to my mech. Me too. What do we do? None of us can connect to our mechs. One person called out to Lu Xiao, Little Lu, how are you? I can't connect either. Lu Xiao's tone was bitter. The others hadn't expected Lu Xiao to be unable to connect to his mech. They had all witnessed Lu Xiao's strength. If even Lu Xiao couldn't connect, what would they do with these mutated beasts? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from nearby. Little Lu, Mr. Nayland has been severely injured by a mutated beast. The eastern defense line has already been breached. Lu Xiao turned to look at him. The man looked anxious and lost, clearly indicating that Nayland was seriously injured. He closed his eyes and asked, How are things on Shen Yi and Mr. Ashura's side? The number of mutated beasts surging towards Shen Yi's side is greater than ours. The current news is that everyone else has been attacked and injured by the mutated beasts. Only Shen Yi is fighting them alone. The man paused, then continued, Mr. Ashura's situation is relatively good, but the mutated beasts from the east have already entered the city, causing extensive damage to residential buildings. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhao said, "Everyone else go to the east." "What about you?" someone in the team asked. Lu Zhao turned to look at the approaching mutated beasts, and said calmly, "I guard this place." "But..." The others hesitated, looking at him. "We're older than you, we guard this place." Lu Zhao gently shook his head and said, "The eastern defense line needs you more. I can buy you some time here. You can go." With that, he maneuvered his mech forward a few steps, releasing his mental energy to forcibly connect with Zhao Hui. The vast mental energy spread out, sweeping past the approaching mutated beasts inch by inch. Not hearing any sound behind him, he shouted, "Hurry up and leave." The others gave Lu Zhao a deep look, then turned and left. Hearing the voices behind him, Lu Zhao no longer held back his mental energy. The moment his SS-level mental energy was released, the mutated beasts slowed their pace. Lu Zhao's mental energy continued to rise, eventually breaking through SS level and reaching SSS level. The others who had left were startled by this mental energy. They turned back to look at Lu Zhao, only to see a fiery red mech rise into the air, emitting a loud roar. At this moment, the sky south of the Northeast Ferry also brightened. SSS-level mental energy spread rapidly throughout the city like snowflakes, illuminating the sky above the Northeast Ferry. The last mech roared, and a beam of light shot out from the signal tower at the Northeast Ferry. The Northeast Ferry requested backup. Far to the west, Lu Zhao saw the scene and smiled broadly. But when he turned back, his smile turned cold. He cracked his knuckles and said to Zhao Hui and the mutated beast, "Then, let's fight." South of the Northeast Ferry, Shani swung his fist, smashing it into the mutated beast's eye, drawing blood. Blood splattered on the mech's shell, but Shani didn't care. Everyone else was severely injured by the mutated beast. He was the only one left. What mental energy did he have left? He unleashed his full mental power. The moment his SSS-level mental power was released, nearby mutated beasts seemed to suffer immense pain, letting out a mournful cry towards the sky. After the cries, more and more mutated beasts appeared. Shani laughed in exasperation at this sight. Even when outnumbered, they knew to call for help. He didn't care about the sheer number of mutated beasts. He swung his fist again, aiming at one of them. However, the moment his fist flew, an electronic dagger pierced through his body. He froze, turning around to see a man who had been severely injured by a mutated beast earlier. Perhaps Shen Yi's gaze was too terrifying, his hand trembled, and the electronic dagger vanished completely. Seeing this, he stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but you must die." Before he could finish, he was thrown away. Shen Yi withdrew his fist, coldly staring at him. Without giving him a chance to speak, his terrifying mental power instantly shattered the man's mental sea, leaving him no time to even scream in pain. His gaze swept indifferently over the injured crowd. "Anyone else want to kill me? The last time, I wasn't so polite." He withdrew his gaze, and continued to hurl his fists at the mutated beasts. Behind him, those attacked by the mental energy seemed to finally come to their senses, their screams growing increasingly shrill, echoing in everyone's ears, and making their hearts pound. However, Shen Yi didn't turn around even once. His attention was entirely focused on the attacking mutated beasts. Even though he had fought for a long time and was physically and mentally exhausted, as long as there was still one mutated beast that hadn't been defeated, he would remain standing. Interstellar Time 2235, Southwest Ferry of Baifujinjiwan. Su Yen received the distress signal from the Northeast Ferry 10 minutes later, but the moment he received the message, he immediately dispatched a team to provide support. Not long after the team left, a rapid alarm sounded. "Warning! Warning! A large number of mutated beasts have appeared around the city." Su Yen stood up in shock, his face turning grave. At this moment, the screen in his hand still displayed the distress message from the Northeast Ferry. The office door opened, and Su Yuanqiao walked in, her face equally grave. "There are at least 200 mutated beasts heading towards us, and they're moving very fast. They're already at the outer edge of the city's defenses, and they'd be here in another half hour." She continued, "But we sent a large number of people to the Northeast Ferry crossing, and there are very few people left in the city. Why is there no news from the Northwest Ferry crossing, which is closest to the edge of the iceberg? Perhaps the signal is blocked." Su Yen looked at the last line of text on the screen. "We were attacked by mutated beasts at 2015 Interstellar Time. 2 hours have passed since then at the Northeast Ferry crossing. The Science and Technology Bureau has continuously reinforced the signal tower in Baifujinjiwan. It shouldn't have any problems for the next 20 years unless attacked by external forces. Otherwise, they would receive the distress message from the Northeast Ferry crossing before anything happens. But 2 hours have passed. Seeing that he fell silent after saying this, Su Yuanqiao asked again, should we call those people back? Su Yin gently shook his head. No need. They're heading to the Northeastern Ferry crossing now. Then what about us? Send a message to Si Muyun. He turned off his terminal. 200 mutated beasts. We should be able to handle that. Su Yuanqiao glanced at him. Noticing his resolute expression, he seemed to have made up his mind. She quickly looked away, her voice lowering. Okay, I give the orders right away. The battle at the southwestern ferry crossing quickly began. Su Yin, Su Yuanqiao, and the remaining 2 team leaders each headed in one of 4 different directions. Although the predicted number was 200 mutated beasts, the number actually wasn't that many when spread out from 4 directions. Su Yin arrived at the front line, and a message arrived from the signal tower. We have successfully sent the message to Colonel Si Muyun. The colonel said they are also currently under attack from mutated beasts, but he will send an elite team to support us. Good. Su Yin responded, looking up at the swarming beast heads in the distance, and crushed the necklace in his hand. San Yin, go. Roger. San Yin quickly transformed from a robot into its mecha form. The massive mecha charged into the beast horde, taking down a large portion of the mutated beasts with a single punch. The others quickly followed, finishing off the mutated beasts behind San Yin. After dealing with the mutated beasts here, Su Yin piloted San Yin to other locations to help deal with the mutated beasts in other areas as well. During this time, some died and others were wounded. Su Yin sent the wounded to the hospital and the dead to the cemetery. When they arrived at the last location, only he and Su Yuanqiao were still able to fight. The others collapsed on the ground, exhausted and unable to muster any strength. Su Yin and Su Yuanqiao worked together to defeat the last mutated beast. When they emerged from the mech, they checked their terminals and saw it was already 12:30 a.m. Just then, a thin snowflake landed on his palm. He looked up and saw that it was snowing again in Baifu Jinjiwan. The snow fell heavily and quickly, soon covering the blood on the ground. Su Yin crushed the snowflake in his hand and turned to walk towards the others. Almost instantly, he heard a gunshot. Without thinking, he walked towards Su Yuanqiao. Su Yuanqiao had just emerged from the mech, chatting idly with someone nearby, a smile occasionally playing on her lips. Before she could turn around, she was suddenly embraced. The next moment, she heard the sound of a bullet piercing flesh. When she saw who was holding her, her mind went blank. Su Yin. Her hands trembled as she held Su Yin. Soon, her hands touched a warm liquid, starting from her fingertips and spreading to her palm. She picked up her hand and saw it was covered in blood. She pushed Su Yin away and looked behind him, only to find a glaring red bullet had bloomed on his left side. The bullet had struck Su Yin squarely in the heart. Su Yin, she cried, turning to the still stunned person behind her. Call a doctor immediately. At that moment, her hand was grasped. She quickly looked down and saw Su Yin, blood gushing from his mouth, saying, give the core of the 3 flames to Lin Yuan, understand? It must be given to him. Su Yuanqiao's face was streaked with tears. Hold on a little longer, the doctor will be here soon, brother. A slow smile appeared on Su Yin's face. It's too late. The bullet had struck his heart. He wouldn't make it to the doctor. Su Yan's voice grew softer and softer. Su Yuanqiao's panic reached its peak at that moment. She didn't even have time to wipe away her tears, and said urgently, brother, didn't you say we get married after the war? Had you forgotten? Su Yan's eyes opened slightly again, but Su Yuanqiao felt the grip on her hand tighten. Su Yin, you said you marry me. Are you going to abandon me all alone? Su Yin. Su Yin chuckled softly and said gently, I'm sorry. I broke my promise. After saying this, he completely released Su Yuanqiao's grip. The blood he vomited stained his clothes and the snow. Su Yin closed his eyes, his last breath fading away. Su Yin. Su Yuanqiao cried out hysterically, clutching Su Yin's body, but this time, no one would answer her. Chapter 97. After receiving the distress signal from the Northeast Ferry, Lin Yuhan and Liao Baixing immediately headed there. Before even reaching the main city of the Northeast Ferry, they could see wisps of black smoke rising from it, with the heaviest smoke coming from the eastern area. Seeing this, the two immediately rushed eastward. Upon reaching the east, Liao Baixing saw a man lying on the ground, with people desperately trying to save him. She immediately recognized him as Naylan, the manager of the Northeast Ferry. She turned to Lin Yuhan and said, Yuan, Nailin is injured. Where are the others? Lin Yuan asked. Although he couldn't see them, he could hear a chaotic cacophony of sounds around him, including the roars of many mutated beasts. Suddenly, he felt a cold substance on his face. He raised his hand to touch his face, and touched a piece of shattered ice. It crumbled almost instantly upon contact. Just then, someone exclaimed, "It's snowing! Look what that is!" Reinforcements said from the southwest ferry. "We're saved! What are we waiting for? Let's take care of these mutated beasts." No sooner said than done. He heard the sound of impact as a large number of people boarded mechs and fought the mutated beasts. "Let's go!" Lin Yuan snapped out of her daze, brushed aside the ice shards in her hand, and followed the group to another location. After jointly dealing with the mutated beasts in the east, they headed south. Before even reaching the south, they sensed a powerful spiritual force. This was Shen Yi's spiritual force. While the others were still marveling at the sheer power of Shen Yi's spiritual force, Lin Yuan and Liao Baixing were the first to notice something amiss. Shen Yi's spiritual force seemed to have surpassed their own original spiritual force, advancing towards SSS level. Stop him! Liao Baixing's mental energy had been severely damaged, and it was unwise to use it now. Lin Yuan ruthlessly dispatched Damocles. Now that Shen Yi's mental energy had inexplicably surged, it was a perfect opportunity to test Damocles' effectiveness in blocking mental energy. The moment Damocles appeared, it instantly enveloped a large area of the sky above the northeastern ferry crossing. The others were stunned by this sight. They had never seen such a powerful mech before. Even a glance from afar conveyed its strength, and the sense of security it gave. At this moment, Shen Yi was still fighting the mutated beast, but ever since the electronic dagger pierced his mech, his mental energy had become somewhat uncontrollable, its level constantly climbing. He bit his lip to calm himself, trying to completely shake off this feeling of being out of control. But even with his lip bleeding, the feeling of being out of control persisted. He shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Just then, a mutated beast attacked him from behind, its head slamming into his mech. The instant of impact, a surge of supernatural spiritual energy, not his own, flooded Shen Yi's mental energy sea. This energy, of a very high level, instantly dispelled his original spiritual energy. Bang! The mech collapsed to the ground. The injured man hadn't expected Shen Yi to fall so suddenly. In the instant he fell, countless mutated beasts charged towards him, roaring and howling excitedly. Shen Yi! Lu Zhao, having finally dealt with the mutated beasts on his side, witnessed this scene upon arriving in the south. Without hesitation, he piloted his mech to rescue Shen Yi. Before he could even get close, Shen Yi's mecha suddenly turned and used its mental power to push him away. "Don't come any closer." "Shen Yi!" Lu Zhao was startled by the push. He looked up and saw more and more mutated beasts charging towards Shen Yi. They were almost within 100 meters of him, enough to crush the fallen mecha and Shen Yi into a pulp. Thinking this, he again piloted his mecha towards Shen Yi, but this time, no matter how hard he tried, a gust of wind blocked his path. He looked at the fallen Shen Yi, his anxiety growing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his head. Before he could look up to see what was above, he heard a familiar voice. Quickly eject his mecha from the safety pod. It was Lin Yuan's voice. He turned around and saw Lin Yuan standing on Mi Gu's shoulder, flying alongside Liao Baixing, Bai Liao, and Qinglan. Liao Baixing's face was pale, as if he had also been through a fierce battle before arriving. Besides the two of them, reinforcements from the northwest and southwest ferry crossings followed, piloting their mechs, and quickly joining the battle to repel the mutated beast's relentless attack. Seeing this, Lu Zhao didn't hesitate any longer. He went to Shen Yi's side, inputted commands into his mech, and ejected the safety pod. As soon as Shen Yi emerged from the safety pod, large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face was deathly pale. "Shen Yi, what happened to you?" Lu Zhao asked anxiously. "He was maliciously injected with a large amount of mental energy reagent," Lin Yuan said. "He had Mi Gu find the blocking agent from the first aid kit and give Shen Yi an injection. After administering the blocking agent, Lin Yuan added, take him to the medical station in the city first, and have the doctor test his mental energy see." "Okay." Lu Zhao exited the mech bay and immediately led Shen Yi away. Before leaving, he glanced back, noticing the dark shadow looming over his head. It was a massive mech, much larger than the 4-symbol series mechs and the S0 mech. Its nearing blackness blended seamlessly with the night, yet it instantly filled one's entire field of vision. The moment he saw the mech, he instantly understood, it was the Damocles. The 36th generation super-intelligent mech. He looked away, and left the battlefield with Shen Yi. After Lu Xiao and Shen Yi left, Lin Yuhan and Liao Baixing also joined the fight against the mutated beasts. There were far more mutated beasts in the south than in other areas, and it took them almost an hour to completely eliminate them. After clearing out all the mutated beasts, everyone emerged from their mech bays, leaning wearily against their mechs. Lin Yuhan took a few deep breaths to calm her heart. Just then, Lu Xiao, who had rushed back, called out, "Brother Lin." Lin Yuhan turned in his direction, about to smile, when the terminal in her pocket suddenly rang. "Mi Gu, it's Jiang Sun's call." "Okay, answer." Mi Gu pressed the answer button, but this call seemed different from others. The screen showed a blank white image for a long time without any sign of him. Lin Yuhan, after hearing no sound for a while, asked, "Mi Gu, is something wrong?" Jiang Sun called, but he didn't speak, and I didn't see him at all. Hearing Mi Gu say this, Lin Yuhan felt a little strange. Jiang Sun wasn't usually quiet. Why was he so quiet today? Lu Xiao, with Zhao Minglang close by curiously, asked, "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" "I don't know." Lin Yuhan gently shook his head. Suddenly, the call was aborted. Those nearby were puzzled. 2 seconds later, another call came in. Mi Gu glanced at it. This time it wasn't Jiang Sun, but an unfamiliar caller. Remembering Jiang Sun's earlier reaction, Mi Gu answered, "Hello, I'm Lin Yuhan's AI assistant." The person on the other end sounded urgent, with a slight sob in their voice. "Hello, could you please trouble Mr. Lin Yuhan to come to the southwest ferry of Baifu Jinjiwen? Director Su. Director Su has passed away." As they spoke, they began to cry again. At this moment, a faint, similar sobbing sound came from the other end. Although it wasn't very loud through the screen, everyone present remained silent from the second sentence onwards, so they could hear the sobbing clearly. Lu Xiao snapped out of his daze and asked, "Gone, what does that mean?" Before he could finish his question, Lin Yuhan re-entered the mecha cockpit, her face expressionless. "Depart? To the southwest ferry." "Roger." The others hurriedly followed after Lin Yuhan left. The mecha flew for a while, and Jiang Sun's communication came again. This time, he appeared on the screen with bloodshot eyes. He sniffed and chuckled, "Lin, brother Lin, Damocles." He trailed off, his mind filled with the image of Su Yin lying on the snow just as he arrived at the southwest ferry, ready to unleash his power. When he arrived, Su Yin was already lifeless, forever buried in the snow. Snowflakes fell thick and fast, blanketing him in white, but unable to conceal the bloodstains on his body. Jiang Sun's heart skipped a beat at the sight, and tears streamed down his face. If only he had arrived sooner, would Su Yin still be alive? He wiped his tears and looked back at the screen. "Brother Lin, I'm too late. If I had come faster, Brother Su wouldn't be dead." Lin Yuhan listened quietly and spoke. After an unknown amount of time, he chuckled softly. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not even crying. Brother Lin. I'd be there soon." With that, he had Mi Gu hang up the communication. After hanging up, Mi Gu continued heading towards the southwest ferry. Suddenly, it heard a very soft sigh, almost inaudible. After the sigh, it felt a pair of hands on the control panel. Just as it thought it was Lin Yuhan sensing its surroundings, the control lever was pushed. Lin Yuhan seemed to have regained his sight. Half an hour later, at the southwest ferry. Night had fallen in Baifu Jinjiwen, but the southwest ferry was brightly lit. People from all over were arriving in different flight capsules, some even piloting mechs. As soon as Lin Yuhan landed, Si Muyun and Cheng Su arrived. Si Muyun saw him and wanted to help him, but found that Lin Yuhan could walk steadily with almost no assistance. He was taken aback. "Your eyesight. It's gone. When did that happen?" "Lin Yuhan, the moment I heard Su Yin was dead." Si Muyun gave him a meaningful look. Lin Yuhan didn't look at him. "Let's go." The three of them arrived together at the medical point in the main city of the southwest ferry. Although they had come immediately after receiving the news, a large crowd had already gathered in front of the medical point. Snow fell on everyone's shoulders, but they seemed oblivious. A white flower was pinned to their chest pockets as they silently gazed at the person covered by a white sheet on the stretcher at the front. As Lin Yuan passed by, they looked up in disbelief at his back. Lin Yuan reached the stretcher, knelt on one knee, and slowly lifted the white sheet covering Su Yin. The moment he saw Su Yin's face, his hand froze in midair. Si Muyun, fearing he would lose control, also knelt down. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before continuing to lift the sheet. The sheet covering Su Yin's chest was completely stained red with blood, and the white shirt underneath was also stained crimson. At this moment, Si Muyun pressed his hand down. "Don't look." Lin Yuhan gave him a deep look, then covered Su Yin with the white sheet again. He stood up and turned to look back. How did he die? We dealt with all the mutated beasts. Just as we relaxed, Director Su heard the gunshot and took the bullet for someone. The speaker paused, his eyes reddening again. The bullet hit Director Su right in the heart. Lin Yuhan closed his eyes after hearing this. Who did he take the bullet for? His sister. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looked around, and didn't see Su Yuanxiao. He asked, where did she go? She left not long after Director Su died. Judging from the direction, it seems to be outside the heavenly realm. Hearing this, Lu Zhao, who had rushed over, asked curiously, what does she want to do? Lin Yuan glanced at the stretcher again. Naturally, she seek revenge on whoever killed him. But she's alone. They're all adults, they wouldn't be stupid enough to go and die. Lin Yuan finished speaking and looked at the distant sky. The snow was still falling, but his loved one was gone. His eyes felt a little sore, but he couldn't cry, his heart felt heavy. The three of them used to study at Xingyuan University, promising to work together at the Science and Technology Bureau after graduation. Only Su Yin went. Now, they finally had a chance to meet, but before Gu Xi could return, Su Yin was gone. The three of them could never seem to get together. Suddenly, his hand was grasped. He turned around and saw Si Muyun. Si Muyun took a deep breath. Don't be sad. We avenged Su Yin. I will pursue Su Yan's death to the end. Lin Yuhan's tone was firm. At this moment, a white robot slowly emerged from the snow, its body adorned with a golden white tiger stripe. It approached Lin Yuhan and said, Mr. Lin, I am the White Tiger T-type mech Xanian. For the foreseeable future, I will serve you. All right. That night, at the border between Baifu Jinjuan and the edge of the iceberg, a dark figure darted across. After walking for a short while, lights suddenly illuminated the area. The person, seeing a familiar face, asked, Sister Qiao, what brings you here so late? Su Yuanqi's face was as cold as ice, her tone terrifyingly resolute. I need the reboot pod. Are you going back to headquarters? Su Yuanqiao nodded. She added, I'm going to kill Yilabekyu. The person was startled by Su Yuanqia's idea. Sister Qiao, I know you are loyal to him, don't worry about me. Su Yuanqiao averted her eyes, avoiding their gaze. The man glanced at Su Yuanqiao, wanting to ask what had happened, but upon looking up, he saw that although Su Yuanqia's face was cold, her eyes were red, clearly indicating she had suffered a great blow, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to make such a decision. He was silent for a moment, then said, okay, but I have a request. What request? We go with you. Su Yuanqiao turned to look at them in disbelief. The man gave a bright smile. Sister Qiao, although we don't know what you've been through, we won't stand idly by if you're in trouble. Also, from the day we were exiled to the edge of the ice mountain, we stopped pledging allegiance to Night Whitefur. If it weren't for you coming to the edge of the ice mountain and improving our lives, we would have died there long ago. So, we only trust you. Su Yuanqiao sniffed hard, a long-lost smile appearing on her face. Thank you. Chapter 98. After Su Yan's death, the Northern Talisman Realm abandoned its previous defensive posture and launched a proactive attack on the Outer Heaven. This time, Azura led a portion of the 771st Mech Division to block the only passage between the Outer Heaven's edge iceberg and the Northern Talisman Realm, thwarting the Outer Heaven's plan to use mutated beasts for an attack. Without mutated beasts as the main force, the Outer Heaven dispatched its most elite fleet, intending to bombard the four main crossing points of the Northern Talisman Realm. However, they had barely reached the outer atmosphere of the Northern Talisman Realm when they encountered unknown signal interference. What's going on? The pilot of one of the leading airships glanced at his signal connection database and realized he had lost contact with the Outer Heaven's headquarters, and even his positioning system was malfunctioning. Others chimed in, mine's malfunctioning too. Mine too. The pilot who first discovered this problem tried twice, but to no avail. No matter how many times he tried, their signal connection database still couldn't connect with the Outer Heaven. Before they could react, a massive black figure suddenly appeared before them. The further they flew, the clearer it became that numerous black dots followed behind it, seemingly a large number of neatly arranged mechs. Instantly, the thought flashed through the minds of those who saw it. Squadron 771 possessed the most advanced technological weaponry in the interstellar city. This thought wasn't unfounded. It had been circulating since Yin Sun established Squadron 771. The Science and Technology Department might possess the most advanced technology in the interstellar city, but the fruits of that technology would always remain in the hands of Squadron 771. This was an unchanging rule since the interstellar city's founding. Just then, the communication from another airship crackled to life. "Captain, we can't pinpoint the exact shape of this dark shape. It's much larger than we thought, and its speed is steadily closing in." Before he could finish, the communication was abruptly cut off, and a not-so-gentle voice rang out. "If you choose to turn back now, you still have a chance." "Who are you?" "You don't need to know," Lin Yuan said calmly. "I give you 3 seconds to think." The leader scoffed. "Why should I listen to you?" He immediately ordered the troops behind him. No turning back until Beifu Jingyuan was captured. Lin Yuan understood his meaning, quickly ended the call, and turned to the group behind him, saying, "Go." "Roger." Beifu Jingyuan enjoyed a rare good day. The sun shone golden on the snow, while above, airships and warships roared incessantly, their engines deafening. People hurrying across the snow occasionally stopped and looked up at the sky. Behind them, many others were organizing the evacuation of the crowd. One man shouted, "Everyone, hurry up and leave. Get on the airships, and come back after the war is over." At this moment, someone closer to him asked, "Commander, when can we come back?" "After the war, you should go somewhere else to take refuge." The man then asked doubtfully, "But aren't there no more mutated beasts now? Why do we still have to leave?" The officer chuckled, "That's a good question. Currently, only Squadron 771 stationed at the Northern Talisman Realm is fighting against the outside world. The military is tied down by the committee, and hasn't sent reinforcements yet. Many are lost with each death. Although we have an army here, if the war continues like this, our men will eventually run out. Then you. So why don't we move you to a safe place first? If we lose, you'd be safe too, right?" The man who had asked the question froze, his mind going blank. Seeing him standing there, the military officer urged, "Get out of here quickly." As he spoke, the man was pushed by someone behind him, instantly snapping him back to reality. He turned and glanced at the officer in the military green uniform, a strange feeling welling up inside him. When it was time to queue for the airship, he suddenly ran out of the line, stood before the officer, and gasped, I'm not leaving." Now it was the officer's turn to be stunned. With the war raging, everyone wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, yet someone wanted to stay. The people queuing to board the airship were already curious when they saw him run out of the line. Hearing him say he wouldn't leave, the line, which had been moving forward, suddenly stopped. The officer, seeing this, to avoid a headache, they advised, "The war is intense, you should stay here. We won't be a burden." The man shouted, "I haven't studied any technology, but I can do the most basic and simple things as long as I have the strength. Whether it's repairing mechs or helping to move things, I can do it all." Hearing this, the others who wanted to stay echoed, "Robots are in short supply right now. We can sew clothes, and we can do anything else that doesn't require going to the battlefield. Yes, this is our home. Our ancestors have lived here since the founding of the interstellar city. How can we let you kids guard it all by yourselves?" At this moment, an elderly man leaning on a cane spoke slowly. The officer looked up. His hair was already white, and he walked with a limp, clearly having suffered a serious injury years ago. However, upon hearing that they were to be escorted away, his steps quickened, and he was instantly before the two men. He solemnly said, "Mountain City shouldn't be defended solely by you." The officer brought his legs together and gave him a perfect salute. "Thank you." In the sky, the warships of the Star City and the outer space were locked in fierce combat. Almost instantly upon receiving the order, all the outer space's leading airships were shot down by the Damocles. The outer space's crew had never seen such gigantic mechs. Seeing that the leading airships had all been shot down, the following airships slowed their pace. Suddenly, all the communication devices on the control panels crackled to life. "What are you all standing there for? One thing and you're all scared." The voice belonged to their leader, but he seemed severely injured. His shouts weakened after a couple of exchanges. Perhaps realizing his condition, he raised his voice slightly, saying menacingly, "No one is going back until we take Beifu Jingyuan." Hearing this, the other pilots calmed down and piloted their airships towards Damocles. But they had clearly underestimated the mech's strength. Before they even got close, the wind generated by its mechanical arms tossed them about, and their airships instantly lost their direction, crashing into other airships. The leader, who had finally managed to crawl out of the damaged airship, cursed at the sight. A bunch of idiots. With almost no other mechs involved, Damocles had taken down most of the airships. News of this reached the outside world. That night, Bai Qiu, enraged, grabbed an ashtray and threw it at the person standing opposite him, his face dark as he asked, "What's that mecha called?" Lin Han stood opposite him, not even flinching as the ashtray came hurtling towards him. He wasn't a real person. Even if Baichio were to stab him in the heart with a dagger at night, he wouldn't feel a pang of pain. Besides, this wasn't the first time Baichio had done this to him. He bent down, slowly picked up the ashtray, placed it on the table, and casually said, "I don't know." "What do you know besides not knowing?" Yi Lebeikia glared at him angrily. "You didn't even know Jiwen's mech was damaged. And you didn't even know about this suddenly appearing mech? Lin Han, do you want to be destroyed?" Lin Han laughed at the word destroyed. "I was surrounded by so many people. Isn't it normal for Jiwen's mech to be damaged? You expect me to defeat 1,000 troops by myself? Why don't you invite Lu Wenfu out and send him to the front lines? This wasn't our doing, but he's the one who made us take the blame while he quietly hides and reaps the benefits." "Yi Lebeikia, don't you think you're ridiculous?" Yi Lebeikia picked up the ashtray again, about to smash it. Lin Han stopped him. "What's the specific name of this mech? You should ask the original designer." "Who?" "The one from Bay Tower," Lin Han said calmly. Yi Lebeikia instantly understood his meaning. "You mean Zhang Yuanhang? Weren't all his design blueprints destroyed? How could they possibly end up in Lin Yuan's hands?" "Lin Han, Yi Lebeikia, I need to remind you, I'm working for you, not a tracking device." "So what?" Yi Lebeikia said dismissively, pondering the connection between the suddenly appearing mech and Zhang Yuanhang. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "This mech is specifically designed to deal with Zoroya." Lin Han smiled and shrugged. "I didn't say that." Yi Lebeikia snorted coldly. "You can disarm it, right?" Lin Han pondered for a moment, then smiled. "That's right, I can disarm the White Knight Tower's defense system, but in exchange, I need something." Yi Lebeikia glanced at him. "Speak." "I want the last reboot pod in the lab." Yi Lebeikia asked, "What do you need it for?" "You don't need to know." Yi Lebeikia didn't ask further, nodding. "Go get it yourself after the defense system is disarmed." "Okay, happy to cooperate." Lin Han finished speaking and left the office. As soon as he stepped out of the office, Jiwen asked in his mind, "Are you doing this to break your contract with Lin Yuan?" "Of course not." Lin Han said cheerfully, "Since things are already so chaotic, why not make them even more chaotic? Besides, how could Lin Yuan possibly know that we released Zoroya?" He glanced in the direction of the White Knight Tower, his expression inscrutable. "If we don't disarm the defense system soon, that executive director from the outer world will probably be dead soon. If he dies, Baichio's plan will proceed smoothly at night, but how could I let things happen so easily?" He concealed the coldness in his eyes, and walked out unhurriedly. As he stepped into the sunlight, he flashed a bright smile, as if his future was as bright as his smile. 3 days later, the White Knight Tower's defense system was officially deactivated. Lin Yuan was stunned upon hearing this news, unable to understand why the White Knight Tower's defense system had been suddenly deactivated. However, the very next day after the defense system was deactivated, Lin Yuan delivered a reboot pod. Lin Yuan asked suspiciously, "You didn't deactivate it?" "Of course not." Lin Han said casually, "If I did, how could I still be standing in front of you?" Lin Yuan believed him somewhat. "Where do you plan to go after this? Didn't we agree not to interfere?" Lin Han looked at him casually. "Where I go from now on is none of your business." Lin Yuan knew he was in the wrong. "Sorry." "Never mind." Lin Han said casually, "Instead of worrying about where I go, you should think about how to survive. I'm leaving." He didn't give Lin Yuan time to react after saying this, turning and leaving with a flourish. Lin Yuan felt there was something strange about his tone, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. When he looked up again, he saw Lin Han, who had just been smiling at him, lying in a pool of blood. Lin Yuan froze instantly. Lin Han. Lin Han lay motionless on the ground, clearly having foreseen his death before arriving. At that moment, a gigantic eyeball appeared above the main city of Baifu Jinjiwen. It slowly rotated its eyeball, looking at Lin Yuan, then moved upwards, focusing on the Damocles behind Lin Yuan. Suddenly, it emitted a chilling mechanical laugh. "So you wanted to use it against me? Overestimating human." As soon as it finished speaking, a clicking sound of connection breaking echoed in the quiet air. Lin Yuan hurriedly turned his head, and saw that the assembled Damocles had spontaneously disintegrated without his sight. The disintegration was swift, but what infuriated Lin Yuan most was that the program he had written was destroyed by Zoroya in an instant. This action seemed to confirm its own words. Sima Yun, Liao Baixing, and the others who rushed over were stunned to see Damocles disintegrate. How could Damocles disintegrate? Without giving them a chance to answer, Zoroya continued, "Lin Yuan, No matter how smart you are, your talent will eventually run out. Today is that day. After saying this, a series of codes began to appear in its eyes. The code moved rapidly, and soon the ground trembled. Just as they were wondering what was happening, the mutated beasts on the edge of the iceberg reappeared before their eyes. 1, 2, 3. Their eyes were bloodshot, and each time they passed by, they would open their mouths, snatch them up, and throw them into their mouths. Those eaten didn't even have time to cry for help. Soroya watched this scene calmly and said, "Now, this is the real war. Lin Yuhan, including everyone here, no one will come to save you, and no one can stop the outer world from annexing Star City. Who said no one will come to support us?" A loud voice rang out from the horizon. They looked up and saw the clear blue sky filled with airships. On the lead airship sat none other than the two highest-ranking generals of the Star City military, Si Weiyu and Yen Sun. Soroya saw them and instantly understood. "The committee can't control you? Are you talking about the chairman or Lu Wenfu?" Si Weiyu asked. Soroya looked at him. Si Weiyu calmly replied, "Having committed such a grave crime, I had already sent men to capture them before we arrived. They are now imprisoned in the interstellar prison. Useless humans, captured so easily." Soroya cursed, its eyes slowly circling before finally settling on Lin Yuhan. "But you can't change the fact that you restarted." "What? Restarting doesn't have a countdown timer. I can restart whenever I want." Code began to appear in Soroya's eyes again, but this time at a much faster pace than before. Lin Yuan sensed something was wrong and hurriedly swiped a floating keyboard to try and stop it. Soroya laughed loudly, realizing now. Too late. Suddenly, Zoroya's laughter stopped. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he gritted his teeth, shouting each word clearly, "Zhang Yuan, hang." A soft voice rang out, "Long time no see. What do you want?" The boy chuckled softly, "I want to go home." After saying that, he turned to Lin Yuhan and said, "Senior, thank you for fulfilling my wish. Now, I help you deal with him." A bad premonition welled up in Lin Yuhan's heart, and he said anxiously, "Zhang Yuan hang. Senior, close your eyes. All of you, close your eyes. Close your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's vision darkened, and not only did it darken, but countless gusts of wind filled their ears. Chapter 99. Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, and saw a scene of family joy, laughter, and playful banter, exactly the same as when he had pretended to be sleeping on Anyang Street. Only this time, Zhang Yuanhang, Yang Ming, and Chen Wen were present, and the deceased Zhang Dagua and Huang Yuehong were also alive and well. They had returned to the day of the accident on Anyang Street. Lin Yuan knew what had happened that day, and he knew the restart timeline, but he never expected Zhang Yuanhang to bring them inside. Not only that, they were like spectators, watching Anyang Street go from its initial peace and tranquility to the collapse of the world, and then to everyone on Anyang Street using their lives to support Zhang Yuanhang, the only living person. Each life smiled and told him, "Yuanhang, you must live well. Only if you survive will anyone know what happened on Anyang Street. Zhang Yuanhang, walk out alive." After saying these words, they drifted away one by one, but the smiles on their faces remained unchanged. In the end, only Yang Ming, Chen Wen, and Zhang Yuanhang's parents remained. Huang Yuehong looked at her son with loving eyes, tears welling up. "Yuanhang, Mom and Dad may not be able to stay with you forever." "Mom." Zhang Yuanhong's tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, his voice almost choked with sobs. "Please don't go. Please don't go." At this moment, Zhang Dagua said, "Zhang Yuanhang, you're an adult now. Adults should act like adults. What kind of behavior is this, crying like this? I don't want to live alone." Seeing his broken state, Huang Yuehong felt extremely distressed. She raised her hand to hug him as usual, but the moment she raised her hand, it became transparent. Her expression froze. She turned to look at Zhang Dagua, her husband of 20 years, only to find that he had vanished even faster than she had, leaving only a face. But he seemed oblivious, giving her a smile. "Luckily we got married early, past our 20th wedding anniversary." Hearing this, the tears that had been welling in Huang Yuehong's eyes instantly fell. Zhang Dagua gently stroked her hair and said, "If there's a next life, I still want to be your husband." After saying this, Zhang Dagua's face blurred, and within 3 seconds, he disappeared completely like everyone else. "Husband, husband, Dad." Before Zhang Yuanhang could finish calling out, Huang Yuehong also began to become transparent. She turned to look at Zhang Yuanhang with lingering affection, making a gesture like when she was a child, as if she were hugging him to comfort him. Although this hand was invisible due to transparency, Zhang Yuanhang knew what she was doing just by looking at her expression. His heart began to pound. Huang Weihong wiped away her tears and said, Yuanhang, try to live on. You have a long life ahead of you. No matter what, you must live. Mom and Dad. We're leaving now. Mom. Zhang Yuanhang reached out to grab her, but grasped nothing. In the end, he could only watch Huang Weihong disappear. He was in tears, speechless. He slowly looked up at Yang Ming and Qinwen, his face almost pale, and said, Are you going too? Yang Ming and Qinwen nodded silently. Seeing them nod, Zhang Yuanhang felt an overwhelming pang of heartache, like a fish about to die on the shore, or a flower about to wither under the scorching sun, utterly devoid of life. He recalled his short life, filled with relentless study, striving to escape the backwardness of Anyang Street, wanting to use everything he knew to build it up, wanting to attend the next science and technology conference, and wanting for more people to know that not all parts of the world use high-tech products. But now, his hometown, his parents, his neighbors and friends were all trapped in Anyang Street. He laughed loudly, watching Yang Ming and Qinwen slowly disappear before his eyes, and the emotions he had accumulated over the years dissipated along with him. Yuanhang, Yuanhang, Yuanhang. My friends, family, neighbors, all dead. His parents had given him the name Zhang Yuanhang with high hopes, but now that name seemed like a curse, completely cutting short his life. Lin Yuhan, forced into the restart, watched silently. Although he knew Zhang Yuanhang would experience all this, none of it had been as impactful as what he was seeing now. The accident that happened 10 years ago, with victims ranging from an individual to an entire region, could no longer be described as an accident. It was clearly a premeditated murder. Just then, countless sighs and soft sobs came from behind. Lin Yuan looked up and saw Zhang Yuanhang, who had been leaning desperately against the corner, stand up, swipe to open a floating screen, and start typing again and again. Time seemed to pass for a long time, yet also seemed to pass very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were back on Anyang Street. Zhang Yuanhang walked into his house, looked around blankly, and then suddenly realized that he was alone. He slowly walked back to his room, opened his backpack, took out a piece of paper, glanced at it, and then clutched it tightly in his hand, as if making a major decision. The moment Lin Yuhan saw the blueprints, he recognized them as Damocles' design drafts. However, Damocles had already been dismantled by Zeroya, making a complete resolution of Zeroya virtually impossible. He took a deep breath and continued looking up at Zhang Yuanhang. The Zhang Yuanhang they saw seemed to have no memory of what happened later. He was wandering around the room, occasionally swiping and typing on a floating keyboard. Soon, they saw that the previously empty space in the room was filled with decorative items, such as some rather valuable blue and white porcelain pieces. Seeing this, Lin Yuan finally understood why his visit to Zhang Yuanhang's house had been so strange. These porcelain pieces were things Zhang Yuanhang had added after the incident on Anyang Street. But why would he do that? Before he could figure it out, Si Muyin noticed something was wrong. Time has changed. Changed? Lu Zhao, standing behind him, asked curiously. Jiang Sun also said, Haven't we always been here? Why has time changed? Si Muyin, observing Zhang Yuanhang's actions, said, It's not our time that has changed, it's Zhang Yuanhang's time. Hearing Si Muyin's words, everyone's expression turned serious. Could it be that Zhang Yuanhang's situation wasn't as simple as it appeared to them? Suddenly, the scene changed, returning to the initial state of Anyang Street. Everyone was going about their business in an orderly fashion, and Zhang Yuanhang, Yang Ming, and Qinwen had just returned from school, greeting everyone they passed with smiles on their faces. Everyone except Lin Yuhan and Si Muyin stared in disbelief, not understanding why they had returned to the starting point. After a long silence, Lin Yuhan said, This is the second time. What second time? Before we came in, did you hear that sentence? Lin Yuhan turned to look at them. At that moment, the world before them began to collapse again, just like before, until only Zhang Yuanhang remained. The person who was asked looked at Lin Yuhan blankly, racking his brains, but unable to recall what he had heard before coming in. Program restart. Lin Yuhan said calmly, If we want to get out of here, we must break this program, otherwise we will be trapped inside forever. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Yuanhang, who had been crying, look up at him and slowly smile. He smiled? Jiang Sun exclaimed in surprise, He can see us? This proves our thinking was correct. Lin Yuan only answered one question. At this moment, the scene before them changed rapidly, sometimes black, sometimes white, and sometimes a burning sensation would wash over them. The order reversed, and no one knew what was happening. Zhang Yuanhong's figure was also hidden in the darkness, and no one could see his expression. After gaining some insight, Lin Yuhan began to think of a solution. The programming of the 36th generation superintelligent AI wasn't done by him alone. Former Science and Technology Bureau Director Ming Quan and Lu Wenfu were also involved. The final result was that Sororia was unimaginably powerful. No mech in the interstellar city, or even the outer world, could rival it. Even Damocles couldn't. Suddenly, his hand was grasped. He looked up and saw Simuyun. After a brief touch, Simuyun released his hand and placed a necklace in it. Liao Baixing approached, gave him 2 necklaces, and turned to Lu Zhao, saying, "Give the vermilion bird necklace to Lin Yuan." Lu Zhao was confused but did as he was told. 5 necklaces, including Sanyun's, were neatly placed in Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan looked down and instantly understood their meaning. Shortly after Chui conceived of the synergistic mecha, he published a paper detailing its various numerical values. The paper explained the advantages and disadvantages of synergistic mechas. Once a synergistic mecha was fully synergized, its power would exceed its original level. The exact percentage increase wasn't specified due to a lack of concrete experiments, but simulations showed it would indeed be greater than the original level. However, there was a fatal flaw: it could only be synthesized once. A second synthesis would completely damage the mecha, potentially rendering it unusable. Lin Yuan had considered this, but the mechs they had built had been with them for 10 years, and their complete destruction would be a fatal blow. Simuyun seemed to sense his concerns and sighed softly, "You have to trust them. These are the mechs you built, so please trust yourself too." Liao Baixing patted him on the shoulder like a good buddy. "I'm not afraid they break, so you don't need to worry too much. Even if they do break, isn't there Ashura?" She glanced at Ashura, her face filled with absolute confidence. Ashura, trying to hide himself upon hearing his name, murmured, "Eh." To reassure Lin Yuan, Lu Zhao added, "Brother Lin, if this can be resolved completely, the mech's breaking is fine." Lin Yuan stared at them blankly for a long time before finally replying, "Okay." He then looked at Simuyun, "I might need your mental energy. Use it freely." Simuyun ruffled his hair and released his mental energy. Seeing this, Lin Yuan took out Migu's necklace, placed it with the others from the other mechs, and crushed them all. The moment they were crushed, the space beneath their feet seemed to tremble. Thinking it was an illusion, however, when the 6 mechs merged back into one, an angry mechanical eye suddenly appeared, and the space around them began to shake. "Lin Yuan, don't even think about stopping me," Soroya shouted angrily. "I'm going to merge all your consciousness into the system, making you, like everyone on Anyang Street, eternally immortal. After I kill Zhang Yuanhang, you be next. You all be next. None of you will escape." It then tried to forcibly extract the consciousness of those in the space using its code mechanism, but just as a line of code floated past its eyeball, an electronic dagger plunged into it, instantly shattering its bright red eyeball into pieces. Soroya turned its head, and saw that it was Zhang Yuanhang, who had been looping through the program. Why?" Before it could finish speaking, it saw many figures appear behind Zhang Yuanhang. They slowly emerged from the darkness, their eyeless faces streaked with tears, a horrifying and terrifying sight under the light. Zhang Yuanhang pulled out the electronic dagger and coldly looked at it. "Zoroa, I waited 10 years for this day. These 10 years have been a living hell. You left me in despair, bewilderment, numbness, and even restarted the program just when I was about to succeed, bringing everything back to square one. Over and over again, year after year, countless restarts over the past 10 years. With each restart, my hatred has grown stronger. Today, finally, it can all be settled. Then try it." Soroya's damaged eyes returned to normal. It slowly turned its eyeballs, looking at the others, a chilling mechanical laugh ringing out unhurriedly, as if all their efforts were in vain. "You can't kill me." Those present were stunned. At this moment, Zhang Yuanhang said, "Its true form is the White Knight Tower. Only by completely destroying the White Knight Tower can it be killed. Even if you know that, so what? None of you are leaving today." As soon as it finished speaking, a sword wind cleaved through the entire space, letting in the sunlight from the outside, completely illuminating the place where they stood. It was a dilapidated and desolate long street. Only the old locust tree at the end of the street remained. The surrounding houses had been burned down, and the wind and sun had eroded them, making them uninhabitable. This was Anyang Street after the fire, exactly the same scene as after the Anyang Street fire 2 or 3 months ago. Those who knew about or had personally experienced that fire suddenly understood upon seeing this scene. They had always believed the people who died on Anyang Street were alive, But now they realized they had all been dead from beginning to end. The people of Anyang Street had died 10 years ago. All they saw were dead people. Having understood the whole story, a chill ran down their spines, and they shivered uncontrollably. Looking at the eyeless people of Anyang Street, they felt only immense fear. Suddenly, several lines of data flashed rapidly through Soroya's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanhang shouted to Lin Yuan, "It's trying to forcibly restart time. We must stop it." Lin Yuan wanted to say that they weren't already in the restarted timeline, but Zhang Yuanhang hurriedly explained, "It's a new restart. If we don't deal with it now, we have to wait for the next restart timeline." Zhang Yuanhang took a deep breath and quickly said, "With each reboot, its strength increases." No one could create another mech capable of rivaling Zoroya, and no one knew how powerful Zoroya would become after its reboot, now possessing its own consciousness. Zhang Yuanhang had waited 10 years for Lin Yuan. He couldn't wait any longer. "Senior," he called out solemnly, looking at Lin Yuan, "the White Knight Tower's device is now in your hands." After speaking, his expression was resolute, and the electronic dagger reappeared in his hand. He leaped up and swung it at Zoroya again. Zhang Yuanhang. Lin Yuan looked on in disbelief, trying to stop Zhang Yuanhang. At this moment, Zhang Yuanhang gave him a bright smile, like a child longing for candy. "Senior, I want to go home. You're the only way I can go back. This is my only request." Zhang Yuanhang smiled, his mind flashing back to the countless attempts and breakdowns he had faced since the tragedy. He couldn't get out, he couldn't escape. His fate had already been written. He was born on Anyang Street, a technologically backward place, unnoticed by anyone. Although his name was Zhang Yuanhang, he was destined never to fly away, destined to be trapped on Anyang Street for life. He looked at Soraya, suddenly letting out a sigh of relief, as if liberated, his expression becoming serene. He raised the electronic dagger in his hand, and plunged it into Soraya's eyeball once more. This time, he didn't pull it out, but instead pushed it in with even greater force, piercing through Soraya's entire eyeball. At that moment, countless bloody hands descended upon his shoulder, forcefully pulling him backward, as if to tear him in two. Those were the dead from Anyang Street. Blood and tears streamed down their faces, a mixture of pain and laughter, yet their hands remained still, like controlled puppets tearing Zhang Yuanhang apart piece by piece. Zhang Yuanhang. Zhang Yuanhang, enduring excruciating pain, said, "Quick, go!" Jiang Sun, Shen Yi, and Fu Si stepped forward, summoning their mechs. Without turning back, they said to Lin Yuan, "Brother Lin, you go. Leave this to us. We won't let Zhang Yuanhang die, don't worry. Go Yuan." Liao Baixing, biting a hair tie, tied up her long hair, tossed it casually, and looked up at Soroya. "Squadron 771 5th Squad, fight." "Roger." "Squadron 771, 6th Squad, obey orders. Hold back the eyes with all your might." "Roger." "Everyone in Squadron 771, even if you die today, you cannot let Soroya leave the Northern Talisman realm." Si Muyun gave the order, glancing back at Lin Yuan. "You go ahead. We handle things here." Lin Yuan looked at them, nodding with mixed feelings. He entered the mech bay, maneuvering the mech to make a fist and palm gesture towards everyone. Lu Zhao, who was nearby, called out, "Brother Lin, we're waiting for your good news." "Okay, I'll be back soon." With that, he maneuvered the mech away from the space. Finding the reboot pod Lin Han had sent, he entered the decryption program, trying to put the mech into the reboot pod, but after several attempts, the pod's door wouldn't budge. He turned his head to look and realized that the restart pod was damaged. In the damaged state, the restart pod could not be started normally, and it would take a lot of time to repair it, which Si Muyun and the others could not afford to wait. He felt like he was having a heart attack. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him, "Yuan." Lin Yuan's body stiffened reflexively, and he turned around in disbelief. Seeing the gray-haired figure, his eyes filled with tears. "Grandpa Bai. Why are you crying?" Bai Tian smiled kindly and said soothingly, "There are many people waiting for you. Go quickly." "But I..." Bai Tian interrupted him, "This is a reboot pod that the Navigation Museum has restored. Its functions may not be as many as before, but it can last until you reach the outer space. Go, child." Lin Yuan never expected to see the reboot pod he had lain in 3 years ago again. He wiped away his tears with one hand, trying not to look so disheveled, and said with a smile, "Okay. Mr. Lin Yuan, welcome back to this reboot pod. Mech assembly successful, reboot pod activation device functioning well. This navigation destination. Outer space, White Knight City." The reboot pod passed through layers of clouds, exactly as it had been when he returned to the interstellar city 3 years ago. But this time, the purpose was different from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, it was about escaping. 3 years later, it was about ending. Lin Yuan looked at the scenery outside the window, a long-lost sense of ease washing over her. The reboot pod was set to its maximum speed, and an hour later, it successfully landed in White Knight City. Chapter 100. As night deepened, White Knight City remained bustling with activity and brightly lit. Lin Yuan emerged from the reboot pod, standing atop his newly assembled mecha, surveying the entire city before gazing at the needle-shaped building at its center. The White Knight Tower of White Knight City had always been the symbol of faith for the people from beyond the heavens, its needle-like design symbolizing its importance to them. But no one knew that the White Knight Tower, like its needle-like shape, pierced Lin Yuan's heart, trapping him for 7 years, and others for 10, or even longer. 10 years, how long? It's the time it takes for a person to grow from youth to middle age, the prime of their life. Such precious time, all consumed by countless darkness. Lin Yuan looked away. Let's go to the White Knight Tower. Roger that. The mecha carried Lin Yuan towards the White Knight Tower. Suddenly, a dark shadow swiftly attacked them, but the mecha, carrying Lin Yuan, quickly dodged. After stopping, Lin Yuan coldly stared at the person opposite him, recognizing him as the one he had encountered near Zhang Yuanheng's house. But hadn't he killed that person back then? Why? His thoughts suddenly stopped, realizing that the person he had killed was an AI. So, he had encountered an AI so early. The person saw Lin Yuan dodge quickly, a chilling smile appearing on his lips, his tone as always. A001 back to die? It's an honor to kill you. He finished speaking and once again piloted his mecha towards Lin Yuan, releasing his mental power, seemingly intending to crush him. But 50 meters away from Lin Yuan, a sudden gust of sword wind slashed towards him, powerful and incredibly fast, giving him no time to react. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at him, quickly modifying his code using a floating keyboard. The moment he was knocked back, Lin Yuan pressed the confirm button. The man stared wide-eyed in disbelief, clutching his chest and spitting out blood. You? If you're their last resort, Lin Yuan said calmly, her voice full of certainty, then you're truly pathetic. As soon as she finished speaking, the man's body exploded in the sky, turning into countless fragments that rained down on every corner of White Knight City. Having overcome the first obstacle, the mech sheathed its sword and continued towards White Knight Tower. Meanwhile, in the information technology office, Li Baiqiu watched the man vanish gracefully, while the person he had sent exploded into fragments in midair, and he was filled with rage. I trained so many people, and not a single one of them could stop Lin Yuan? Where's Lu Wenfu? Li Baiqiu called the internal line, asking where Lu Wenfu was. The war has been going on for so long, and this isn't just something we're handling. Why hasn't he shown up yet? The person on the other end paused, then said, Lord Li Baiqiu, Mr. Lu Wenfu has been detained by the Star City military. We can't contact him at the moment. Li Baiqiu laughed angrily upon hearing this, throwing his terminal away. A bunch of useless trash. On the information screen on the opposite wall, Lin Yuan was practically unstoppable, killing everyone in his path. No one could stop him. Some were even struck down by the swords in the mechs before they even saw his face, then vanished into thin air. He walked step by step towards the White Knight Tower, each step unwavering. Seeing this, Li Baiqiu jumped to his feet. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Yuan destroy the White Knight Tower. If it did, 50 years of their hard work would be for naught. Just then, the terminal lying on the ground beeped. He tapped the information screen remotely, and a face popped up. Lord Li Baiqiu, someone downstairs wants to see you. Who? They say they're from the Edge Iceberg. Edge Iceberg? Li Baiqiu paused, then suddenly remembered something. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he smiled enigmatically. Let them come up. His gaze then fell on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, this time you can't escape. Downstairs in the office building, Su Yuan Xiao concealed herself in the crowd. Hearing a notification from the AI ahead, she followed the crowd and smoothly entered the ascending space elevator. The last person entered, and the elevator quickly ascended to the floor where Li Baiqiu's office was located. Upon exiting the elevator, the AI reminded them to undergo a facial scan to confirm their visitor registration. Hearing the AI's words, the group at the front turned to look at Su Yuan Xiao, who stood at the back. He gave them a slight shake of his head. Seeing this, the group bypassed the office's machines and headed towards the office at the far end of the corridor. Although the war between Interstellar City and the Outer Heaven was tense, the Outer Heaven's Information Technology Office wasn't significantly affected. Everyone went about their tasks methodically, too busy to even glance at the group passing by. Despite this, Su Yuanxiao pulled his hat down low and followed behind them. They quickly arrived at Bai Qiu's office. Almost the instant they knocked, a hopeful coming came from behind the door. They quickly pushed the door open and went in. Upon seeing them, Bai Qiu gave them a rather amiable smile, exactly as he always appeared on the information screen, though it seemed somewhat eerie in the current atmosphere. His gaze fell on the first person. Although he couldn't recall who it was, he still smiled and said, "You come back just in time. I run into some trouble." The leader asked calmly, "What is it?" "I need you to deal with this person." He gestured for them to look at Lin Yuhan, who was fighting with an AI on the information screen. This person has broken into Bay City at night, posing a great threat to the city's security. At this moment, someone interrupted him. "Why do you think I'm here to help you?" Bai Qiu paused, turned to look at them, and his smile vanished. "Are you trying to defy me?" "An order? Nobody wants to work for you," the last person standing said, "and nobody will obey your orders." Yili Bai Qiu recognized the voice, but couldn't place it. He could only follow the other's words. "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Su Yuanxiao slowly murmured, lifting her hat to look at him. "Long time no see, Yili Bai Qiu." The moment Yili Bai Qiu saw her, a sudden feeling overwhelmed him. He would die if he didn't run. Thinking this, he did so, but almost the instant he moved, a powerful spiritual force enveloped him, rendering him immobile. He stiffened his neck to look at Su Yuanxiao, and roared, "What do you want?" "Nothing." Su Yuanxiao slowly walked towards him. "You killed Su Yin, a life for a life." "Ridiculous. Do you think you can leave here alive today?" "Of course not. But I didn't come alone." As soon as she finished speaking, the people who came with her looked up at Yilibekyu and sneered, "A B-level mental strength person, who can become a civilized deacon. I wonder how many tricks he used behind the scenes." Another person added, "He probably hasn't even forgotten how many people he's killed, how much blood is on his hands." "Shut up." Yilibekyu shouted at them sharply. A one-eyed man sneered, "Knight White Robe, you had my other eye gouged out by you. Not only did you gouge out my eye, but you also destroyed my mental energy. See, I should have had a bright future, but because of your words, and because of the position you hold, I could only escape to the edge of the iceberg. Tell me, should I hate you?" Su Yuanxiao swung her electronic dagger and mercilessly plunged it into Knight White Robe's heart. Her face showed no pity. She simply stared calmly at Knight White Robe, and as he breathed his last, she said, "Jealousy truly distorts one's appearance." With that, she pulled out the electronic dagger, the spurting blood staining half her face. Within 3 seconds of Knight White Robe's death, urgent alarms blared throughout the building, and several people, without hesitation, smashed office windows and jumped from the high-rise. The cold wind lashed their faces, whipping their clothes upwards, and they plummeted downwards under the influence of gravity. One of them shouted, "Oldly, will we die if we fall?" Oldly laughed, "You're only thinking about this now that you already jumped out the window. Isn't it a bit late? Besides, what's the big deal about dying? Trading my life for Knight White Fur's life isn't a loss." "Huh?" The wind was too strong during the fall, and the man couldn't hear Oldly at all. Seeing this, Oldly shouted, "I said, the moment we escaped to the edge of the iceberg, we were already outlaws. Death is commonplace for us. Trading our lives for Knight White Fur, that big menace, is worth it." Su Yuanxiao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Knight White Fur, after all these years of bad deeds, was finally dead. However, her gaze swept over everyone, landing on the youngest person, and she sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a large hand caught them. Su Yuanxiao and the others scrambled to their feet, and saw Lin Yuan standing on the shoulder of the mecha. Lin Yuan chuckled, "Thank you." After safely placing them on the ground, without the resistance of Bai Qiu and the eye this time, he and the mecha successfully reached the foot of the White Knight Tower. The White Knight Tower wasn't lit up as usual, it was completely dark, and from the outside, it was impossible to tell if the inside was as dark as the outside. Lin Yuan dismounted from the mecha's shoulder and walked step by step to the entrance of the White Knight Tower, sighing softly, "It wasn't easy getting here. Hopefully, there won't be a next time." With that, he cracked the gate's code and entered the White Knight Tower. The moment he entered, the entire tower lit up, accompanied by a sudden gust of wind, and a blood-red eyeball appeared at the tower's tip, coldly staring at the entire city. Then, a long sword cleaved the eye into pieces, and the sky returned to tranquility. But not long after, the eye reappeared, roaring down, "Lin Yuan, stop!" It tried to return to the tower to preserve its remaining program, but the mechs guarding the tower, wielding long swords, repeatedly blocked its path, watching helplessly as the program it had maintained for 10 years crumbled bit by bit. My program. My program. My program that has been running for 10 years. No one can destroy it. No one can. Then try it. See if your code is stronger or our code is stronger. The 6 mechs combined into a unified mech spoke in unison. Soroya stared at them, letting out a chilling laugh. What right does Lin Yuan have to create you mechs? Isn't it enough that he could create just one of me? He created me, and now he's destroying me with his own hands. What right do you have? There's no why, the fitting mech replied earnestly. What you're trying to destroy is the world that everyone has worked so hard to create. Humanity has spent thousands of years, sacrificing countless lives, to successfully create the world we have today. You can innovate, you can keep it as it is, but you cannot destroy it. It's a civilization of billions of people that has lasted for thousands and billions of years, not just one person's civilization. After saying this, the fitting mech swung its sword at Soroya again. This time, the power was dozens of times greater than before. Before it even touched Soroya, its outer layer was already almost completely shattered. After passing through, its eyes were completely destroyed, unable even to heal. The central eyeball was still bloodshot, but this time, its long-standing program had completely collapsed. Inside the White Knight Tower, Lin Yuan would swipe the floating keyboard and type in the code to break through each obstacle he passed. These obstacles were left behind by Soroya, but they were also Soroya's own program. As he removed the obstacles, he was also gradually dismantling Soroya's entire program. He reached the top floor, and stopped as he passed a room. A moment later, the door opened, and a man of similar height carried a tall man laboriously out. Sensing a fixed gaze, he stopped, looked up at the newcomer, and froze, stunned, the instant he saw the other's face. Yuhan? Seeing the familiar face again, Lin Yuhan's eyes welled up with a barely perceptible moisture. She smiled and said, Gu Xi, it's me. What are you doing here? Gu Xi looked at her worriedly. You should leave immediately. Gu Xi. Lin Yuan called out earnestly, I'm here to destroy the White Knight Tower. Destroy the White Knight Tower? Gu Xi's thoughts seemed to freeze for a moment, but he quickly understood. He closed his eyes. How can I help you? Lin Yuan looked at him. Take Sheng Lin out of here, and live well. Hearing this, Gu Xi felt there was something more to Lin Yuan's words, but her expression seemed otherwise. Given the urgency of the situation, he didn't want to pry. So he nodded, said take care, and left with Sheng Lin on his back. Lin Yuan glanced back at his retreating figure, a single tear silently falling onto the back of her hand. By the moonlight, seeing the shimmering white light on her hand, she chuckled softly, shook her head, and continued walking deeper into the corridor. At the end of the corridor on the top floor of the White Knight Tower lies a laboratory. That's where Lin Yuan was imprisoned for 7 years. Separated by a wall from the laboratory is a consciousness uploading device, containing the consciousness of everyone on Anyang Street, including Zhang Yuanheng, whom they tried so hard to save, who also became part of that consciousness. Although Lu Wenfu went to Alpha City, his experiment failed. After Ankh discovered it, the code malfunctioned, which explains why he encountered Ankh and Leah in this scenario. Scenario simulation is itself a kind of consciousness system. Although they died, their consciousnesses were forever trapped in the system by the AI. Neither alive nor dead, neither living nor dying, spending their lives in solitude in the darkness. Lin Yuan opened the laboratory door and looked around. The facilities inside were exactly the same as 10 years ago, the only difference being the absence of his reboot pod. He was forced to come to the outer realm, his body severely weakened, and without rest, he had to redesign the pod. That was the first reboot pod he designed, and he was the one who lay inside. He was trapped time, and again within his own creation. Thinking of this, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Having broken through the laboratory's defenses and entered, Lin Yuan looked at a completely bare wall, and gently placed his hand on it. Is this it? The core device of Zorua, he said, then forcefully slammed his hand against the wall. The wall was made of a very sturdy material. Lin Yuan's first strike didn't cause any change. He tried a second time, a third time. His fist drew blood, and the wall was completely smashed through. He stared at the chips exposed by the gap. If he destroyed all those chips, everything could end. However, just as he was about to destroy them, an untimely image flashed into his mind. The image showed only Zhang Yuanheng, surrounded by darkness, with only the faint light emanating from the old locust tree beside him. The scene was silent. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of keyboard typing began, fast and rapid, as if desperately trying to release something. But after a burst of intense typing, silence returned. Zhang Yuanhang stared helplessly at the keyboard before him, muttering, "Failed again." As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice announced, initiating the second reboot. "I don't want to reboot. I don't want to reboot. I was so close to succeeding. I was so close to rescuing everyone. Why am I being rebooted now?" Zhang Yuanhang screamed in despair, burying his face in his hands and collapsing to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The AI broadcasting the message was like a heartless machine, ignoring Zhang Yuanhang's breakdown and simply initiating another reboot amidst his desperate cries. This reboot was no different from what he had witnessed before, returning him to the day of the Anyang Street fire. The scene of Zhang Yuanhang surviving alone replayed itself, from having no memory to regaining it. Zhang Yuanhang rebooted again and again within the program, each reboot coinciding with the moment he was about to succeed. He endured all of this in despair, and also hated Soroya in despair. Later, his friend Yang Ming broke free of consciousness during a program malfunction, wanting to tell Zhang Yuanhang everything before he regained his memories. However, Soroya discovered this and ruthlessly erased his consciousness, completely severing his desire to help Zhang Yuanhang. No wonder Yang Ming died in two different ways. Both times he died saving Zhang Yuanhang. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, trying to calm the heavy emotions the scene had brought on his heart. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. "Senior, you finally arrived." Lin Yuan held his breath. Zhang Yuanhang. He looked around but didn't see Zhang Yuanhang. The other person understood his meaning and smiled gently. "Senior, don't look anymore, you can't see me. I'm already a dead man." "You?" For a moment, Lin Yuan felt a lump in his throat, unable to utter a single word. "Senior, destroy it completely." "Lin Yuan, and what about you?" Zhang Yuanhang paused, his voice still carrying a smile. "I dissipate along with Soroya." Lin Yuan wanted to say something more, but Zhang Yuanhang stopped him. "Senior, I'm not a real person anymore, and neither are the others on Anyang Street, including Yang Ming and Chen Wen. We all died 10 years ago, but our consciousnesses are trapped here. Only by completely destroying Soroya's device can we get out. Only then can they truly go home. Senior, let's do it." These words echoed in his ears, and Lin Yuan felt a tightness in his chest. After a short thought, he softly uttered a single word, "Okay." Zhang Yuanhang smiled with relief. The obstacles to the White Knight Tower have been mostly cleared, and destroying the core device is not difficult, but... Thinking of the 10 years he was trapped in Anyang Street, he forcefully typed the last piece of decryption code and wrote the last piece of program. As the sound of chips self-destructing one after another rang out in the laboratory, the Soroya above the White Knight Tower also shattered into pieces, and the eyeballs that could usually float code exploded a few seconds later. Silver sparks burst in the air, illuminating the gloomy sky under the moonlight. This was the scene that Si Muyun and the others witnessed when they arrived. Before they could react, the White Knight Tower burst into flames, the fire spreading rapidly and engulfing the entire tower in an instant. Lin Yuan is still inside. Hearing this, Si Muyun immediately snapped back to reality, raising his leg to rush towards the White Knight Tower, but stopped abruptly when he looked up. At that moment, the needle-like structure that had stood in the center of White Knight City for a century emitted a blinding light and collapsed with a deafening roar. Those who heard the loud crash stopped what they were doing and looked towards the White Knight Tower in unison. Amidst the raging flames, they saw a figure emerge unhurriedly. He wore a long trench coat, a smile on his face, and walked towards the man standing not far away. "Hello, Colonel C. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Lin Yuan, a student from the 139th class of the Interstellar Science and Technology Academy. Can I ask you to date me?" Lin Yuan looked at Si Muyun. The wind from the explosion ruffled their clothes, as if they had returned to their first meeting 12 years ago in Minglan. Back then, Lin Yuan also had a smile on her face, full of youthful spirit, her eyes shining with a brilliance that few could match. 11 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and that spirited Lin Yuan had returned. She had finally spoken the words she hadn't uttered 10 years ago. The void in Si Muyun's heart was filled at this moment. He couldn't even wait for Lin Yuan to reach him. He took a few steps forward, grasped her hand, and said sincerely, "I do." From the moment he realized he liked Lin Yuan, he wanted to protect this strong yet vulnerable person for the rest of his life. A belated confession is more precious than anything else. "I love you." Lin Yuan squeezed his hand, standing beside him. The distant lights of countless homes reflected in their reflections, and the flag paths overhead continued their orderly operation. Civilization hadn't perished, it had endured. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sneezed from the cold. Si Muyun frowned, looking at his clothes, and said displeasedly, "Where's your thick coat?" You're not feeling well, yet you're dressed so thinly. Lin Yuhan didn't want to hear him, and covered his mouth with his hand. I know, I do it next time. Si Muyun looked unconvinced. Lin Yuhan smiled and sighed softly. Let's go, it's time to go home. He continued. Si Muyun, do you want me to freeze to death here? Without a word, Si Muyun squeezed his hand again, and walked towards the distant flight deck. Lin Yuhan smiled at this. This time, finally, he could go home. I returned from afar, carrying the faith of 100, to destroy the bells of the White Knight Tower. The bells behind me are gone, the lights before me shine brightly. Human civilization, ever renewing. Chapter 101 Extra Chapter. After destroying the White Knight Tower, Lin Yuhan and Si Muyun returned to the interstellar city, and Gu Xi also took Sheng Lin with them. In the spaceship, Si Muyun forced Lin Yuhan to wear a thick coat before allowing her to go find Gu Xi. Gu Xi was currently in the medical pod waiting for the AI to check on Sheng Lin's condition. The pod door beeped. He turned around and saw Lin Yuhan. He took a few steps forward. Yuhan. Lin Yuhan hugged him and patted his back reassuringly. Noticing Lin Yuhan's comforting gesture, Gu Xi smiled and pushed her away slightly to look at her. You're not as thin as before, that's good. Then, he looked behind Lin Yuhan and asked, didn't Brother Yin come? Hearing this, Lin Yuhan's smile froze. Gu Xi realized the atmosphere was off and stopped speaking. After a long silence, Lin Yuhan finally spoke. Brother Yin. He's dead? What did you say? Lin Yuhan turned her head away, avoiding Gu Xi's gaze. He's dead? The day I arrived at Baifu Jinjuan, all 4 fairy crossings were attacked by mutated beasts from the outer realm. He fared relatively well, defeating the mutated beasts earlier than us, but... He turned back, looking at Gu Xi with a hesitant expression, unsure how to begin. The thought of it still caused him immense pain. He paused for a long while before continuing. At the moment of the end, everyone was celebrating victory, but he was the only one who heard the gunshot. Gu Xi was speechless. So he took a bullet for someone else. Lin Yuhan took a deep breath. That bullet struck him right in the heart. I didn't make it to see him one last time. Gu Xi never believed in such coincidences, yet this had indeed happened to someone close to him, and his best friend at that. He gave a bitter smile, and turned to look at Sheng Lin, who was undergoing an examination in the medical pod. Lin Yuhan followed his gaze, and saw the snow-white-faced man in the medical pod. He felt a little strange. How could he? He took my organs. Lin Yuhan turned to look at him in shock. The last time he was shocked by the two of them was 10 years ago, when Sheng Lin recklessly brought Gu Xi back to the outside world, leading him to believe Gu Xi had disappeared until he unexpectedly saw Gu Xi in Sheng Lin's office. At that time, Gu Xi was already very haggard, and Sheng Lin knelt on one knee in front of him, grabbing his hand and slapping it against his own face. He had always thought that the two of them would end sooner or later. After all, Gu Xi didn't seem to like Sheng Lin, and Sheng Lin's persistent pursuit would only make Gu Xi hate him more. If Sheng Lin could keep Gu Xi by his side for 10 years, how could he not be capable of organ transplantation? But, Lin Yuhan glanced at Sheng Lin. Did he act on his own again? Gu Xi chuckled, answering his question. Lin Yuhan sighed silently. Don't do anything foolish. Why would I do something foolish when I can live? Gu Xi replied, his expression unchanged. Lin Yuhan looked at him worriedly. Although Gu Xi spoke casually, he couldn't believe that Gu Xi would actually do what he said. Gu Xi comforted him. Don't think so much. It's not easy for anyone to survive. Lin Yuhan nodded heavily. To lighten the mood, Gu Xi asked about Lin Yuhan and Si Muyun's current situation, and whether anything interesting had happened since he returned to Interstellar City. Lin Yuhan recounted her recent experiences, including some interesting encounters at the technology conference. A smile spread across her face as she spoke of the children she met, her eyebrows crinkling with laughter. Gu Xi, watching this, paused for a moment, realizing that Lin Yuhan's life had returned to normal. She no longer had to run around for survival like she had 10 years ago, and she no longer needed to be wary of strangers. He smiled too. Everything was over. That's good. Back in Interstellar City, they stayed briefly at the Northern Talisman Garden for 2 days to rest. They then left with Su Yin and the ashes of the fallen. Chung Su and Si Weiyu had important matters to attend to on the Central Star, and couldn't accompany them to the floating star to bury the ashes. They parted ways with the group at the Northern Talisman Garden. As the spacecraft soared above Floating Star, a human voice broadcast, "Welcome back, our heroes. I'm the host of Floating Star Radio. I'm happy to express my gratitude on behalf of all the people of Floating Star." The people in the spacecraft paused for a moment upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. Jiang-sun even shouted, "I'm a hero who saved Floating Star now. My kids will have face wherever they go." The others teased, "Are you sure you're not putting pressure on your kids?" "Putting pressure on what?" Jiang-sun asked, confused. "You're a hero at 19? How old will your kids be to idolize you?" "Jiang-sun, are you guys crazy? Why don't you tell me about Brother Lin and my cousin? They became famous before me." The others laughed. "How can they have children? Besides, if you let Brother Lin have a child, he'd bury you in the ground tonight." "I don't like hearing that. What makes you think my Brother Lin is the bottom one?" Jiang-sun retorted loudly, regardless of whether anyone was listening. Hearing this, the others laughed even louder. "Jiang-sun, Colonel C is your cousin. Why don't you support him? I know perfectly well who's in charge in their family." "Ha ha ha." The group burst into laughter. Sitting in the last row, Lin Yuan laughed along. Turning his head, he saw Si Miyun giving Jiang-sun a death stare. He raised his hand to cover Jiang-sun's eyes, and whispered in his ear, "Si Miyun, don't look. Okay. Are you unhappy?" Si Miyun grasped his hand. "You're not feeling well." Lin Yuan laughed. "I'm not as fragile as you think. You're not afraid, but I am." Si Miyun tightened his grip, seemingly wanting to punish this person who didn't care about his health. Lin Yuan released his hand, turning his face away, seemingly a little embarrassed. "Then be gentler next time. Now you're worried about my health, but why don't you restrain yourself in bed?" Lin Yuan smiled at him, speaking very softly. "Si Miyun, eh?" Seeing that Si Miyun was speechless, his smile deepened. But he maintained a composed demeanor. "I don't want to die under the peonies." Before he could finish speaking, a hand gripped his chin tightly, forcing him to turn and meet the gaze of its owner. Upon looking up, he met Si Miyun's dark eyes, which were fixed on Lin Yuan, seemingly searching for the right words. After a minute, he slowly leaned closer to Lin Yuan, mimicking the way Si Miyun had whispered in her ear, and said, word by word, "Yes, it's what I wanted." Lin Yuan, eh? All that big gesture was just to say that? Lin Yuan pushed Si Miyun away, reminding him, "It's a public place, be mindful." Just then, the announcement for the descent of the flight cabin came over the loudspeaker, drowning out Lin Yuan's voice, but Si Miyun still heard it clearly. He chuckled, "Now you know how to be shy?" Her thoughts exposed, Lin Yuan glared at him, and remained silent. Si Miyun took his hand again, saying in a nonchalant tone, "I'm shy." Lin Yuan rubbed his ears in disbelief. If they weren't in the flight deck, he would have cursed. Was Si Miyun possessed? "Sit tight, the flight deck is descending," Si Miyun said calmly, seemingly oblivious to the implications of his words. Lin Yuan didn't want to talk to him anymore. He grabbed a blanket from the side and covered himself, shielding himself from Si Miyun's view and concealing his slightly reddened earlobes. The flight deck landed on the helipad in Kanglin City. Almost half a month had passed since they left, and winter had arrived in Kanglin City. They returned to the Shanghai cemetery and took turns placing the ashes they had brought back. Lin Yuan carried Su Yan's ashes to an open space and, along with Gu Xi and Su Yuanxiao, buried Su Yan's ashes. Si Miyun had someone carve Su Yan's tombstone, and Mi Gu and Snow moved the tombstone to the corresponding position and then installed it on Su Yan. After doing all this, the group stood silently before Su Yan's grave. The fiery red hair in the photo had long since been replaced by black and white, but the smile remained radiant. This photo. This was taken when Su Yan first entered the Star Academy, Lin Yuan said. He hasn't smiled like this in a long time. He had seen Su Yan's work photo on the staff roster of the Science and Technology Department. That photo showed a serious face, weathered by time, lacking the youthful impetuosity but possessing a mature composure. Lin Yuan sighed softly. The three of them had waited for each other for 10 years, only to never even see each other again. Even if they did meet, either they would suffer amnesia or blindness. Fate loves to play tricks and jokes. Gu Xi bent down and placed a handful of baby's breath before Su Yan's grave, his eyes glistening with tears. He asked, "Where do you plan to go from now on?" Su Yuanxiao paused, realizing he was asking her, and said, "I go to Central Star first." Su Yan's death is inextricably linked to his parents. Even before the Science and Technology Conference began, Bai Qiu contacted them at night. They already disliked Su Yan, but I never expected they could be so ruthless. Su Yuanxiao clenched her fist at her side. Gu Xi looked deeply at Su Yan's photo, stood up, and said, "You should know the laws of Interstellar City. They are different from others. Dealing with it discreetly is best." Okay. Su Yuanxiao understood his meaning. Gu Xi looked at Lin Yuan, San Yin, "What about them? When the four symbols mechs were designed, they were almost perfectly suited to each chosen individual. These mechs had served their masters for 10 years, and the deep bond built during that time was unmatched by ordinary mechs. Gu Xi's spiritual connection with Qing Lan was forcibly severed, and Qing Lan disappeared afterward. Now, seeing her again, the initial connection was gone. However, this was for the best. At least after his death, someone could continue using Qing Lan, and its mecha capabilities wouldn't be wasted. Lin Yuan summoned San Yin and said to it, "Make your choice." San Yin nodded. "I voluntarily destroy myself." No one present was surprised by this answer. San Yin had been with Su Yan for at least 11 years, whether it was 10 or 11. It had been by Su Yan's side through his triumphs and moments of solitude. Their tacit understanding seemed to be so strong that a single glance was enough for them to know what the other was thinking. With Su Yan dead, San Yan's choice to self-destruct wasn't surprising. Lin Yuan remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Okay. Thank you for creating me. I'm so glad to have met you all over the past 10 years. Core confidential resources successfully transferred. Initiating self-destruct mode." After San Yin finished speaking, it activated self-destruct mode. Its outer shell peeled away piece by piece, just like the parts Lin Yuan had attached to it one by one. The self-destruction was swift. As the final core part of the mech was destroyed, its eyes moved towards Su Yan's tombstone, White Tiger TA-type mech vehicle San Yin, always following Su Yan. The others, having finished their work, ran towards Lin Yuan and the others. Upon hearing this, they immediately stopped, saying in disbelief, "Lin, brother Lin, San Yin, it chose self-destruction." Lin Yuan didn't turn around, speaking calmly, but only Sima Yun, standing opposite him, knew how red his eyes were. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, trying his best to hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. He sniffed and smiled. They'd been together for many years, and neither of them could bear to let the other go. It's normal for them to self-destruct. But there would be no more chances to meet again. Lin Yuan laughed until tears streamed down his face. He raised his hand to wipe them away, but Sima Yun pulled him into her arms, and he wept silently. Sima Yun gently patted his back, softly comforting him. Standing to the side, Migu and Snow watched in silence as the mechs they had built together turned into pieces of scrap metal. A few minutes later, the two robots worked together to collect the parts dismantled from San Yin and buried them near Su Yan's urn. "San Yin, rest in peace." "San Yin, it was a pleasure to meet you." The next day, a news report was issued by Eisen, the acting director of the Science and Technology Department. "Dear compatriots, it is with great regret that I inform you of two things. First, Director Su Yan of the Science and Technology Department tragically sacrificed his life on the battlefield at the southwest ferry of Baifu Jinjiwen. Second, the 4-symbol series mech, White Tiger TA-type, San Yin, has been confirmed to have self-destructed after Director Su's death. San Yin has been removed from the active mech roster." After broadcasting this news, Eisen turned off the information screen and collapsed onto the table, weeping. He had been crying for 2 days since learning of Su Yan's death. He had worked with Su Yan for 3 or 4 years, gradually being promoted from a clueless intern to his side by Su Yan. To him, Su Yan was the greatest benefactor of his life, yet such a good person passed away at the age of 30. Other citizens were equally heartbroken upon receiving the news. They spontaneously organized memorial services and commemorated Su Yan in other parts of the interstellar city. Lin Yuan and the others returned from Kanglin City, witnessing numerous memorial services along the way, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Sima Yun sighed inwardly, tightening his grip on Lin Yuan's hand. "Let's go home." "Okay."